All right, not the audio guy's fault today, as you saw there on my message. So what's been happening is that there is a problem connecting to the YouTube app for some reason. I don't know what the hell the reason is, but let me make sure that we get audio from the desktop as well. I have to reset everything on here. So we're not going to blame the audio guy today. Let me just say hello to everybody. I'm sure that there's audio now because I'm actually seeing the lines popping in telling me that I do have audio. So we'll go with that. And I think this look actually for me looks better. All right, this my main screen is over here. This is where I take a look at what I'm showing you guys. Let me make sure that okay, that's good. Yeah. All right, how are you? Happy Monday and welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. Today I'm going to make it a my job to make sure that we answer questions from all of you guys today. Now I set up the chat for only subscribers and members. So as we know, we got a lot of haters that they subscribe so that they can come in here and give us a hard time. ¿Qué pasa? Let me check and make sure that I can hear audio on my side here. Let's make sure everything is good. There you go. A lot of haters. Okay. All right, audio is good. A little delay there, but we're good. All right, let's see. Let me say hello to my family here first real quick. By the way, thank you, Omar, for the link. I already have it on the queue to play. Michael Montoya, good morning, sir. Good morning. Güero, as always. Chair Bear has been the first one on here, and it's good to have you. 100%. Good to have you. Let's see. Jason Martin. Hey, Jason, I saw that... what was that? Salad or something like that you put on there? What the hell was it? Was it some fish? Chicken? I can't remember what the hell it was. I hate bok choy, bro. I don't like the bitter aftertaste from it. It's annoying. I'd rather use cabbage, actual cabbage. That is my go-to if I'm going to do any steaming sort of vegetable like that on my food. Even on soups. I love cabbage. Cabbage is fantastic. Let's see. Adam. ¿Qué pasa, güey? Welcome, Adam. Hey, Adam, man, I'm going to give you a call today if you don't mind. I want to talk to you about some stuff. You know what it is about. So I want to talk to you about it, and I want to see if I can get your advice on that. So if you leave the chat, it's all good. Just I hope it's okay to call you. Let's see. Thank you guys for the no sound. I know it took me like 15, 20 minutes to connect to the actual YouTube server. Take up. Hopefully you behave today. I get it. Listen, right now these are uncertain times. You know, we are not God. We're never going to pretend that everything is under control. Now, we can always, of course, look at it that way, right? We are in control. We know our capability of what we can do. And, of course, we're going to try not to do, what we don't really want to do, if you know what I'm talking about. So, if you guys want to judge what's happening right now, you can, but let's be realistic, okay? Nobody else can do any better. And, what's going on right now, it's just uncertainty, but we got to keep the trust. If we don't trust on each other, if we don't trust in God, for me, in my spiritual part of it, then what are we doing? What are we doing besides being a nuisance? Besides just being a problem? We're not being a solution. If we're not being supportive, if we're not thinking positive, if we're not looking at the bigger picture, we will never be able to make a rational decision. Guys, I see you guys out there on the street with Biden-Harris hats. I don't say anything. You know what, you guys, you have the freedom to choose. You have the right to freedom of speech. You can come next to me while I'm watching my Seahawks game, and you can have a 49ers jersey on. Let's have a beer. Let's share a hot dog. Well, maybe I'll just have a water, but let's share a hot dog. You know what I'm saying? Let's just enjoy the competition. Let's enjoy the game. At the end of the day, come on. We can't be fighting each other because we're supporting something that the other person doesn't like. That's just not how it works. That's not how any of this works. And so I will do the same. And I will say this to Mexicans, right? Mexicans don't like Hondurans, especially when it's soccer time, right? Whenever we play Mexico versus Honduras, they don't like us. And let's be honest, everybody is against the United States of America. Let me tell you how it works. If the United States, Mexico, Honduras, Guatemala, all these countries, okay, go to the World Cup, if it ends up being that it is Mexico versus Honduras, I'm always supporting Honduras. Mexicans always support Mexican. If Honduras loses and then Mexico goes against the United States of America, believe me, every Honduran supports the Mexican team and not the United States of America. That's just the way it is. That is the competition. That is how they support each other when it comes to soccer. So, when it comes down to it, all the Latin community are always going to stick together. That's just the way it is. And so I understand, believe me, I understand when people come over here and tell me I'm a sellout. Now, the reason why I ask him, why are you telling me that I'm a sellout? How can I be a sellout? I belong to two nations. And I believe that legal immigration and following the law, well, that's the way to do it. Whether I'm here or there, it doesn't matter. That is just what I believe, okay? And just so you know, members, those that actually support me, I started recording my introductory videos for running for government. And it's not too bad. I got a lot of work to do. I am non-scripted. I'm always very honest, very fluent, even if it doesn't sound right. Maybe that's why it doesn't sound good sometimes. But I always speak from my heart, and everything that I tell you, I believe it to be true. Okay? Tanya, good morning, sis. Good to see you in here as well. David, of course, always in here with me. I appreciate you. Unsecure signal, make humanity great again. We're not gods. Everybody has to make their own decision, my friend, and we can only hope that people make the right choices. Let's see. My ex-wife supports Trump. We never argue about. There you go, brother. There's nothing wrong with it. Now, again, the reason why I support President Trump. Adams. He goes to Hispanic Mexico, and he's been to Honduras and other countries, I think. But I don't know if he actually speaks Spanish fluently. Might be enough to communicate or just say, hello, vato. I don't know where that came from. BTC says, I'm Latino. I also believe in the right way for immigration, but I wouldn't support Trump to do it or expect it to happen humanely with a president such as him. You know what's funny? That's not funny. You know what's crazy is that President Trump, it's enforcing the immigration law. As a matter of fact, he is using the same border czar that Obama did. You know what the difference between Obama is? Obama deported 3.5 million of our Hispanic people, specifically Hispanics. 8 years. This is the 5th year that Trump has been in office. And Democrats, as they like to fearmonger, they put a lot of videos out there. They put a lot of statements out there to play with your emotions. They're trying to confuse you. They're trying to stop you from using your own critical thinking. And that's why I wear this hat, because I am a Hispanic that believes in following the law. And you know what I've noticed when I wear my hat? That people get triggered by it. And that's not the way it should work. I want you to understand that. If you get triggered by this hat, if you get triggered because I support President Trump, I'm going to tell you, that is not the way it's supposed to be. That is not how it's supposed to be. I don't care which side of the aisle you fall in. That is not how it works. We are not hateful because you like Biden. As a matter of fact, we say, let's go Brandon. We don't like him. That doesn't mean we hate you, unless you do the same things that he does, which, by the way, is open borders. That is a big problem, my friends. And I want you to please use your own critical thinking, use your common sense. What policies am I going to change running for governor here in Washington State? None. They're American policies. The policies are not meant to be for illegal immigrants. That's no. No, that's not how it works. No country makes policies to benefit anybody who wants to invade their country. Never. It doesn't work that way. You can't tell me Hondurans are racist because we don't want illegal Guatemalans or Salvadorians in our country. In El Salvador, my friend's sister could not go into El Salvador to visit because her passport will expire in 82 days. The rule is that it's supposed to be good for 90 days. Imagine that, 8 days legally. Got a good passport. It's legal. They're going there for 4 days to go visit. For 8 days that passport was past their deadline, they didn't let them in the country. They didn't allow them in El Salvador. Tell me, how do you go to Mexico? How do you get into Mexico? What is the biggest history that we know from Mexicans? Immigration. Mexican immigration goes throughout the whole country. They have booths. They check papers. And let me tell you, they are corrupted. You pay them $1,000, $500, whatever, they let you go. But the fact is, they are looking for illegal immigrants or people that don't have their papers in order. And that is a fact. And Mexicans, if you really are Mexican, not just a fake Mexican that lives in this country, if you really are Mexican, you know that what I'm saying is true. So don't come over here and start hating on President Trump because he's enforcing the law. Have you seen Trump go out there and slam somebody on the ground? No. That is exactly how federal agents are supposed to act when somebody is impeding, obstructing, or blocking their enforcement or in their investigation. Nobody gets slammed on the ground unless they go over there and start asking for it. That's how that works. So don't come at me hating because of my hat. I don't care what you think about my hat. Your face is ugly. You know what I find very interesting is that you can see all of me. You can see my hat. You can see my ugly tie. You can call me gay. You can judge me. You can hate my background, my fake wallpaper or bricks. You can hate my flag or the American flag. You can hate my Honduras flag. You can hate my coffee. Oh, by the way, let me get this to stay warmed up. You know, you can hate on all my setup. You can hate my hat. You can hate my hairline, my ugly ass mustache, my crooked teeth, yellow corn having teeth. You can make fun of everything. But you know what's pathetic? You are behind that keyboard, hiding your face. Nobody knows who you are. And the fact that you're calling me all these names and try to insult me and make fun of me in here, that says a lot about you, my friend. With that being said, Toto says facial hair is off limits. Touche. Look, I you know what I appreciate. Okay, here we go, guys. Here we go. We're back in business. We're gonna listen to Caroline Levitt. Let's take a listen and see what she has to say. All right, we'll continue with the talk. Give me 1 second. Let me see why. And desktop. Yeah. Okay. Here, let's take a look. Let me. Thank you, Adam. I appreciate you. Let me check it out.
Christians celebrating the resurrection of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. On Wednesday, the president will host an Easter lunch in the East Room with faith leaders across the country to celebrate Holy Week. With respect to the ongoing major combat operations in Iran, Operation Epic Fury is moving ahead successfully and according to plan. With each passing day, the United States military is increasing its advantage over the terrorist Iranian regime. More than 11,000 enemy targets have been struck to date, each strike further crippling the regime's offensive and defensive capabilities and creating more leverage for the United States and our allies. Compared to the start of the operation, Iran's ballistic missile and drone attacks are down by roughly 90%. The United States is also decimating the Iranian regime's navy. We have destroyed more than 150 of their naval vessels so far, including 92% of their largest vessels. The Iranian Navy has no vessels operating in major regional waterways and no ability to project naval power, which is why they've been assessed as combat ineffective. Our military continues to obliterate Iran's defense industrial base, with nearly 70% of their missile, drone, and naval production facilities and shipyards damaged or destroyed thus far, significantly reducing their ability to pose future threats in the region. U.S. and Israeli joint forces control the skies and have asserted air dominance over Iran, completing more than 11,000 successful combat flights thus far. The trend remains clear. The United States is conducting more intense, targeted strikes with devastating combat power with each passing day to destroy the threat posed by the Iranian terrorist regime, as President Trump sought out to do a month ago. It's no surprise that we are seeing the remaining elements of the regime become increasingly eager to end the destruction and come to the negotiating table while they still can. Despite all of the public posturing you hear from the regime and false reporting, talks are continuing and going well. What is said publicly is, of course, much different than what's being communicated to us privately. As a result, President Trump issued a 10-day pause to postpone planned strikes on Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure. This remains a truly once-in-a-generation opportunity for the regime to make a good deal with the United States, permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions, and stop acting as the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. If the Iranians reject this golden opportunity, the greatest military in the history of the world continues to stand by to provide President Trump with every option available to ensure this regime continues to pay a grave price. One way or another, Iran will no longer have the credible ability to threaten the United States or our allies, which is, of course, the overall objective and mission the president set out when he launched Operation Epic Fury. Unfortunately, even as President Trump is working hard every single day to protect the United States from foreign enemies, Democrats on Capitol Hill have failed to do the same here at home by keeping the Department of Homeland Security unfunded. Over the past 6 weeks, Democrats in Congress have pushed our air travel system to its breaking point and inflicted massive pain on Americans with their reckless political games. 500 TSA officers quit their jobs. Thousands more were calling out sick at record rates due to the lack of pay. This resulted in security wait times exceeding 3 hours at major airports across the country, creating nightmares for millions of Americans. Overall morale among TSA staff plummeted as well, all of this creating an unacceptable heightened security risk. Because of the Democrats' unwillingness to do their basic job of funding DHS, President Trump determined that these circumstances constituted an emergency, compromising American security. That's why last week he accordingly signed a presidential memorandum directing the Secretary of Homeland Security to work with the Director of the Office of Management and Budget here at the White House to use those funds with a reasonable and logical nexus to TSA operations to provide TSA employees with the compensation and benefits that would have accrued to them but for the Democrat-led DHS shutdown. This bold and necessary action by President Trump will ensure our TSA workers receive their hard-earned paychecks. It should not have come to this point, but President Trump will always do what's right by the American people, and he found a way to do that, to get TSA paid. Ensuring that these federal workers who perform critical public safety responsibilities can feed their families, pay their rent, and show up to work is something the president was honored to do. But this moment should be an eye-opening one for the American people. Let's be clear about what is happening. Democrat members of Congress are more than happy to put your safety at risk because they oppose the president's and his administration's efforts to enforce our nation's immigration law. Democrats refuse to fund ICE because they want millions and millions of illegal aliens to pour into the country just like they were under the Biden administration. They want murderers and rapists and thugs to remain in your communities rather than be removed by ICE and Border Patrol agents. The Democrats created this mess. They are the reason for long lines at airports and tens of thousands of employees going without pay. Once again, President Trump is cleaning up their mess because he cares more about the American people than destructive, petty, partisan politics. With that, I will take your questions today. Here in our new media seat, we have Wid Lyman. Thank you for being here, and why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. Happy Easter.
Thank you. You as
Two
well.
questions for you. Thank you. There are some concerns the administration is starting to change its position on deportations, border enforcement, possibly asylum policies. What would you say to Americans that are somewhat concerned that the shift has happened?
Sure. Well, while there has, of course, been a change in leadership at the Department of Homeland Security with former Senator, now Secretary Mullen, joining the president's cabinet, I can assure the American people there has not been a change in policy. It has always been the policy of this president and this administration to deport the worst of the worst illegal alien criminals from our communities. That's something I know Secretary Mullen remains wholeheartedly committed to doing. And it's something that is overwhelmingly popular with the American people. And it's something that is necessary to protect our homeland and to prevent deaths of Americans in our country. Just last week, Sheridan Gorman, a young woman in Chicago, was shot and killed on the street walking with her friends outside of her university by an illegal alien from Venezuela who had no right to be here in the first place. And it's despicable that Democrats are currently defunding the department that's responsible for removing illegal aliens like that. And I would also add it's despicable that the lack of coverage of this young woman's case, of her life, and the way that it was tragically cut short. I saw a survey over the weekend that I'd like to bring to all of your attention. This is the media coverage of the case of Sheridan Gorman. You have ABC News has spent 1 minute and 19 seconds between 2 days when this case was first alerted. You have CBS 2 minutes and 1 second. You have NBC 23 seconds spent on the life of a young, beautiful American woman whose life was taken short by an illegal alien who should have never been here in the first place, when we are in the middle of a battle on Capitol Hill with a major political party, the Democrat Party, who wants to defund the agency that is responsible for protecting Americans. I think her life was worth more than 23 seconds on cable television, and I think the people in this room have a responsibility to report on cases like this, because it just exemplifies why the president believes so strongly in deporting illegal aliens from our communities. And thank you for the question. Dasha, go ahead.
Carolyn, I have two questions, one on Iran and one on DHS funding. On Iran, the president has said that the administration is talking to a new and more reasonable regime. How confident are you that they are legitimate and have enough grip on power? Marco Rubio said earlier that he's not sure and it's not clear whether they will be in power. So are you also talking to other factions? As the president is trying to make a deal, how do you ensure that you're making a deal with the people who can actually implement it?
Well, that's part of the ongoing process that's taking place and the ongoing negotiations. Of course, anything that they say to us privately will be tested, and we will ensure that they are being held accountable to their word. And if they are not, the president has laid out the military consequences that the Iranian regime will see if they don't hold true to the words that we are hearing privately behind the scenes. When the president says more reasonable, again, these folks are appearing more reasonable behind the scenes privately in these conversations than perhaps some of the previous leaders who are now no longer on planet Earth because they lied to the United States and they strung us along in negotiations, and that was unacceptable to the president, which is why many of the previous leaders were killed. So again, this is another historic opportunity for Iran to do the right thing, to rid themselves of their nuclear ambitions, and to come to a deal with this president and the administration. Or again, they will see the grave consequences of the United States Armed Forces, which they are continuing to see every day throughout this operation.
On DHS, how long can the administration keep paying TSA without action from Congress? And not to be hyperbolic, but given the airports were really the pain point that was pushing both sides to talk to each other. I mean, do you see a way for DHS to reopen? Is it possible that this keeps going through the midterms?
Well, we certainly hope so. I mean, of course, the president just can't keep signing presidential memorandums and proclamations every time Congress fails to do its job, and every time Democrats are holding our entire country hostage, picking and choosing which programs and agencies they want to fund just because they don't like this administration's policies. That's not how it's supposed to work. They voted 7 times against funding DHS over partisan and political reasons. And so, again, the president has stepped in to do the right thing at this moment in time, but the president is also encouraging Congress to come back to Washington to permanently fix this problem and to fund and reopen the Department of Homeland Security entirely.
Caroline.
Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions, one on TSA, one on Iran. On TSA, for ordinary Americans watching the briefing, how long until everything goes back to normal at airports after the president's action? And then on Iran, on the time frame, President Trump initially said about 4 weeks. Secretary of State Rubio on Friday reportedly said it might be another 2 to 4. Is 2 to 4 the current ballpark that the administration is thinking?
With respect to the timeline, again, the President, Commander-in-Chief, the Pentagon has always stated 4 to 6 weeks estimated timeline for Operation Epic Fury. We're on day 30 today, so again, you do the math on how much longer the Pentagon needs to fully achieve the objectives of Operation Epic Fury, which I will reiterate: destroy the Iranian Navy, destroy their ballistic missiles, dismantle their missile and drone production infrastructure, significantly weaken their proxies throughout the course of this operation, and then, of course, preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. To your first question, Stephen, about TSA and airports, nothing will be truly normal again until Democrats do the right thing to fund this agency fully. Again, the president has stepped in the meantime to do what's right to end this crisis that we've had at air travel and at airports across the country in the meantime. But again, Congress needs to come back. Democrats need to fund the Department of Homeland Security so we can formally and fully get these great employees paid long into the future. Jonathan.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. 2 questions regarding the financial costs of the war. Back during the Persian Gulf War, 1990, 1991, Arab countries paid for the vast majority of the cost of the war. Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, the UAE. Who's paying for the cost of this war? Will those Arab countries step up to do just that?
Well, I think it's something the president would be quite interested in calling them to do. I won't get ahead of him on that, but certainly it's an idea that I know that he has, and something that I think you'll hear more from him on.
And then secondly, the cost of diesel is averaging at $5.38 a gallon right now. What's the message from the Trump administration to truck drivers who are dealing with those high fuel costs right now?
Again, we understand, we hear you, we see you. We are fully tracking this short-term fluctuation in oil and in diesel prices, and that's why the president and the administration have continually announced robust actions to provide stability in the global energy market. As you know, political risk insurance, one of those actions, allowing countries to purchase sanctioned oil just to increase the supply. In the meantime, we've worked to release 400 billion barrels of oil and refined products as well. We issued the 60-day Jones Act waiver. All of this has, with the goal of increasing supply to create stabilization in the market in the meantime. But the overall message, as we repeatedly stated, is, again, these are short-term actions and short-term price fluctuations for the long-term benefit of ending the threat that Iran poses to the United States of America, our troops, and our allies in the region, and ensuring that this regime can no longer control the world's free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz, which is something the administration continues to tackle day by day as well.
Caroline?
Jennifer.
Just 2 questions.
Oh, which Jennifer?
I'll go to both of them. How's that?
Go ahead. So two questions, one on China and one on Iran. On China, ahead of the president's trip to Beijing, will there be a working level meeting with Secretary Bessent, Jameson Greer, et cetera, and when will that be?
I do expect cabinet officials to travel to China ahead of time. I don't have a readout on their schedules for you, but this is something we typically do with international travel, as you know. So I'll talk to the Treasury Department and the cabinet myself, and we'll get you that answer. But we do expect them to move ahead of time.
Okay, and thank you. And on Iran, if Iran is kind of cherry picking what tankers get to go through the strait now and contemplating big tolls on those tankers, is that consistent, or how is that consistent really with the president's message about really wanting the strait to be fully open? Does the administration support a regime or system where Iran is effectively charging tolls on these vessels to access?
That's not something we support, and I would reject that they are cherry picking. In fact, as you know, these tankers that are moving through, the 10 that were previously announced and now the new 20, the announcement of 20 additional tankers, which we expect to see over the coming days, are a result of the direct and indirect talks that are taking place between the United States and Iran. So you wouldn't have seen those tankers if not for the president's diplomacy and his team engaging on this matter, which we expect that compliance moving forward. And it's, again, something that we're working on very closely. Sure. And behind the mic in the back right there, you put up your hand very excitingly. Go ahead.
Hannah from News Nation.
Thank you.
Thanks for taking my question. I have two for you real quick. There are reports that Republicans are weighing cuts to health care in order to make way for that $200 billion for the Pentagon and Operation Epic Fury. Is that a trade-off that President Trump supports?
I've seen these reports. I haven't spoken to the president about it, nor have I heard this being discussed in any high-level meetings here at the White House. I don't want to weigh in definitively because I just haven't heard that being discussed here in the West Wing.
And then secondly, I know President Trump says we're ahead of schedule in achieving his military objectives in Iran. He laid out that 4 to 6 week timetable for this conflict, and we're now within week 5. So how do you square kind of those two?
Well, 4 to 6 weeks estimated timeline. Again, you just said we're on day 30 of the operation. I just provided you with some of the updates from the Pentagon directly in achieving the objectives, and the military has been enormously successful. I think we should all be very proud of our armed forces for what they have done over the past 30 days. The mission will continue until the objectives are achieved, and that 4 to 6 week timeline does remain right now. I don't have any updates for you on that. Jane?
Yeah, like others, one on TSA, one on Iran.
Sure.
On Iran, I know it's tough to engage in hypotheticals, but I feel like this is one that you could engage in. If the president does
Probably
seek...
not, but let's
We'll
see.
see. If the president does seek, or the United States seeks a ground war, does he intend to get congressional authorization of that march?
Look, the president has been asked about boots on the ground or alleged ground operations various times. He's obviously declined to rule them out. It's the Pentagon's job to provide maximum optionality to the president. It does not mean he's made a decision, nor would he ever notify the media of such decision as not to tip off our enemy. With respect to abiding by Congress and the rule of law, that's something the administration will, of course, always do. And it's something that we have great respect for Congress. The president does with military operations. In fact, prior to the launch of Operation Epic Fury, as you know, the administration gave a courtesy notice to Congress in the Gang of Eight, and top-level administration officials and cabinet secretaries have gone to Congress multiple times over the past 30 days to provide those courtesy briefings to Congress when requested.
TSA quickly, I've been asked by multiple Trump supporters that have said, given the fact that the president on that Friday gave that memorandum informing DHS to pay TSA workers, I know there's a lot of negotiations involved in a shutdown of this size. Why did the president not sooner issue that payment to TSA workers?
Well, it's because of the Democrats voting 7 times against reopening the Department of Homeland Security that we came to a place of an existential crisis. I mean, you saw the lines at various major airports across the country, American travelers really paying the price for Democrats' partisan games. And so the president worked with his legal team here at the White House and the Office of Management and Budget to find a solution to take care of the emergency that we were seeing in air travel across the country. And it's because of the president that TSA agents are being paid. But again, he's calling on Congress to do the right thing, to come back to Washington and to fund and reopen the Department of Homeland Security fully. Sure.
Hi, Lindsay Ellis from the Wall Street Journal. I'm trying to square the 4 objectives laid out by the administration with the goal of reopening fully the Strait of Hormuz. Would President Trump declare victory and wind down military operations if the 4 objectives are met, but still passage remains quite slow through the strait?
Look, as I've said repeatedly and as the president has laid out, the objectives of Operation Epic Fury are as follows: destroying the Iranian Navy, destroying their ballistic missiles, dismantling their defense industrial infrastructure that produces those weapons that have long threatened the United States and our allies, and then, of course, preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. The full reopening of the strait is something the administration is working towards, but the core objectives of the operation have been clearly defined for the American people by the Commander-in-Chief. Garrett.
The president posted this morning about, his threat that on leaving Iran, he said we might be blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, Harg Island, and possibly all desalinization plants. Under international law, striking civilian infrastructure like that is generally prohibited. Why is the president threatening what would amount to potentially a war crime with the U.S. military? And how do you square that with the administration repeatedly saying that the U.S. does not target civilians?
Look, the president has made it quite clear to the Iranian regime at this moment in time, as evidenced by the statement that you just read, that their best move is to make a deal, or else the United States Armed Forces has capabilities beyond their wildest imagination, and the president is not afraid to use them. That's not what I said, Garrett. And you're saying the word potential for a reason, because I'm sure some experts are telling you that in your ear to try to ask me that question. Of course, this administration and the United States Armed Forces will always act within the confines of the law. But with respect to achieving the full objectives of Operation Epic Fury, President Trump is going to move forward unabated, and he expects the Iranian regime to make a deal with the administration.
To that end, which of those objectives would destroying a
Haley,
desalinization plant most help?
Haley, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. I want to follow up on Iran. When you're describing that the Iranians you're in contact with are being more reasonable this time around in discussions, what specifically are you hearing that is leading you to that conclusion, and how are you defining what's reasonable versus unreasonable in that regard?
I'm not going to detail the private and sensitive conversations that are taking place between the United States and Iran right now.
But generally speaking.
Generally speaking, the president gave you the answer. What we're hearing from them is more reasonable. They have agreed to some of the points the United States laid out, as the president said last night aboard Air Force One. But again, as for the specifics, as these negotiations are ongoing, we're not going to broadcast them to the world unless the president chooses to do so, which he has the full right to do as the leader of the free world.
Caroline.
On Cuba, the president threatened to tariff any country that would send oil to Cuba, but now the U.S. is letting this Russian tanker to Cuba. Is this a policy change, or is he willing to let more tankers into Cuba now?
This is not a policy change. There has not been a formal change in sanction policy. As the president said last night, we allowed this ship to reach Cuba in order to provide humanitarian needs to the Cuban people. These decisions are being made on a case-by-case basis. And as the administration has said, Cuba's non-functional economy cannot be fixed unless they undergo dramatic political and leadership change. But there has been no formal change with respect to sanction policy.
So you could expect more tankers to go to Cuba?
Again, these decisions are being made on a case-by-case basis right now.
Thanks, Caroline. You addressed this a little bit in the opening, but just to follow up, because Americans are sort of seeing these conflicting messages between the United States and Iran. I know the president insists that negotiations are underway. As you just mentioned, he's also said that Iran has agreed to most of the 15 points. We just heard from Iran again. They're saying no negotiations are taking place. They're calling the proposal excessive, unrealistic. So how do you square that? How do you explain that discrepancy between the two?
I think the American people are smart enough not to take the word of a terrorist regime that has chanted death to America for 47 years at their word. And I hope the journalists in this room are wise enough not to take an Iranian regime that has repeatedly lied about our country, about our values, about everyone in this room, frankly, for nearly 5 decades. So I think the American public are smart enough to understand that.
And just to follow up on the objectives, you've laid them out, but I know the president has set a deadline for April 6th in just 1 week. What does the president need to see to not move forward with those strikes by April 6th?
Well, I think he said it in his Truth Social post this morning. He wants to see a deal over the next 10 days. That timeline is waning, several days left, and we'll see. I won't get ahead of it. We'll see what happens in the end of the 10-day period.
Caroline, thank you. One on Iran, one on the shutdown. The president continues to say the U.S. is in conversations with a more reasonable regime. But there are now hundreds of U.S. Special Operations Forces, including Navy SEALs and Army Rangers in the Middle East, as well as thousands of other troops already deployed. So is he trying to end or intensify the conflict?
The president is focused on achieving the objectives of Operation Epic Fury. With respect to forces that are on the ground in the Middle East, it's the job of the Pentagon to create maximum optionality for the commander-in-chief. It does not mean the president has made any additional decisions. Again, he remains focused on ensuring that the Pentagon continues to achieve the objectives of the operation that was launched 30 days ago, and we're well on our way to doing that.
So if an American sitting at home hearing him say, I want to talk, but I keep seeing them send troops to that region, what are they to make of what's going on?
There's two tracks here. The president has always said that diplomacy is his #1 option and priority. Again, he tried earnestly, in good faith, to engage in diplomacy with the Iranian regime prior to this operation being launched in the first place. He wanted to strike a deal, and he sent his top negotiators to do so. They spent extensive amount of time and effort trying to strike a deal, and unfortunately, the previous regime, again, many of those leaders no longer with us here on Earth because they faced the consequences of the United States military. So if there's ever a chance for a deal, again, the president is open to listening, but it does not deter him from focusing on the military objectives that he set out 30 days ago and that our military is continuing to achieve day by day.
On the shutdown, he signed the national emergency order last Thursday, making sure TSA officers will be paid. There's still other civilian DHS employees, however, who are not being paid.
Yes.
Will he signed something similar to ensure they also get paid?
Look, the president will always look into ways that we can make sure that the American people are being taken care of and doing what's right by the American people. But again, it's ridiculous that the president even has to go to the length of working with the legal team and the Office of Management and Budget to identify these funds. It is the job of Congress to fund these agencies. And Democrats in Congress have voted 7 times against funding the Department of Homeland Security. Congress should come back and they should get it done. The president, again, made the decision to prevent this existential crisis we were seeing at our nation's airports across the country that was only going to get worse, and that's why he wants Congress to do his job.
Thank you, Caroline. Since you mentioned,
I'll go to you as well.
You're welcome. Since you mentioned Easter and prayers, I wanted to ask you about something the Pope said yesterday. So Pope Leo said yesterday, and I quote him, "God does not listen to the prayer of those who wage war." Can you comment on that?
I think our nation was a nation founded 250 years ago almost on Judeo-Christian values, and we've seen presidents, we've seen the leaders of the Department of War, and we've seen our troops go to prayer during the most turbulent times in our nation's history. And I don't think there's anything wrong with our military leaders or with the president calling on the American people to pray for our service members and those who are serving our country overseas. In fact, I think it's a very noble thing to do. And if you talk to many service members, they will tell you they appreciate the prayers and support from the Commander-in-Chief and from his cabinet.
Caroline, thank you. President Trump told the New York Post that a response is coming shortly to Tehran attacking Israel's largest oil refinery. Is there a timeline on that? Is that tied to the success or not of the negotiations?
I don't have any updates for you on the president's comments.
Does that consider the IRGC in control of Iran?
Well, look, as Secretary Rubio said today, the leadership is very fragmented. We have really neutered their intercommunication systems, and that's part of this process of diplomacy, to continue figuring out exactly who's in charge. I know they appointed a new Ayatollah, haven't seen or heard much from him. And so that's part of this diplomatic process that's underway right now. I'll take a few more. Solon.
Thank you. You listed the described humanitarian reasons for allowing that oil tanker to reach Cuba. Just to clarify, why was the administration okay with Russia sending that oil to Cuba and not other nations?
Look, again, this was a decision. It'll continue to be made on a case-by-case basis for humanitarian reasons or otherwise, but there's been no firm change in our sanctions policy.
President Sheinbaum of Mexico also said that Mexico is exploring different ways to restart some of those shipments to Cuba. Is the administration okay with that at this time?
Again, there's been no change in our sanction policy. We still reserve the right to seize vessels if it's legally applicable that are headed towards Cuba and that violate the United States sanction policy. But of course, the president and the administration also reserve the right to waive those seizures on a case-by-case basis.
And to clarify, just any more Russian oil tankers going to be allowed to reach Cuba at this time? I know you say case by case, but for the case of Russia, is it pretty much green light right now?
No, that's not what I said. It's a case-by-case basis. Sure, Jeff, go ahead.
Switching topics, the president has always attended CPAC. He did not this year. Why did he not attend, and does he believe CPAC is becoming less relevant?
No, I don't think he believes that at all. In fact, he loves CPAC and has a very good relationship with the great people who run it, Mercedes and Matt Schlapp. It was just simply for scheduling purposes this year, with it being in Texas. It was best for the president's schedule and what he has on his plate right now not to go. Carolina. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. If and when
Michael.
a deal is finalized with Iran, how does the U.S. provide protection to who it's negotiating with to ensure that they can carry out the president's peace plan?
Again, that's something I'm sure our national security team is discussing. I don't have anything for you on that today.
On the ballroom, can you tell us more about this massive military complex underneath the president's new ballroom?
I cannot tell you more about that, actually, as a matter of fact. However, the military is making some upgrades to their facilities here at the White House, and I'm not privy to provide any more details on that at this time. Go ahead. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. Question on the Middle East and then a question on Antifa. Netanyahu said Sunday that Cardinal Pizzaballa will be able to hold services for Palm Sunday in the Church of Holy Sepulchre after he was initially blocked by Israeli police. Did anyone from the administration or the president call over to Israeli officials to assist the Cardinal in this?
Yes, I did speak with Secretary Rubio this morning, and we did express our concerns with Israel with respect to these holy sites being shut down. We want worshipers to be able to access these holy sites. Of course, safety is a top priority, but we understand Israel is working on those security measures to reopen the sites throughout Holy Week, and that's something that we're appreciative of.
Antifa.
Sure.
In Texas, 9 people have been convicted by a federal jury on domestic terrorist charges connected to Antifa. The White House has previously indicated that you guys are investigating Antifa, who's funding them, who's leading them. Can you provide an update on how that investigation is going, and do you think we're going to see more charges against people connected to Antifa?
Well, I do know that there was an entire task force that was set up, an interagency task force, to focus on the threat of Antifa, which, as you know, Reagan, this president declared a domestic terrorist organization, rightfully, and we will continue to look into it. I don't have any updates on those specific investigations, but I'd be happy to have my team get those over to you today, as this continues to be of the utmost importance to the president and his domestic policy agenda.
Caroline, JJ. On one question on landmines, there's been some reporting that American-made landmines have been spotted on the ground in Iran. Did President Trump sign off on using U.S.-made landmines in Iran?
I don't have any comment on that report today.
Caroline, whether they're being used at all?
I don't have any comment on that.
Karen.
Two on DHS. You said that the president is encouraging Congress to come back to D.C. You also
Yes.
said yourself. How has he done that? Has he told leadership that they should cancel recess and come back?
He said it repeatedly. I think you recall. He said that he'll host a big Easter dinner here at the White House if Congress will come back and fight the Democrats on this issue, which we should do. Because again, the Democrat Party is in the wrong here. They have voted 7 times against funding the Department of Homeland Security, which is completely egregious with everything we have going on in the world. And these brave men and women who serve DHS deserve to get their paychecks. The president wants to see that happen, and he wants Congress to come back to get it done.
On the paychecks, Caroline.
So I don't understand some of you people in here that come in here demanding shit as if you are paying me. Are you serious? If you don't like my point of view, get the hell out of my chat. It's very simple. If you're willing to have a conversation with me, don't be a libtard. Don't be a shithead. Calling me a coward. Don't be insulting me, number one, if you want to have a conversation with me. See, when I insult something out there, it's in general. When you do it directly to me, that's personal. Do you understand the difference? This is why you guys get called libtards. So shut the hell up if you don't like what I say and move along. Nobody's forcing you to stay here. I'd rather be here with 10 people that have common sense than to listen to a bunch of retards that don't want to use critical thinking to make their own opinions. With that being said, if you have any questions, you can call me. If you know how to follow instructions, do not block your number. If you call me, we start at 0. So no insults has been given to you. I give you the benefit of doubt, all that stuff, etc., etc. So, again, when I do it, it is a general point, meaning that if I don't call your name, well, it's not addressed to you unless you feel guilty, and it is you. If the shoe fits, wear it. You see the difference? If I say, Güero, you're a piece of shit, okay, there you go. I'm insulting Güero. But if I say, you're a retard, if you don't do this, why would you get offended unless you are a retard? Ay, 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 you softies. You don't get it. You don't get it. All right. Hopefully that makes sense to you, and you actually have some common sense to at least have a conversation. Okay? Here's the phone number. Let's see if you know how to have a conversation. Now, SoCal, you don't get to call. You are a retard. Let me tell you why. Because you support Gavin Newsom, the guy who has been cheating, lying, committing fraud, protecting fraudsters, protecting illegal immigrants, etc., etc., and you got the nerves to say anything bad about President Trump when all he's doing is enforcing the law and doing what other coward presidents couldn't do? Where you at? Californians are suffering left and right. Unaffordability is through the roof, and it's not Trump's fault. That's why you're retarded. You have all this information. What a waste. All this information, but you have no wisdom. You have all this information, and you don't know what to do with it. Make sense of what you're fighting, what you're arguing about. I've been consistent on everything that I say. You guys take everything that President Trump say literally as if he's God, and yet you go and protest no kings. What is this bullshit? Do you guys not understand? Who make up the lie about no kings? Democrats, Congress. What does Congress do? They make laws. Who do Democrats think is the king? The law, they say. You think we're stupid? Use your critical thinking and put A and B together and tell me what that means. You have a governor here in Washington State, just like your dumbass Gavin Newsom. You have a governor here in Washington State who literally bypasses the Constitution of Washington State, does not allow Washingtonian citizens, listen to this, Washingtonian citizens to vote for an income tax. It has always been that the Constitution says that Washingtonian citizens are to vote for any tax that gets proposed to go on the floor. Sales taxes, we have to put in our vote to say, yes, we want this tax to be increased. Why? Because it's going to go here, fire department, police, education, etc. See, we have all those things. That's constitutional. But because every time that they have brought this income tax into Washington State, which is unconstitutional, we have voted no. Therefore, now they don't allow us to vote for it. And they put that bill on the floor, which of course got passed, because the people didn't have a say. They took away, they muted the American vote. They muted the American voice. That's a problem for me. You see what I'm saying? We get to elect judges. This judge for this court. This sheriff for this county. We, the people, We get to vote for that. You know what the Democrats are doing? Another unconstitutional law that they are enforcing. They want to get rid of the sheriffs, and they want to put their own elected sheriff. Well, tell me how that's going to play. How is that going to play out? We see right now, Democrats, sanctuary cities, we don't allow ICE agents to do their job. And we encourage, and I don't mean we literally, Democrats, they encourage their citizens to put their lives on the line. They encourage them to break the law. What sort of moronic, stupid, incompetent government tells their citizens, go break the law? Democrats. Democrats. Stupid ass Democrats. You know why I'm not a Democrat anymore? And I hope that many Democrats that come through my channel wake up to this reality. The Democratic Party that you are still supporting, it's not the Democratic Party that we know. I guarantee you, it's not. It is not. And I don't know if it's because they've gotten old, or they got power hungry, or they just got too greedy. But let me tell you, guys, Nancy Pelosi was great. I supported Nancy Pelosi, even as a migrant, a green card holder. I supported Nancy Pelosi. I supported Chuck Schumer. I was against George Bush with what they were doing with immigration. That's crazy. But you know what? Now those same people, they talk the opposite. And I don't know if it's because they've been getting too old, power hungry, or too greedy. And that's how I try to make my critical thinking. Thank you for calling. Give me a second. And so I try to use my common sense, right? And I'm not a partisan guy. If I support Republicans, it's because I support the policies. Whether I like President Trump or not, it is irrelevant. You can like whoever you want. But the bottom line is, if I believe that a person is enforcing the laws that are the laws, I'm okay with it. Hey, who's calling? Thank you for calling.
Yeah, this is James from Texas.
Hey, James from Texas. Man, good to hear my Texans. Oh, boy, here we go. What do you got?
Man, you know, I watch you. I never called in.
Oh, no.
But I want to ask you something. You say that they sent ISIS out there doing their job like they did up in Minnesota. A couple of people killed.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to see, where do you say they're sending them out there to break the law so they can be killed?
You talking about the politicians? By that? Okay, sure. That's a fair question. Well, Tim Walz, you already know the mayor said F ICE and get the F out.
Governor, that's not the mayor.
That's the mayor. The mayor said that. Mayor, what's his name? It wasn't Tim Walz. It wasn't Tim.
Okay.
It was the mayor. I forget his name. Honestly, I have been ignoring Minnesota for a while now, but we're not going to forget the tragedies, right?
Right.
He said nothing's going to happen until blood is drawn. What do you think that means?
Okay.
Yeah, that tells me that you're encouraging me to go over there and fight. And when you see this, and it happens to be, brother, I'm sorry, but it happens to be that it is the Somalis. This is part of the biggest group, right? With the fraud, they were throwing rocks at them. They were throwing sticks, ice balls, not snow, not the soft snowballs that you and I would use to fight.
Guns, but no guns, no bullets, right?
Yeah, well, rocks can kill you. You know that, right?
Do you know anybody ever killed by a rock?
Well, somebody tried to run an ICE agent with a car. I'm pretty sure that he would have been messed up. No? Have you seen the assaults on ICE agents, or you just looking at the Minnesota part?
We're talking about the Minnesota part, so let's enhance on that.
Okay, sure. So,
First of all,
go ahead.
We're taught to get out of the way of a car. It's a moving vehicle, and that's firstly. But secondly, the way the bullets hit her, she had already passed him, and so therefore she wasn't trying to run over it. And if you look at the tape correctly and optimistically, she was driving away from Iran, and she wasn't trying to run over him. And he would have shot her straight on in her face if she was trying to run over. So let's get the facts of that straight.
Well, I'll give you that if she did it slowly, move forward. She stepped on that gas. Those wheels spinned. She hit that car hardcore. So don't make excuses for that bad behavior. If she wasn't trying to run him over, let's go with the facts. If she wasn't trying to run him over, she would have slowly moved forward and got the hell out of the way.
She's trying to get the hell out.
No, she stepped on that gas, and she even, my friend.
She had guns drawn on.
Yeah, but she shouldn't be there in the first place. I'm not making excuses. What I'm saying is, she didn't even let her girlfriend, or whatever the hell she is, her lesbian, her wife, or whatever, she didn't even let her in the car. So she was willing to go away and leave her there with guns drawn on them? That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Because she wasn't a threat as long as she was there with guns on her, but she's trying to get away. She's not thinking about somebody, hey, get in the car real quick with guns drawn on. You're trying to get the hell out of there, too, if you got guns drawn on you, Dennis.
Well, if I have a gun drawn on me, I am not moving. I am complying.
Well,
it is a federal law. She's impeding. By the way, she's been following them. She is the leader of those people. She knew what she was doing. You can listen. I've seen people smile at me and freaking backstab me right there. They smile at me as they cuss me out in their language.
Is there a law against her following them?
Yes, it is illegal. You put in their lives in danger by doxing them.
What's the law? What's the rule?
You are obstructing. You're obstructing investigation. Don't make it. See, why are you making excuses for bad behavior? Why does she have to follow them? Tell me that. What will happen to you if you follow a police officer?
I don't know.
Well, but you should find out. You should find out about that first. Go find out what happens to you. They will ask you, why are you following me? And they will tell you, stop following me.
Going on in my life than to be following people around. But
okay, but they did that, and she was warned to stop doing that, and she ignored it. She was warned multiple times. So don't make excuses for her bad behavior. Let's agree that it was a tragedy, and the advice is stop impeding federal ICE agents, period. That's the advice.
I tell you what, that was the first of one wrong step. The Minnesota people got what they wanted.
Yeah, they did get what they wanted for sure. Yeah,
they got them up out of there. So, and I guess the two deaths is they said, you know what, yeah, we've done enough damage up here. They had to leave. But let's get out to some semantics.
I think a lot more people should have been killed.
Yeah,
I think a lot more people should have been killed, and I give respect to ICE agents that it didn't happen. Yeah.
Damn, you like death.
Well, hey, listen, man, you're putting people's lives in danger, man. They've killed people that were actually being deported. These people are stupid. That is not how you protest. You got to be a responsible citizen. You can't listen. You cannot get in my face, cuss at me. Listen, what would you do to me? Listen, I'm going to put you in the spot right now. I'm going to get up to your face. I'm going to cuss the shit out of you, insult your mama, your wife, and your family. And what are you going to do to me?
Let's do this then. We talking about.
Yeah,
hold up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dennis, I'm glad you brought that
up. Yeah, go ahead.
People should have been killed for protesting. What about the protests on January 6th?
What about it?
You think a lot more people should have been killed on January 6th for protesting?
Nobody should have been killed. So why are you defending Minnesota's if you feel that way?
No. Okay, hey, let's not deflect. You just said a
Yeah.
lot more people should have been killed.
Yeah.
For protesting
Yeah.
in Minnesota, right?
Yeah.
And you defended that shit.
Whose house is that?
And you defended that.
That's our house.
Don't deflect. Hold up.
No, I'm not deflecting. I'm answering your question.
Well, let's answer it then.
Yeah.
You think a lot more people should have been killed on January 6th for protesting? And by the way,
wait. Let's clarify something before you ask. Let me clarify something before you ask. No. Let me clarify.
Listen to you, man.
So it's not just protesting. See, you call it that. But I don't know. That's bullshit. That is not peaceful protest. No. Wait a minute. The protesting that you are talking about, more people should have been killed. The protesting. Well, hold on. Well, listen. Yeah, let me talk.
Okay.
The protesting that you people support, more people should have been killed. The protesting that is given by the constitutional right says peaceful protesting. It is illegal. It is a felony to obstruct ICE agents. You should be arrested immediately and probably rotten in jail. So the way that you think protesting is, more people should have been killed. The way that I believe protesting, according to the constitutional rights to peacefully assemble, nobody would be in danger of getting shot. Period. Now go ahead and bring January 6th again, which was a setup by their own Democrats. Let's not forget, President Trump said, I will send you 10,000 National Guards over there, and they said, no thank you, we got a setup here. How about the video that shows the police officers shaking hands with the fake arrested people inside? What about the hundreds of Republicans that were in there protesting peacefully, taking selfie pictures inside the building?
You didn't answer my question.
Well, I did.
Do you think more people should have been killed then? That's all I asked you.
There was nobody throwing rocks. Listen, there was nobody throwing rocks at the police. Nobody was hitting them with sticks. They were breaking into the building, yes. But nobody was hitting them with sticks unless they were pushing back. Well, what do you say?
Not like the Minnesotans, because they wasn't breaking no laws. They were peacefully protesting.
Bullshit.
Standing in unison.
Yeah, bullshit. Bullshit. They were obstructing.
Hold up. Did you see them breaking and entering anything?
Yeah, man, you guys have been burning the city down all the time. What are you talking about? Yeah, you guys have been breaking windshields. You've been burning up ICE agent vehicles. What are you talking about?
Nope. They ain't burned nothing down.
Is that right? Well, fuck that. Let me show you. Let me show you, because you guys want to play ignorant. But I am so glad the internet is at our fingertips.
I'm talking about doing.
No, don't give me excuses. Don't give me excuses.
We're not talking about in 2020. We're talking about what did they just burn down during these last protests here this last winter. Come on, don't start deflecting and going into a different direction.
Yeah, go ahead. Show me the difference. That innocent woman that just jumped through that window, shot in the face. Where's your outrage for that?
You just said they burned down the city.
You did. You people did. You guys are doing that. This is what you guys call peaceful protesting. And I say you people because you guys are on the left side. We don't do that.
Oh, come on, man.
No, you know what I see? You know what I see? Listen. No. I hear, listen, I listen to so much bullshit from the left. Oh, I used to be a Republican. Bullshit. No, you didn't. You were not. No. There's people burning MAGA hats. Oh, look, MAGA is burning. They're turning on President Trump, burning MAGA gear. No, they're not. Those are Democrats doing that shit. Let me guess. Who burns the American flag?
I wouldn't give a damn who burned it.
Yeah, you and your people. You guys are the ones that burned the American flag.
Listen. I'm a veteran. I'm a disabled veteran. I get my $4,300 a month. I'm good, man. I'm good. You know they.
Well, so am I.
Yeah.
So what is it? What is it? Your truth is the truth, and my truth is what? Not true? What are you saying?
No, I'm not saying your truth's not your
okay,
truth.
well,
all I'm saying is you're delusional.
No, why? Why? My advice again, as I said about Minnesota, my advice is to peacefully protest. Why would you bring January 6th? My advice still stands.
Because January 6th cannot be forgotten.
And but well, listen, you remember it your way. I watched that shit live. I remember it my way.
Dude, before I was retired, I was working, and I watched it in horror.
Yeah, you watch what they showed you. I watch everybody's videos. And by the way, they don't exist today. That's very interesting. But my advice still stands. My advice still stands. They shouldn't have been there. They shouldn't have not broken into the building. They were in there peacefully. There was no reason for them to break in. I am against that part of it. But I still believe it was a setup. And yeah, maybe more people should have been killed if they were hitting police officers.
That's interesting. Who set it up and why? Why would they set it up?
Democrats to make Trump look bad. It's so simple.
Oh, come on.
Tell me, what happened to the FBI agents?
They set up the January 6th coup.
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding me? You still doubt it? You still doubt it?
Why would they send something like that?
Okay, hold on. All right, so tell me this. Do you believe that the FBI agents should have been sent out there in civilians' clothes?
Hold on, say that. Repeat that
Yeah.
again.
Do you think the FBI department should have sent over almost 300 FBI agents on civilian clothes, no uniforms?
Do I think they should have?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Does that give you any alarming light saying, oh, wait a minute, why would they do that?
Oh, you saying the Democrats did it?
Yeah, absolutely. They were the ones in charge.
See all these conspiracies.
Yeah, no. Even Cash Patel came in. Why is it a conspiracy? It's a fact.
Because I ain't seen no evidence of it. I ain't
Okay.
seen no evidence
You know
of
how
it.
many videos
I didn't see no evidence of it, man. How do I know it's true?
Oh
You know
my
it's
God,
true.
bro.
It's all hearsay.
You know how long I've been doing this? You know how many videos I have played about this?
But listen to me, Dennis. If I can't Google it or research it and see it's true, then how do I know it's true?
So you're saying that if they delete a video in Google, then no longer will you ever be able to find out what the truth is?
How do I know it's the truth? I'm hearing it from you.
Okay. How long was the video that they show in the court to make them look guilty?
For the January 6th.
Yeah. How long was the video that they show in court? And by the way, every single.
It was long enough to get them convicted.
And what was the what do you call it? What was the jury made out of?
I don't know. I don't know the semantics.
Okay, go find out. Go find out what the jury was made out of, and then take your conclusions. So again, listen. So listen, I'm not here to tell you that you're completely wrong, but what I'm saying is that what you know is not what I know. So I know that there was thousands of hours of surveillance. I played these videos many times. I don't have the storage in my computer to keep them forever, but I have shown the police officers uncuffing people dressed like Antifa, by the way, uncuffing them and even giving them high fives inside that building, while a lot of Americans, especially that Viking-looking dude who is actually kind of crazy, and all the people in there just peacefully being in there. And there will be people that will come in amongst those people and they start pushing themselves and forcing themselves through doors. And guess what? Conveniently, they leave. I'm going to tell you this. They leave. And what you're hearing them is like, come on, everybody, the next wave, get in there. Wait, where are you going? Why are you leaving? They instigated, they started rattling people, and this is what I mean. I am against it because people reacted to it. So I got you. I believe what you say because they did, at the end, do that. And I think it's completely wrong, 100%. But I'm telling you, I believe it was a complete setup. If you ever watch the documentary from Nancy Pelosi's daughter, you will change your mind. Check it out. Watch it just so you can watch it for yourself and check it out and tell me.
What's that document? What was it?
The documentary from Nancy Pelosi's daughter. Let me see if I can find it here. Let me see. They try to get it offline as well because of what she shows in there. Nancy Pelosi's.
Show some factual.
Oh yeah, man. She showed the part where she acknowledges that she was offered the National Guard and she said no, and she took full responsibility for what happened. I'll try to find it, brother. I'll try to find it. Hold on. Let me see Nancy Pelosi's. I forgot what it's called. Somebody on the chat can put it in there if you know. Daughter's documentary. Here we go. Let me see. Let me see what it's called, brother. I guess it's called Pelosi in the House. Pelosi in the House. Yeah, Pelosi in the House is what it's called. 2022. So I can tell you. Let me see what kind of videos are still out there for the January 6th, because everybody keeps bringing this January 6th, and I'm not saying that I condole it, but I also have to see both sides of it, and I think that when you look at Pretty and when you look at Good. Okay, you're saying that she's trying to avoid him. When I see the wheels spinning and she's just stepping on the gas, there is bad intentions. I'm not saying that it was okay. It's a tragedy, but it was fully justified. Now with Pretty, the problem is you have all these agitators with whistles making all this noise. Somebody calls, one of the ICE agents pushes a lady on the ground. I think that was not necessary. But if you watch Pretty wrestling with these people, he's resisting arrest. Number one, yesterday I had a lady, one of my subscribers here, Sandra, called in, and was telling me, now you're in Texas, so you probably don't know, but they say that you cannot bring weapons to a protest, especially, the way that he went and got, started throwing things at them. You should be careful. And by the way, I believe that she found out that he was dishonorably discharged. Now that's right. You're a veteran, right?
I am.
Okay, so you can answer this. I'm sure that you were honorably discharged. If you are dishonorably discharged, do you get to carry a weapon as a civilian?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a question because I don't know, right?
Yeah.
So so those are facts that confuses people. No. So the thing is that the guy was disarmed, right? Somebody yelled gun, and you can see him reaching for his gun. He thinks he still has it, but he's reaching for that gun, and there's nothing there. I watched it. I watched all the videos, brother. I watched all the videos on it.
They say he's got a gun. The agent was reaching for his gun.
No. Well, but what I'm saying is, I'm not saying I'm not saying that it's okay. I'm just saying it's justified.
Okay.
But here's the thing. Let's say you and I are, I don't know, let's say we're enforcing the law, right? And let's say let's put ourselves in their shoes. We're trying to put this guy in handcuffs to try to secure him for your safety, my safety, and his safety, right? Okay. Somebody is doing whistles in our ears. We can barely hear each other because they're banging on stuff. And one of our people says, gun, and he might have said, I got it. I disarm him. It's safe. All I heard was gun. And when he reaches back, man, I don't know. Yeah. But I mean, like I said, I don't think it's right, but it's still justifiable. I think that person, by the way, once you reach that level that you shoot a protester citizen, I think that I will have to step down myself. That's just me. Like, I will have to step down. I wouldn't be right killing my American people. It has to be worse than that for me.
I agree with you on that one too. I still say they could have, even with the girl, she didn't have a gun. They could have shot the tires out.
Yeah, I agree. But what if the ricochets off the rim? It's a split second. It's a split second, brother.
The thought process of that portion.
I don't think that ICE agents should be in the force anymore. That I agree, but not just because he's a bad guy. No.
Well, we agree on something.
Yeah. No, not because he's a bad guy. He's justified. But here's the problem that I have, and I always try to find common sense, brother. Here's the thing: he already had a running with protesters. Remember, he was the one that got dragged, right, by this other idiot that was resisting arrest. So already, technically, even if he is or has been, so even if he has been in the force for decades, right, it doesn't matter. That when you react the way he reacts, he's justified, but at the same time, it's like, okay, brother, I think that I think you're a little bit too jumpy now. You got to step down. You got to step down. But it's not going to bring good back. You know what I mean? Like, I feel that it's not right, but it's still justifiable. And I just think that myself, I would automatically step down. I would just be like, you know what? No, that's crazy. I shouldn't have shot her. I mean, I'm in my right, but I shouldn't have. I should have just let her go, period. Maybe I could have dove to the side. I don't know. It's a split-second decision. I wouldn't put myself in the front. I'm looking as a third party, right? I wouldn't be in front of the car. If I think she's crazy, why would I be in the front of the car? Just like, I wouldn't be there. So, but I wouldn't do it because I would think that he's a bad agent. I just think that once you cross that line, I think it's time to sit down. That's just what I believe.
Let me ask you a question, Dennis.
Yeah.
Iran exceeds no deal here in about 6 more days. What happens? What happens?
I don't know what.
And where does this go? And where does this madness go? This is madness right now. You think it's bad? Wait till this deadline exceeds. This deadline exceeds, because he don't want to seem like he bluffing. His ego is too big.
Well, he's not bluffing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's just say he's not bluffing.
Yeah.
then what? Now what? He got to do something.
Yeah,
Now
he has to follow through. Yeah, he has to follow through.
You got to follow through.
Yeah.
Now he's talking about bombing our plants.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna shut Iran down. You think how you think that's gonna go over, man?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a very good question.
Hold up, real quick.
Yeah.
Let me add this little portion. For something that Iran did technically start, how you think that's gonna go over with not just NATO, but all other eyes? If he shuts Iran's power down, just kills their power grid. All over the world. Nobody's done that. That's big.
Yeah.
That's
It is huge. Yeah, and I'm with you. I'm with you on that concern.
We cannot. Listen to me. I'm not taking that lightly. I mean, people. He says, "Okay, well, I'm gonna shut down your power."
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's just like looking at somebody else. You probably got all your limbs and you're normal. And me looking at somebody handicapped and saying, wow, man, I can't really believe how blessed I am to have all my limbs and
Yeah.
as a handicap.
Yeah.
That's like looking at us, we got all our power and everything, and we looking at them and we just like handicapped them
Yeah.
and saying, wow. And the rest of the world looking at them like, damn, they handicapped.
Yeah.
They just blew up their power system.
Yeah.
They ain't got no power. No power. And so, with that being said, never been done, him being the first, how you think that's going to go, man? Because he's gone too far to say, okay, I'm going to give you another 10 days.
Yeah.
You can't just keep giving it, because that's like them saying, like, oh, you ain't going to do nothing. I even thought you like say on the 9th day, okay, I gave y'all 10 days. Y'all don't even, bam, let me just go on and shut it, do what I'm going to do now. It's the 9th day. I even thought about him doing something crazy like that.
Yeah. Sir, what's your name?
James.
James, man, I like you, James. I really do. And by the way, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for your service. I'm telling you, I don't care if you disagree with me. I like you because what you say is common sense. There's nothing wrong with questioning or being skeptical. Absolutely, you should. And that's what I want. I want people to challenge me with those questions and, well, let's think about it. Let's find the
That's your man.
Yeah, man.
That's your man.
I appreciate you, James. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and that's the only reason I asked you this question, because that's your man now.
Yeah,
and you don't seem to be wavering on your support for him.
Yeah, no, I don't. You're not gonna like me because of my answer, but
I'm not going. That's not going to change. Listen.
See, that's why I appreciate you. I already know.
I'm originally from Michigan. I'm from a deep-rooted Republican era. I worked the place I retired from. I used to get into it with Trump's first term. Oh, I retired from there, but Trump's first term, all they were Trump. And let me tell you something, but they were not radical. They weren't MAGA. They weren't what you consider MAGA. So they won't get in front on the road and let them run over them for them. They were just staunch Republicans. That's what they were.
Yeah.
And so, but we always had a Democratic governor. So, but I'm, the area I'm from and who I worked with. So we used to have very good common sense banter when we could talk about politics at work, because it was never harsh.
Yeah, I can't do that here. They don't let you talk politics at work because most of the people are Democrats.
Yeah, but listen, it's the way you talk about it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what's crazy is this.
You got to respect other people's.
Yeah.
And you gotta appeal to what they think is good. You gotta show them it's really bad.
Yeah.
But you gotta show it to them in a sensical manner that they're not offended, but they think he do got a point.
Yeah. No, you know what I always hear, and I know I'm horrible because I'm very direct on my answers. I don't have what they call tact. You know what I'm saying? I'm very direct, and it's just like,
Well, you very much are. I listen to you. I watch you, man. I watch you from afar, man. And I might even put some bad comments in there on you.
everybody likes to troll, man. Listen, that's why you get called names, but I never called you out and called you a libtard. Like that's what people don't understand.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like I'm generalizing. Don't jump if it's not your name. That's
But that's why I asked that question, man.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to happen, man?
Well, you know what
How far can this go?
Yeah, I think we have to.
And remember this: no boots on the ground.
Now, here, let me ask you a question because my answer is already obvious to what most people think. Let me ask you something. When you enlisted in the military, and this is an honest question. When you enlisted in the military, what was your reason for enlisting? Before you answer, I know this is a long time ago, but before you answer, I want you to think. What does the military tell you? They're going to tell you what to do, how to do it, when to do it, and you're going to say, yes, sir.
Yep.
So with that being said, why did you sign up to serve in the military, honestly?
At the time, I needed it. I went to college.
Discipline?
I went to college, and after a year and a half, I said, I have no discipline. I have no structure. I was on academic probation. I was at a crossroads, man, and I'm from Chicago. And I went home that summer, and I had to figure out, what am I going to do? I'm on academic probation. I got to go back to school up in Wisconsin. It's 3% black. And I'm not motivated. I don't have no degree. I have nothing but a high school diploma. What am I going to do? And a friend of mine said, man, I'm going to go talk to this Army recruiter. Now, he's still in Chicago. He ain't gone nowhere. He's 2 years older than me. And he's going to talk to a recruiter. And it hadn't dawned on me, a recruiter for what?
You're set up.
I thought, I'm a recruiter. He's talking about an Army recruiter. And I was like, well, I didn't think about that. And that's kind of how the ball got rolling. It was one day in the summer.
Yeah.
And I had made up my mind within 3 days, I think, just that quickly. I'm not going back to school. I'm going to the military. And it sounds so convincing. I had no idea what I was doing, Dennis.
Gotcha. Yeah. I think most people do.
I didn't even know what infantry was. The guy told me, he said, you like outdoors? I was like, yeah. You like shooting guns? I was like, yeah. He said, you love the infantry. I was like, okay, sign me up. It sounded good. It sounded like, when I went to a job for a foundry. I didn't know what foundry meant. It sounded good.
Yeah.
And it paid well. And I laughed.
Yeah, money talks, baby. Yeah.
I went on break and I got in my car and went home after I saw myself. So, but anyway, infantry, I went and asked my dad. I said, Dad, what is infantry? And he told me. I said, I just signed up for that.
Yeah.
He told, son, you don't want that. Well, I wish I had went infantry. Honestly, Dennis, I kind of wish I would have went infantry.
Yeah. I know people don't believe me, but my native Indian heritage, I have always been crazy, probably over patriotic to defend the land that provides for me and my family. We have our Indian heroes, and I've shared my stories before, but we have our Indian heroes in Honduras, and everything that I've done ever since I've come to this country, I've always tried to dominate anybody. I'm so competitive, and that's just my nature, okay? And I will tell you this. Huh?
I said, I got you.
So, you know what?
I would have guessed it.
I play soccer. I played goalkeeper since I was 5 years old. So that's the sport that I was the best at, period. I've been pretty average on everything. I was undefeated in wrestling 7th and 8th grade. I didn't do wrestling 9th and up, but I played football. I didn't make the basketball team. I wasn't good at dribbling back then. I'm a soccer guy. But I had a 37-inch vertical. I had a 4.3 40-yard dash. I was very good with my hands. I mean, this is what I trained for. But every time that I dominated on something, I always considered myself to be average, right? I always thought that other players were better than me. When I look at goalkeepers on the others, oh my damn, if that guy is that good, how do I look? You know,
Right,
because
right,
I was a number one keeper. Look, yeah, they were, but but I was the number one keeper for 2 years in a row for my junior and senior year, and I always said, not that I'm American, not that I'm Honduran. I always said that is my native warrior competitive side. And I'm always like that. So when it comes to here to the United States, I get people that come from the left and they like to insult me that I'm over patriotic and I'm like a sellout. I'm a coconut. You know what that means, right? Brown on the outside, trying to be white.
I actually do. And Dennis, well, until today, having this conversation, I thought the same thing.
And I don't blame people. I just want them to know me.
No, seriously.
Yeah.
I was at those same observations and adjectives about you as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, you can't like for you, for example. The reason why I ask you why you joined, it's I know the reasons why people join, and the reason why I tell you my competitive side is there's people that join because like you're trying to find a way. You found the discipline. You didn't know what the hell you were signing up for, but you had the courage or the stupidity to sign up. And you went out there. Even when you were scared, I'm sure you moved forward. That's how you get courage, right? So for me, it's the opposite. To me, to enlist, like I went so confident, 18 years old, confident. I said, I want to join the Army. And I want to grab my rifle and I'm going to go kill some enemies. I don't care who they are.
I didn't look at it like that.
Oh, no. Brother, I am always crazy like that. And I was like, you know what? If I die, it is the greatest honor. But I'm going to take as many of them as I can to defend my country.
I never thought about that one time, man.
Not me.
It never was about going and fighting.
No, I wanted to go, because if you die as a warrior, that's what I'm telling you. Like, I've always been like this since I was a kid. I was indoctrinated into a warrior spirit. And I was like, if I die in war, bro, I'm a hero. You know what I'm saying?
But listen, though, and we wasn't in no wars with nobody, so it was a good time to go. And
it was just for fun.
That wasn't on the forefront of my head.
Yeah.
I wasn't in no battles with nobody. But I'll tell you what, this was right. I went in not too long before the Iran hostage thing with Jimmy Carter happened.
Oh yeah.
And they blew it trying to rescue them hostages.
Yeah.
He was going up for re-election, and that's right around the time that I went. So yeah. That I think that happened in like 70, 80. I think it was 80, and the election was in 80, and that was a disaster.
Well, imagine your brothers before you during the Vietnam War that they were enlisting. They knew.
I can't imagine. I can't even imagine a draft now, Dennis. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I don't think we'll need a draft, but yeah, I hear you.
Listen to me. I can't imagine a draft now with the human beings that we have that are of age now.
Oh man, yeah. Well, what can we do, man? We this is why I understand people's different. Of course, their opinions are going to be different than mine. Even the ones that support me, I'm sure that my opinions are different than what they think. But we try to find a common ground, and that's to protect the United States of America. And because I am that crazy guy that will go out there and rather die fighting than living on my knees, so to speak, right? I wanted to serve my country. Now, they didn't allow me, and I didn't want to serve anywhere else. I wanted to be in the Army, and I wanted to be that guy that went out there and died and came back in the body bag. I don't care if they had to put my pieces together. No. I wanted to be that guy. So I'm telling you, man, I'm crazy, bro. 95.
Oh, you went much later than me. You got to be much younger than me then.
76. I'll be 50 in June.
Oh, you a baby?
Okay. Hey, man, I earned my years. I got my. I live such a suffering life that I believe that I earned an extra 30 years to my age.
No, I actually think that perhaps your experiences or
Oh, it's been
something
horrible.
that entails your life has added the maturity
Yeah, it's
to
been horrible.
your persona and to your image that projects an elder statesman.
I've been like, I don't know. I just think it's the way that my brain was raised since I was in first grade. We just engraved this hero fighting warrior spirit that they don't do it anymore. Now you get a bunch of criminals coming from Honduras, and it's sad, but it is the reality.
But it's too far gone, though. Then all we can do is make a crack in this immigration system now, man. We can't. I don't think we could possibly. It's too far gone. It's too many people.
You know why? Do you know why I defend Trump? But there's a couple of reasons. But the main reason, do you know why I defend Trump?
Tell me.
Because one of the reasons and it's not the main one, but one of the reasons is because the other side saw how the Democrat, not the Biden, the Democrat administration just doesn't have any feel for national security. We have enough problems here nationally, and they spend all the time judging President Trump that he's doing this wrong, doing this wrong. And when I compare, like if you tell me something, bro, I can't go against your experience because that's what you experience, but you can't go against my experience. But what we want is, okay, so what do we want? What is the outcome? The country. Okay. When I hear governors, mayors talking bad about Trump and this whole, the war and the criminals and the job losses and all this stuff, the first thing that comes to my mind it's just that one little scene from Jesus Christ when he says, "If you are free of sin, cast the first stone." And the first thing that comes to my mind is, what have you done for gangbangers? Those who are terrorizing our streets, those who are corrupting our children. What have you done to stop that criminality? What have you done to stop fraud? What have you done to fight against poverty? What have you done besides enriching yourself? And so I'm not saying that that I'm better than them. I will prove it to people if I get a chance. But I'm not going to sit here and judge them unless I am doing something that I feel is going to be good for the people, not for myself. And I think that's what they do wrong. But the primary reason why I had to protect them is I cannot allow Republicans and those Democrats who let us borrow their vote to win this last election to go back to the new Socialist Democrat Party, because our Democratic Party, you cannot like me for this, that's fine, but I've been more Democrat than Republican. And I'm telling you, I like Bill Clinton. I thought that BJ was, hey, listen, that was an honor for the Monica. But anything that has to do with pedophilia, of course not.
It had nothing to do with nothing.
Yeah, and his policies were American. They're Democrat. The Democrats made a change, 40 years ago, and they actually made policies to protect American citizen rights, and so that's what I support. I decided to stay in this country because I believe this country is the best. But I can't live in this country and allow third world dwellers, not the educated ones, the criminals, and the ones that don't want to fight for their country, to come here and just be taking advantage of what belongs to Americans. This is why Americans never prosper, because foreigners come in here and take the shit away from them. Like here in Washington State, I can tell you, if I'm able to get rid of all the fraud and abuse, and I'm able to change and work with Congress, with the Senate and the lawmakers. Listen, we need to have this social service, but you have to understand, we cannot have a social service without capitalism. We need to make sure that we raise the bar.
You're never gonna be able to get rid of all the fraud.
But that's all we can do is fight.
Listen, I will say this. I got two questions for you. One is, you talk about the immigration policy.
Yeah, as a migrant.
As a migrant. How's the immigration policy hurt you personally? Personally. And I ask people this because they say, oh, I voted for Trump on his immigration policy, and I asked this. Well, if you voted on his immigration policy, tell me why it's affecting you so damn much
Yeah.
to vote for this guy after you know all the stuff that you know. Because if it ain't affecting me personally,
Yeah.
I don't got a damn problem with the immigration. Hey, immigration's working fine. They being untaxed. Okay, so what? Big deal.
All right. I got
Mind
you.
your business. Mind your business.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing I wanted to bring up too.
Let me answer that question first before I forget.
Okay. Sure. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Listen, I had, because this has been a while now. I had two friends
Right.
that we did the same work. Now, just so you know, man, I've done sheetrock, taping, framing, you name it for construction. I've done all that stuff. So I am working for a Mexican guy. Now, the guy is illegal, just so you know. And the other workers are also illegal. Now I'm bilingual. I'm a resident alien. I got my papers. I speak English, Spanish. Bada bing, bada boom. I'm making $100 to $120 a day because they're the ones that are getting the contract. Now here's the catch. Why was he getting the contracts? Well, I talked to my other friend. I say, hey, listen, I noticed that you guys have a bid for the same company, for the same contractor, because we were subcontractors. I said, so what did you bid? And he said, oh, well, I bid $25,000 because I got to pay my employees this way. I was like, yeah, I know. I want to work for you, but you never freaking hired me. He's like, well, I can't afford you. I pay these guys $200 a day, because they kick ass and they all have papers. They're all Americans. They're legal to work. And then I asked the other guys, so what did you put for your bid? And he said, I charged $15,000. Brother, that's $10,000 cheaper. That goes to an illegal immigrant and a person that actually is an American with legal rights to get that doesn't get that job. I'm going to give you a better example. I have also acquired photography skills in 2015, 10 years ago. I give a very fair price. And I do an amazing job, not because I say, but because of all my customers are 100% satisfied. And then I get outbid for a job, 8 hours, $1,200 I charge for the day on a wedding. Do you know what the illegal immigrants charge for that? $300. Guess who gets the job? I can't do that. I got to support my family. I got to be.
It affected you personally.
Yeah, it affected me personally, and I love my Hispanic people. I want you to know that. And there's a lot of Latinos that are with me that are here legally that respect that, and we want our people to be here. But we always say you got to do it the right way, because I am against.
Hold up, though.
Go ahead.
Listen, how do you know that they weren't legal?
I know them. I know them personally.
Listen, so you know that they weren't. Why you just didn't report them then?
Exactly, I don't do that. So that's why I don't understand but they call me a sellout. Maybe I am a sellout to the United States for not reporting them.
But you was part of the problem then.
I might be, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
You part of the problem.
Yeah, you're right.
You was complaining about something, and the problem wasn't being. But you were a patriot, so that's what patriots do. They see a problem, and that's part of the problem. You playing with my money, so I'm gonna report you.
I like that. You're right, 100%. But that's what I'm
playing with my money now.
Yeah. No, that's the truth.
I'm gonna do it worse. I'm not gonna vote at the ballot box. I'm gonna take this out on you personally. You just took out of my pocket. So I'm gonna report you.
That's not good.
If you knew this, because other than that, them people had just as much a right to be underbid you if they were here. Legally.
Yeah.
So you can't get mad at that.
Yeah. Well, we're a sanctuary city here, so we can't do that. We can't tell on them. That is one of the protections that they get. We can't say anything about it. So all we can do is wait for ICE to have an investigation, and then bada bing, bada boom. But the problem though.
You can't report them if you know somebody's illegal.
No, they won't. Yeah, they won't let us.
If you're a sanctuary city, are you serious?
Yep.
That's how it goes.
Yeah, they'll ignore it. They don't do anything about it. But here's the problem. It's not just the migrants. It's employers. employers pay under the table, and they don't give insurance, they don't give benefits. What do we want as Americans when you go work for a big company? Benefits. I want my 401k, baby. I want my health benefits. I want to be able to, make some decent money, a livable wage. As I always tell people, right, if you want to flip fries at McDonald's, don't expect to be making $25 an hour. You got to go to college for that shit. Or you become your own tradesman. You become a plumber, electrician, bada bing, bada boom. You got to do your thing, but they're not punishing employers either. Here, I got this big problem here. You ready? Because I don't want you to think, to leave my line thinking that I am against my own people. In eastern Washington, we have a lot of farms, okay? Washington State is known from the beginning to be a farming state, and it's been changing little by little.
Is that where you're at, Eastern Washington?
I'm in Washington State, but in Eastern Washington, there's a lot of Hispanics. Now, yes, there is illegals. I get it. Okay. But there's a lot of residents and multi-generational citizens now, right? Because they've been here for so long, and they get laid off. Because the farming, the big, believe me, I'm going to go and investigate myself with this if I get into office. But what they've done is that they grab the HB1 visa to come in temporary, to come and work at the farms. And they put them like sardines in a room. They don't get benefits. They got lower wages. They have to work through lunches. And they get away with it, and nobody does anything about it. And that to me is a problem, because the Hispanic community that we do have here, there, maybe there's a few illegals in here. I don't really have a problem with a few. I got a problem with a huge invasion of illegals. That disrupts the whole atmosphere, the economy. It makes apartments, housing unaffordable. You know the stories about the Asians. They come in here, 10, 20 of them in one apartment. And they drive these nice, beautiful cars. You know what I'm saying? So we know this happens. And so if you don't control immigration, like right now, supposedly it's secure, right? Nobody's coming through, which I think is bullshit. But let's say nobody's coming through. Well, we got to clear what we have here. And I've noticed this, and this is just an observation. Those states that collaborate with ICE have had quiet incidents. Nothing. No shootings, nobody throwing ice, rocks or sticks or assaulting ICE agents. They're being, a lot quieter when it comes to violence. And the ones in sanctuary cities, man, it's just I just don't understand the view on the left, when I listen to, like, for example, Minnesota.
Did they come to Seattle?
Yeah, they come to Seattle.
Seattle didn't have no problems?
No, we had no problems with it, but it is a Democratic state, sanctuary city, and the governor, of course, has a problem with ICE being here, but they can't stop federal agents. They have jurisdiction.
They stopped them in Minnesota.
So, well, they're not stopped completely, but...
And that's a sanctuary city.
Yeah, well, what sanctuary cities are unconstitutional, right? Because it goes against federal law.
Well, there's a lot of stuff that's unconstitutional. That's no longer the norm.
Yeah. Well, here in Washington State, the United States Constitution oversees the Constitution of Washington. And for Washington government to put illegal immigrants before American citizens, I still think is wrong. And I'll tell you this. In my campaign, I know this is early. I plan on putting my name on this May to run for governor. I still got a few years before I go running for votes. But I want to get started soon so I can start collecting money, because it's expensive, right? It's expensive to do it. Correct. And I want to be able to convince people on the left and the right. And I hope that I learn, especially from the conversation with you, because I do need a little bit more tact when I talk to people. I'm too damn direct. And the left side seems to be a little bit touchy with that. But, it's just like what you said earlier. You mentioned I have to understand how people feel and how I react. And in my mind, the fight with that is like, well, shouldn't they understand and feel how I would react? And I see this whole thing where it's always the fault of the person that's leading, right? I know, it's a burden, man.
Okay, I know how I'm gonna react. How they gonna react?
Yeah. So who's responsible for the reaction? Both, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but but only the one that's trying to go for the leadership position is always going to be blamed for
You're
it.
thinking about what's coming out your mouth and how they're gonna react.
Yeah.
So you gotta say, okay, how do I want to say this, or should I say this?
Yeah.
You know, you gotta be real tactful. It's crazy because you got to watch what you're saying.
Try-
It shouldn't be. Life shouldn't be like that.
Now try doing that with ADDHD. Good luck. Good luck. Listen, James, I'm going to cuss you out, James, right? I'm going to cuss you out and be like, James, I didn't mean to say that. My bad. It's gone. It's out of my mouth. You know what I mean?
You know, and it's almost because it's a relief for you, but it's
Yeah.
almost like holding in a fart.
Yeah. Yeah.
To not do it.
It's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that is 100%. I'm explosive. No, wait. Wait, how? No, it's not explosive. Explosive is I react right away, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we
I hold it in for a very long time.
Listen, you're still young, man. As you get older, you're gonna find out. I swear to God.
Yeah, I bet
when
you.
you start getting like 60 and stuff, you're gonna start finding out how much energy that takes from you, and it's gonna be like so easy to brush it off your shoulders.
Yeah.
It's gonna be unbelievable, Dennis. You're gonna be such a calmer dude. It's like that. I used to react to that. Now it's like.
Well, you know what I want? This is what I really want. I don't want to go governor. Are you kidding me? This is a shitty ass, a stressful job. I want to go, and I have, I have a place to go. I want to live in the mountains in a tropical area, view to the ocean. I kid you not. And one day, if you're still on my channel, I will show you pictures of it. But I can literally right now, go now and just, you know what, take my kids to school at this tropical place. I can go fishing. I can go relax, do my prayer out.
The mountains of Washington?
Nah, not here. Here is I need a lot of gas to go there, and Trump is not making it easy for me on that. I gotta wait. I gotta wait till we get through this battle. But that's what I want, you know, for life. I wanna get out of the city. I don't want to listen to all the noise. I want to live a slow life. And that's it. I want to die in peace. I don't want to go and have to fight through all this. Like imagine I do this show every day, right? And how many people just attack me just to get under my skin? They don't really want to, have this conversation that we're having. You know, they don't want to communicate. They just want to insult. Yeah, there's so many callers, man, and I played it for my members only. But it was disgusting. It was really horrible, and death was wished upon me.
You know why that is?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is? They just want to insult you and keep going. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. Sometimes I don't think I understand.
Do you try to understand that? Maybe it's because their lives are so miserable, so it makes them feel good. No, seriously.
Yeah, that's part of it, I
They
guess.
want to insult somebody.
Yeah.
They want to insult somebody so they can feel good for that moment.
That's come to my mind sometimes.
That's
But
listen. That's how people's lives are today. Like, let me ask you a question, Dennis.
go ahead.
You're a Trump lover. No. This is gonna be a really seriously good question for you. And for all the people listening, I want them to hear.
Yeah, not a Trump lover, but I do support the policies.
We'll just say Trump supporter.
Yeah.
He's Trump supporter. He's still a Trump supporter.
Yes, a Trump supporter. There you go.
Give me one thing Trump has done to enhance your life.
Well, you're not going to believe this, but
Since he's been in office this last year, one thing he's done to enhance your life, make your life better.
well, that's a more of a personal, maybe selfish idea that I can have.
Okay.
But
okay,
we'll
take that. Get at this point.
if I look at it, you have to know me, okay? I like attention. I like to feel acknowledged of my accomplishments, and to be able to say I'm a patriot because I believe it. To say that I'm a patriot to this country because I respect the laws and all this stuff, right? The fact that I am pro legal migration and I want to be always that way. The fact that he has been the first one to truly secure the border, I think that affects me personally, and I just hope that we continue to do little things like that, and just by the law, You know, a lot of people think that he's doing unconstitutional things, but that is the executive power that allows him to bypass.
That's kind of broad. That's painting with a broader brush.
Yeah.
Something personal, like my bank account grew, or oh shoot, my 401k just went through the roof. Come on, man, give me something, man.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. Well, that's like very very direct, but yeah.
Personal.
So
man.
yeah. So when he came up, when he came up with the tariffs.
I bought a new car. It was because Trump gave me a rebate.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, fine.
Buy a new car because I got a rebate, a Trump check.
Yeah. Okay, I got you. I never look at money. I always think about moral things.
I'm just using it as an example.
Yeah. Okay. Well, here, so two things I will share with you. So one of them, you mentioned 401k. When Trump came out with his tariffs, I've been a supporter of tariffs 100%. I look at history. I know what tariffs do, and I also know what local taxes do, and I've been supporting on that. And people were coming up to me and telling me, "Oh my God, my 401k just tanked," and I said, "Oh, whoa, wait a minute, mine hasn't." But what are you doing? Oh, he's like, "Oh, I'm doing a very aggressive plan." I was like, "Well, that's what happens. If you go very aggressive, you know there's a chance that you're going to lose everything, or that you're going to make a lot of money." And I said, "Well, I'm more like on the conservative part, so I'm gaining money, and when I lose money, it's very minimum. Let's just say I made over $8,000. Yeah, I made over $8,000 when the stock market came back up. My 401k was nice. People don't believe me, but it is what it is. So, and then this year, I've been this devoted guy to the one big beautiful bill that a lot of Democrats hate, and I'm just like, okay, no taxes on overtime, and people. They just hear the headlines, but they don't look into it, And I'm like, well, no tax on overtime. What do you think overtime is? It's not the 8 hours. It's the half of that overtime. That is what the no tax on overtime means. It doesn't mean that you don't get taxed on the 8 regular hours. You still get that tax.
That's how true?
Yeah, it's true. And then I did this. Yeah, because I do my taxes, right? So I did my taxes, and I had this. Oh my gosh! I pay so much interest on my car, on my Jeep. You know how it is when you're paying for a car. Most of your money goes to the interest first, and then it starts hitting the base, right? Well, it came out to be almost over $10,000 on my first year, and because it was retroactive, meaning to the beginning of 2025, I was able to put a deductible up to $10,000 on my American-made car. And I can tell you, I got almost $4,000 more on my taxes because of that no tax on overtime and with American made.
That would have happened even if Trump wasn't.
No, because you could. This is part of the big beautiful bill. Democrats all voted against it. Remember that JD had to come in just in case. Democrats voted against it. So the one big beautiful bill is all Republican. And because of that, I was able to do the deduction on my interest on my car loan. If it wasn't for that, I would have, I would have just got $1,000 back like I did before. So yeah, I've gotten, I think, about $12,000 from Trump. If you want to get personal like that, and that's crazy.
Well, that's good. I wish I knew that trick. I don't know.
Do you do your taxes already?
No, man, I didn't even do my taxes. I don't even.
Come on, man.
I don't even do taxes.
You know what though? Like you can go back. I don't know how many years. 2-3 years.
Taxed, man. I'm not being taxed.
You get Social Security?
Yeah.
Oh, they tax you. You have $6,000 deductible on your taxes right now, every year. Right. Well, from 2025. So you can go and do your taxes, and you can deduct $6,000 off of that because of the taxes that you pay with your Social Security. And I don't know how many years you can go back, but
I'm not. I just started getting it like a year ago with Social Security.
Yeah, well, it's retroactive. It starts to the beginning of 2025, so you qualify for that. And if you are married and your wife is also, this is if your wife is also in Social Security, you guys can deduct $12,000 if you guys' Social Security income is $75,000 and under. Oh yeah, that's money right there. I'll tell you that right now.
She's not even on Social Security yet.
Yeah.
In fact, she's going to collect it when she's 67 because she's still working.
Yeah, that's me too. I'm going to wait until 67, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I mean, but I don't. this is not like the things that I bring up to brag about it, because I mentioned it before when I did my taxes. But yeah, I mean, you know, there's people that, depending on how you invest, like right now, for example, if people are not buying cheap ass stock on Chevron and all these other gas, let me tell you, I wish that I had the money to go and get it, because once we get done with this little thing over there in Iran, which I hope that we don't have boots on the ground, but I also know that our warriors are ready to go. If they are anything like me, we're ready to go. They know what? Stop dropping bombs. Let me get in there. Let's see what happens.
What they gonna go in there and do though? What they gonna go in there?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the tactics. I really don't know the tactics.
What are they going in there to do?
You know what though? Here,
Tell
let
you
me.
something, man. They're gonna, you know, here we go, putting boots on somebody else's ground,
Yeah.
foreign ground. Thank goodness. Well, thank God they can't. He ain't gonna do it here. We over there doing something we ain't got no business doing. And let me tell you something, man. It's only gonna get bad. It's about to get bad. Dennis.
Yeah. About this, that's always the expectation.
I'm not trying to scare you, but if you ain't already a bit apprehensive about what's about to happen, you should be. Cause it's about to go down, man.
Yeah.
Iran, first of all, Iran is like, fuck the infidels. They're not gonna
Yeah.
No,
yeah, you're right. No, it's an antifada for them. Yeah.
We will die
Yeah.
death before dishonor.
Yeah. Okay.
They will die believing what the fuck they believe in, man.
Yeah,
They
so-
will die to go to Allah
Yeah.
before they let the United States run over them, knowing we can run over them. They know we can run over them.
Yeah. I have one question for you.
That's the part I'm talking about.
Yeah. I have one question for you, but I don't want you to sound racist.
Go ahead.
You ready?
I'm listening.
All right. You just mentioned that this war, they're going to kill the infidels. What do you plan on doing with the ones that we have here in our country?
What can we do?
Exactly. I want to know. I don't know. What do you think?
Are we gonna fucking start hunting them out? And just
I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. What do you think?
You can't do nothing.
Yeah.
You can't do nothing. We can't do nothing. We can't just start randomly killing Iranians here and
Yeah,
there.
we can't. No, we can't.
We can't do that.
Yeah, and that's why we need to make a statement over there. You know, Muslims.
We don't need to kill all Iranians.
No, not Iranians. Just they have like what, 1 million?
Over there.
Yeah, over there, not here. Over there. They have 1 million military forces, I think, is what it is, right?
Oh, they got a million. They got a million Iranian soldiers.
Yeah, I think so. So that's gonna be a lot, and I'm hoping that they just give up. That's how it happens for the most part.
That many.
Yeah, man, they got a lot.
Hold up. Okay, let me Google this.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Let me take a look as well. Let me see. Iran's military. Let's see. Let's see if it gives me numbers. I believe it's like 1 million. 16th global personnel totaling over
160,000 active.
Yeah, 580.
That's 1,350,000 reserves.
Yeah, it's about 1 million. Probably a little bit more, but yeah, that's a lot of people though.
Military forces in the Middle East.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, here, so okay, so I like the. What the hell are we going to do? That is the right answer. Like, what are we going to do? Well, you know, Muslims believe that if we don't allow them to fully practice their law, especially Sharia law, that they would just leave. So the reason why I asked you that question and I said, and don't be racist, is because the moment that you use your common sense and tell me, well, we are going to say no to Sharia law. And if they don't assimilate to our laws, then they got to go. See, you're a black man, right? You will not sound racist, but that is the right answer. I don't care what shade of skin you are. That is the right answer. Tell them no. This is the law. Sharia law overrides our law. That's what they believe. This is what Antifada is all about.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they don't give a shit about the Constitution. They don't care about our laws. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. And people think that I'm Islamophobe, which is a made-up word, by the way. I'm not afraid of them. I'm not afraid of them. And the thing is, like, you know, we get biased because there is a lot of ignorant people that are Muslims. This sounds bad, but just stay with me. Ignorance just means that they don't know the truth. You know, that doesn't mean they're
Right,
stupid.
right.
Uh,
They just lacking in knowledge.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
sir.
all
So
it
they're
is.
just ignorant about the truth of Islam, and they just become this like. It's so nice to feel that you have a connection to the spiritual war. I mean, world, and you know when you pray 5 times a day, that's fantastic. It sounds great, but they're not praying for peace on earth. They are praying. They are praying for Antifada. They're not praying for the well-being of Americans. I mean, they've been chanting death to America here in our land, in New York, on the streets with police officers next to them, and they say, "Well, they got the freedom of speech." Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're saying that I can go and threaten people to kill them, and I'm okay? Nah, I draw the line on that. And this Muslims, this ignorant Muslims that do love us, right? Christians, etc., and that are willing to work with everybody, they are also infidels. And they will also be killed with Christians and everybody else that they accept. And so they need to wake up and realize that Islam is not a good religion. It is a political movement that has been created 600 years after Christianity, by the way. And it means submit to Islam, and they use the word God because there are a lot of people want to have that connection to a spiritual world. A lot of us want to believe, right? I believe in God and Christ and the Holy Spirit, but that's just my belief. I'm not here to force you, convince you. No, you have a choice for your life. You choose how you want to live that. I choose how I want to live my life, And so there's a lot of things that right now we need to show the world. And I know you're a veteran, so I don't care what reason you join for. I am sure that you follow orders to the letter and you represented us very well. So I appreciate that. But right now, and again, I am with you. I don't want to see boots on the ground. But if we do have boots on the ground, let me tell you, there is people here that have their kids in the military, and their kids are just like, put me in, coach. They're like me. They're crazy. They want to go there. And let me.
How many people did we just send over there?
I think a total probably now is going to be maybe over 5,000 by now. Maybe 8,000. I think it was like because I think it was 2,200 the first time, and then I think they announced another.
I understand. Why would we? If we've obliterated their navy,
So we have a total of 50,000 U.S. troops in the Middle East. Now in the region, right? In the region.
50,000.
Yeah, in the region. And this includes the 82nd Airborne Division and the Marine Expeditionary Units. But you know how many soldiers do we have in one of those air carriers?
I don't know.
Thousands.
I'm talking about them boots.
Boots on the ground is boots on the ground might be different.
3,000.
Yeah, this one says so here's what it says. It says troops are in the Middle East region amid an escalating conflict with Iran, which with plans to deploy thousands more, while not yet conducting a full-scale ground invasion of Iran. These forces, and this is what I read to you, the 82nd Airborne Division and Marine Expeditionary Units are positioned for potential operations. And I'm telling you, some of them, I am sure, as everybody experiences fear differently, some of them are probably not for it, but most of them are eager to show their courage to the world. If we become, this is just my belief, my opinion, if we become successful in Iran, I think the world will be a better place for it. And the one thing that I will tell you is this. I agree with you 100% on attacking the power grid, etc. The only comfort that I can offer you and myself is when we, the United States of America, attack a nation for whatever it is, whatever the reason is, we are always the ones that rebuild them up. And I think that that's going to be even better for them. So if we say that we're going to destroy that grid, I'm sure that we're going to reconstruct it for them. That's just the way that we've always done that, throughout history. So, billions of dollars given to terrorist Iranians, I think we can do billions of dollars given to Iranian people, not the terrorists. And I just think that, maybe Obama thought that it was the right thing to do to remove the sanctions, to send the billions of dollars cash.
Here's what I think. I think people like Obama give a fuck about how people feel. Let's just keep some peace, and let's just be as peaceful as possible.
Right.
Trump don't give a fuck. He like, no, motherfuckers, we the baddest motherfuckers on earth, and this is the way I want shit to be, and if it ain't like this, motherfuck you.
Well, what did he say during his campaign? You remember on his first campaign? What did he say about Iran?
Motherfuck you.
I'm gonna bum the shit out of him. I don't care.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, we voted for him.
I ain't trying to be y'all friends, motherfuck you.
Yeah. Check this out, James. I thank you. Thank you.
Hold on, and he tore the agreement up immediately, and he waited to the second term. He said, "Now I'm finna go for your shit, cause y'all got away the first term. Y'all ain't getting away this term."
That's right. That's right. That's where I'm at.
That's what he said. This is the revenge tour. This is the revenge tour. Everything I didn't get the first trip, I'm gonna get y'all on the reload.
Got that right.
If I didn't shoot you down on the first clip, I'm putting in on the second clip.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shoot you down on the second clip.
Yeah.
He on the
Yeah, I mean, you can listen. Anybody can have whatever opinion they want on me, but I think our military is not cowards, and I know we value their life, and they will go out and fight. I'm sure you.
We just ain't been flexed.
Yeah.
We ain't even put out there to flex.
Yeah. And you know what, man? It's here's the two of the things and the ways that you'll be rewarded. And I know a lot of people come back very emotional, some PTSD, etc. This is why I don't support the draft. But if it came down to it, shit, if they take me, I'll go. I'm ready to go meet Jesus, brother. But I want to take as many bad people as I can with me. That's all I want. But I think that man, I know where I'm going.
Listen. You say you want that smoke till you see somebody get smoked right next to you, man.
No, that's the problem. I've seen that.
Dennis, you got to be mentally ill to want that smoke.
No, it's an honor. It's an honor for me.
Come on, man.
I mean, you can probably say I'm just as twisted as they are, I guess.
Listen to me, Dennis. So you out there fighting, and you seeing dudes getting smoked 10 feet from you.
I have.
Right?
Yeah.
Listen. And so you don't understand the psychological effects of seeing that.
Yeah.
I really don't think you do.
Yeah. I've seen it. That's the problem. I have seen it. Did you know that the MS-13 sent one of my cousins to their mom in pieces in a black garbage bag?
See, to see that?
Yeah. It's disturbing.
To see that, let me tell you something. That's some lifelong PTSD for your ass right there.
Yeah. Well, that's why I have to hold on to God.
Right now, listening to you, give me that description, that small description.
It's horrible.
I wouldn't be able to erase that.
I know.
For a few days at least. I saw something on video a couple of weeks ago where this guy had it's a long story. Long story short, he swallowed a half an ounce of hard, which is rock cocaine.
Yeah, crack, yeah.
And a half an ounce of salt.
Oof.
And I guess whatever he swallowed it in, something erupted while he was in the interrogation room, and he was in there alone. And they had it on video, and I watched it. And I couldn't erase the overdose that he was doing. I couldn't erase it out of my mind for a few days. I sent it to people. It was that horrific to me. This was just a few weeks ago. And I was sending it to people. I was like, I telling them I could not erase this picture of this out of my mind. And so seeing something like what you were talking about being chopped up in pieces.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine that.
Well, you know what?
And the lasting effect it would have had on me.
Yeah, no, it's not good. It takes a while, but that's why my faith in God it has to be there. I would be a complete I don't know what kind of human being I would be today, but I have found dead people OD'd in my apartment complex when I was a leasing agent. I took some
my
time.
God, bro.
I've taken some time off. A couple hours, not days, just a couple hours.
That's why you look older than what you are, man.
Man, I'm telling you, man, my life experience sucks, man. And then also my brother-in-law just OD'd on fentanyl last year, and I had to take him out of. Nope, I had to take him out of his car right out here. Took him out of his car. No heartbeat, foaming.
He OD'd in his car.
Yeah, but he did. I mean, it was. They said that it was something that was laced with fentanyl, because he didn't do that. But the fire. I mean, not the fire. Yeah, the fire department came in. They're medics. And they gave him Narcan and all that stuff and CPR for like minutes. And he was gone. So it's one of those things to where like somebody has to say, listen, man, this sucks. And I'm going to share this experience with you because people laugh at me when I share this before. I don't know why they laugh, but I had to go to work that day, and I called my boss and I said, hey, listen, I just lost my brother-in-law. I said, I'm not coming into work. He said, oh, understandable. He said, take as much time as you want. And the whole day, I'm devastated. Just so you know, I carry it with me all the time. Mm-hmm. And I had this experience where I went to Walmart. And as I'm looking for some things that I need to get, I hear some glass breaking, and I'm like, "Oh, what the hell? Somebody dropped something!" And then as I coming around the aisle, there's this young adults. I mean, they could have been no younger than 20, and they were playing volleyball across the aisles.
Are you kidding
And I said,
me?
"I'm sorry, guys. I know." I said, "Can you guys please not play volleyball at the Walmart?"
Crazy.
And they said, "Mind your business." Like, get this, old man.
Yeah.
And I was just, I'm in this very, very dark place, right? And I said, does it look like this is a volleyball court? And the guys were kind of laughing at it, right?
Mm-hmm.
A normal person would have picked up on that laughter, and I would have de-escalated. But inside, everything is dark. And the female comes and gets to my face, and then this is Antifa members, by the way. And then the other three, come around and get close to me. And I said, listen, I'm asking you politely, and let me give you some advice. One day, you will find a person that has gone through some dark shit in his life that's going to have a gun, and they're going to unload on you. So I am just telling you that you should just kind of be careful how you talk to people. And they just started laughing. So I called the police. There was a black officer at the front door, so he came in like within 45 seconds after the call. And they threw something at me, and they said, "Who threw that?" And I said, "Oh, it was the girl right there." And he says, "You want to press charges?" I said, "Well, they didn't hit me. It doesn't matter. It's still assault. You can press charges, and I will take them." And I said, "Nah, this is not. It's not worth it." But you know what? I was that guy, and they just didn't understand, And I said, I have to cling on to God, because people don't know, man. It's just like you said, and maybe I should be more careful too, because I say things about veterans that I feel are very traitors to our country because they hate Americans, but I don't know where they've been. I don't know where their mind is, and maybe sometimes I just need to, and I get a lot of veterans that defend me and they say this and that, but at the same time, I'm like what you just said, I think about those things. And sometimes I excuse it by saying, no, they need to be disciplined. They need to be exhorted. They need to be rebuked. Somebody's got to tell them that behavior is not good. And how else do you say it? They don't listen with a kind voice. They don't listen if I give them a conversation with no insult. They don't get it. And they call me all these names and stuff. And it's like, I give you a chance to call me. When you call me, we start at zero. And depending on where you're going to go with the conversation, you can be hot. I get it. But allow me to have a conversation with you. Let me understand where you're at so that I can understand. And you will notice, if you ever pay attention to the chat, you will notice that it doesn't matter if I'm making some common sense arguments in there. Never. They will never agree, and they will always throw negatively on everything. Not just on one issue, on everything. They hate the fact that I like Trump, maybe even love the guy, but only because of the life that he has lived, all the things that he had to go through, maybe his lies, maybe all this infidelities and all this other stuff. And I look at my life, and because of God's mercy and grace, I have a chance to go to heaven when I die. And I have to believe that for everybody, including Trump. Whether he kisses the wall or not, it doesn't matter. The president has to believe that there is a freedom of religion in our country. And whether you like that religion or not is irrelevant. I am just against one religion that believes that their religious law is above our law. And I can't stand for that. So people think I'm racist against Muslims because of that. But you're my witness. I said nice things about them because in ignorance they are Muslims practicing a religion that they believe is peaceful. But the reality of it is it's not. And they are infidel Muslims by doing that. There's this whole praying on the street. That is not just some very religious, spiritual. No, that's telling you that their religion oversees our law. That's what they do on the street when they pray by the thousands. They have mosques. They don't care about making the call to prayer, for Arabs. They don't care about that. They don't care if you're a Christian. They don't care if you're a Buddhist. They don't care what religion you are. They are there to conquer, and that's it. That's why I can support it. And I hope that we can see that and wake up to that reality sooner than later, and do it without hate. Because if you just hate Muslims, you will never be righteous in your judging. I have a lot of Muslim friends that don't act that way, that don't believe in Sharia law, and I tell them, that makes you an infidel, right? He's like, well, no, not in my eyes. I was like, okay, you keep practicing what you practice. I'll do what I do. But to each his own. At the end of the day, my friend, we are not here to convince people of salvation. We're not the ones that are going to judge salvation. You can judge me for being a liar or a thief, right? Or a violent man because that's what you see. But you can't tell me I'm going to hell because you are not God. You're not Jesus. You know what I mean? I can't tell you're going to hell. What if in the last breath of your life you say, Father, forgive me. I believe in you. I'm sorry about it. You're good. If you get the chance, you are good.
If you get the chance.
Yeah, that's the key, right? We don't know when we're going to go. That's why we're supposed to live our life like it will never end, but also have the urgency as if today is your last day on earth. And sometimes we don't understand what that really means, but I think that when I look at people, I always look at forgiveness. Remember the words of Martin Luther King? I'm not going to go and fight against Democrats and hate them, because the goal is to work with them. So Martin Luther King didn't want black people to hate the white men so that black people become supreme in any way. He wanted everybody to be equal because we have to work together. You can be on the left and hate my ideology, but at the end of the day, you and I can't do my job without you. And you can't do your job without me, because this machine takes two people, and we're the only ones that can do this job. So what do? Fight, forget about common sense, or do we just put that shit to the side? We'll talk about it later with a beer. You know what I mean? Yeah, you got to work together. So that's the mentality or the approach that I take to politics.
We've gotten so far from that, man. I don't see how it's going to be reeled back in, man.
Well, we need to start letting politicians telling us what to do and just use critical thinking and just, how do you feel when you shake my hand? I mean, you want to hang out or you want to kill me? That, it's like, that's how it works.
Way too far. But I'm going to be honest with you, Dennis.
What's that?
It started, honestly, it started with Obama.
I can't believe you said that, because that's what I believe.
No,
that's what I believe.
The disrespect started with Obama. The people could not stand Obama being president. They criticized him even wearing a beige suit. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I know the whole the whole birth certificate that was dumb.
And then when he went to his second term, they just did not. They just sat on their hands. This whole second term, they're like, we're not gonna pass no law. It was crazy, man. So the disrespect started then.
Yeah.
And
I seen
it
it.
was like he won the first time. They was like, damn, we can't believe he won the second time. Them folks.
Yeah. Yep.
They said we can't believe he won a second time. So they just couldn't believe it, man. They just was so they were so taken aback that he could win 2 terms.
I couldn't vote.
People don't like that.
I couldn't vote. I couldn't vote for him then, but I mean, I still believed him because I didn't think that he was going to be able to do immigration reform like he promised us in 4 years. That's the only reason.
No, here's the thing. He did deport quite a few people. But
8 years.
He wasn't loud about it, though. Here's the thing. He wasn't loud about it. He didn't brag about it. You didn't hear much about it. He was doing it.
But the people didn't vote for it.
He was a politician's politician. Let me tell you something.
Oh, yeah.
He was so busy trying to not make it look like he was trying to do anything for the black people. There were a lot of black people offended by it because they thought he was going to come and overtly just turn things around for black people, and he didn't.
Yeah.
And that's why people say, well, he didn't do enough for the black folks. Well, he couldn't just come in there. He could have.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
But he didn't want to seem like that dude.
That's
Like,
stupid.
I'm just honored being the first black president. I'm not going to come in there and just do this. Even though he could have. Shoot.
Well, when he
I think he would have thought it was an insult to the presidency by doing such a thing.
No, yeah, and he was.
And he's a man of dignity.
Yeah, but he was wrong, and the reason why we should have a more of an outrage as Hispanics is because he ran on immigration reform. Like he promised us that all the DACA and the TPS was all going to be, getting some papers and to stay here permanently. And he lied to us about that, and he deported 3.5 million people, Hispanics, mostly Hispanics. Yeah, and that should have been an outrage, but we didn't, right? We didn't. And the problem is this, that when President Trump ran, he didn't run on immigration reform. He ran on deporting illegal immigrants and securing. So of course that is his main point to yell out. But Obama didn't yell out immigration reform. See what I'm doing? Immigration. He didn't yell that out.
He didn't run on that.
No, he just put that under the carpet and ran the opposite.
He ran on the economy.
Yeah, that's what most people want. Yeah, but it's a lie though. Like they don't do anything for the economy. I wish they would, but
they can't. Their hands are tied. They can talk all the talk they want. Prices are never going to go down, Dennis.
I think I'm hopeful after this.
If anything, they're going to go up slower. But they're never going to go down. So I don't know why people keep thinking politicians are going to go in. And
yeah, I don't think we'll ever go back to 59 cents a gallon of gas. That's not going to happen. Inflation has happened. That's funny that you mentioned that because a lot of people they think that because they make if you made $25,000 30 years ago. Mm-hmm. And you make $50,000 today, you think you're making more money today by making $50,000, $25,000 more than you did 20 years ago?
Yeah.
Do you think that you're making more money today?
No.
Why do you think?
About the same because prices 25 years ago are double.
And that a bitch. And that is the truth. That's right. So you making $25,000 25 years ago or 20 years ago, it was making good money. But $50,000 today, that ain't shit. You cannot afford to pay rent and the bills on $50,000. You need at least $80,000 to $100,000 to support a family of 4.
You sure do.
Yeah. So unless you're, which is one of the things that I hope that the legislature is going to fight with me and try to get across is I want to be able to raise the income that you make to qualify for health care. And food, not just all welfare, but food. And I think that it will encourage people to work full time and stop bitching about wages.
It should encourage them.
Yeah. I mean, if you work for McDonald's, right? You're retired. You can't work full time, but you want a few extra bucks. Well, why don't you go work at McDonald's part time? And then you're already getting your universal health care. You don't have to pay for that. And then you're already getting your food stamp. That's a lot of money that can help you every month, especially if you have kids with you. And that's kind of like people don't look at it this way, right? If you have to pay like $300 to $500 a month for a premium on health insurance, and now you don't have to pay for it, you should account, oh, that's $300 that I didn't have before, and then the food, $200-300. Okay, well, that's $200-300 that I don't have to pay anymore. And so you should include that as a raise to your income by having those two benefits. And I think that that's going to push people to work full time, knowing that they can work full time and still qualify for this health benefits and food. Now, anybody that's middle class, you have to understand something. I don't fight for the middle class. I fight for the lower class. I want them to get up there. But here's the key. They have to want to do it for themselves. I cannot force them to work. And that's the only difference.
And you know how it is today, man. They either don't want to work. When they get to work, they don't want to work. It's different, man. These some different kind of young folks, man. They don't. That's why I was saying if they had a draft now, man, it'd be pitiful. These are some sorry teenagers, man. I can't imagine a draft now, man. They soft, they sorry. I can't imagine it.
Well, the way the military is today, that might be good for them. Just like you said before about your experience, remember? Yeah, I think it made you a better man, whether, was intentional or not.
It made us, because we thought we were young men when I was in high school. You should have seen us in high school. We were different than high schoolers now.
Tell me about it. I don't recognize this generation. I look and I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
What the hell is going on?
Here, check this out. I'm going to go ahead and let you go, James. I appreciate you. Much love to you, Patriot. I thank you for your service.
I appreciate you. Thank you, Dennis.
You're common sense. You're a common sense American. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Be blessed.
Brother. Yes, sir.
Let me share with you guys. There is this. Now, I want you guys have been looking at this for a while, right? This is the protesters for the No Kings, okay? But we'll get to it. I want to share something else. I'm
proud to join all of you in making history today by signing into law Senate Bill 6346, the Millionaire's Tax.
So the people are cheering that we have just increased on the millionaires. If you're making over $1 million in your business, they have just increased 10%. A new tax will put them at 58% in taxes. Tell me, two things. This is just my observation. One thing, it's their increase on taxes on the rich, on the corporations, on businesses. It's only going to increase how much you pay for services and products today. This has nothing to do with tariffs. If you had a problem with tariffs, you would not be celebrating this. Because whether they are rich or not, they are still Americans and they also have rights. Your rights don't trump theirs. And I'm just warning you, letting you know over and over, if the millionaires, the corporations get taxes raised on them, they're going to lay off a lot of people. They're going to move somewhere else. And guess who's going to have to pick up the bill for that? The middle class. And when that happens, the middle class disappears. And you will either be poor or rich. That is the only way. Now, I'm going to point out one more thing. For those Democrats or those people who support Democrat politicians right now, let me tell you what's happening. TSA is not getting paid. In the meantime, they're getting paid. Congress, Senate, they're getting paid. Their whole $200,000 salary. They are getting paid their money. On top of that, they get 2 months paid vacation. They are going on vacation. While you and I, the American people, are made to suffer. Think about that and tell me, why do you still support Democrats? Why do you still brag about the midterms? Why do you even come in here and try to have a conversation about how great it's going to be on the midterms? Who are you rooting for? That's what I want to know. Who are you rooting for? I root for the American people. You see what I'm saying? It's crazy. Because the bill, SoCal, it's crazy. It's a garbage bill. As a matter of fact, before we get to the paid protesters, let me go ahead and find a video here on my history that I want to share with you. And this is one of my favorites. You guys already know. Representative Byron Donalds. I think that's the full name. Let me take a look. Here we go.
After Republicans rejected the Senate funding bill that excluded funding.
Listen to why.
For immigration enforcement agencies, and instead passed a bill that would fund everything in Homeland Security for 2 months.
We are debating whether this House has the backbone to stand up to an administration that is addicted to cruelty.
My colleagues on the other side of the aisle do not want ICE doing their job, do not want Border Patrol doing their job, and are right here today refusing to do the job of funding this fully.
You want capitulation. Democrats will not capitulate.
Left-wing agitators on the street spit on them, dox them, track them, harass them, swear at them, and now what do the Democrats want to do? Not pay them. It's all by design.
Yeah, I guess they're all big mad. Senate Republicans were hoping to pass ICE funding through a party line budget reconciliation bill later in the year, since the agency is already funded through the big, beautiful bill. But our own Bill Malugin reports that not all employees working for ICE are getting paid through the big, beautiful bill. Some of those include civilian support staff. These workers aren't on the front lines making immigration arrests, but they are providing essential support to the agents that are. Joining us now for tonight's big close-up is Florida Congressman Byron Donalds. Congressman, thank you for joining us tonight. Listen, I know you're running for a leadership position in your state. You were one of the few names in the speaker race. I don't know how much of that was you wanted it or your colleagues wanted you to, but all that's to say is you have some leadership chops. I'm not asking you to criticize the Speaker of the House, but if it were Speaker Byron Donalds or leader of any kind Byron Donalds, what would you have done, or what could be done differently? What do you see here? I understand you want to support your leader, but it seems like there's some missteps along the way at least.
Well, we got to clarify a couple things. Speaker Johnson's done his job in exemplary fashion, and I'm not just saying that to back him up. I'm telling you because it's true. It's factual. Where this thing has all fallen apart is in the United States Senate. The House of Representatives has consistently funded all of Homeland Security, and the Speaker made the absolute right call in telling that piece of hot garbage that the U.S. Senate sent to us in the dead of night by a voice vote with only 5 members present on the floor of the United States Senate. He told them hell no. Every member of the House Republican Conference supported Mike Johnson. Where this has fallen apart is the U.S. Senate. Number one, you have Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats who refuse to let a homeland funding bill go forward because they want open borders and they want to defang and defund ICE operations. What they chose not to fund was one of the investigative programs looking for the more than 300,000 children that the Biden administration lost on purpose when they threw our borders open and did no interior enforcement. And then the second piece of this failure is that John Thune cut a deal with Chuck Schumer to allow a voice vote at 3 a.m. when the rest of the country was asleep. 5 senators were on the floor of the Senate, and they decided to make a decision on behalf of everybody else. Well, that was dead on arrival in the House. Last night, members stayed longer because we made sure that we sent a funding bill for the next 60 days to cover all of the Department of Homeland Security, and that went right back to the Senate. So I would urge my Senate colleagues, Republican and Democrat, go back to D.C., finish the job so these agents can be paid and so our nation can be safe.
Congressman, you might have already answered this or alluded to it a little bit, but I have kind of a two-part question for you. I'm really interested in your take on this. One, are you happy with the leadership from Leader Thune? And the second part of that question would be, how does this end? And I say that because I know that what we want, and probably everyone at this table, I can speak for them, what we want is we want DHS fully funded. We want people to get paid. We want those lines to end. And we want all these people that are support staff, we want them to get paid as well. That's what we all want. But my question is, how does it end? Democrats don't seem to be moving off their position at all. So those are my two questions for you. I know they're not easy ones, but I know if there's anyone who can tackle it, it's you.
Look, number one, it's time for the Senate filibuster to end. We are witnessing what happens with that. It does not breed compromise. What it breeds is pure obstruction. It's not helping the country. There are many public policy issues that simply cannot be solved because Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats want to oppose Donald Trump and this administration because they want to score political points. It's not just the ICE agents that are not being funded. It's our border agents that are not being funded as well. They're not being paid. You have members of the Coast Guard not being paid, Customs not being paid, members of Secret Service not being paid. This is a travesty. And I get it, the Democrats want wide open borders and no enforcement of immigration and customs, but they lost the presidential election in 2024. And the number one reason they lost that election is because their radical open borders policy, which has led to the death of young women all across America at the hands of criminal illegal aliens. The United States of America and our people said absolutely not. So this rises and falls with Chuck Schumer. I would say for Leader Thune, he's got to wise up and realize this is not 1995 anymore. These aren't the old Clinton Democrats that you could get into a room and negotiate with in good faith. These people are radical. They are unhinged. They have an ideology that does not support the American people, our Constitution, or quite frankly, Western civilization. And so if they're not going to negotiate, then you got to just roll them over, get rid of the filibuster, pass the spending bills, and let's get that piece of the government back open. It's what Donald Trump has been calling for. It's what myself and many of my colleagues have been calling for. We have seen enough. And the Democrats, to be blunt, they're not living in political reality. They want to change the political reality of the United States, and they just want power. That's what this is about.
Congressman Kevin Corke with you. Thank you for your time today. 6 words, what the hell are they doing? People want to go behind the curtain and try to figure out how did they justify this to each other and then try to, squeeze things in at 3 o'clock in the morning. Even as somebody who has been in Washington and worked in Washington for a long time, it is absolutely beyond me what they could possibly be thinking to not make this happen for the American people and, most importantly, for the safety and security of all of us as we travel.
Listen, President Trump said it at the State of the Union a couple of weeks ago. These Democrats are crazy. And it's not just on Capitol Hill. Look around the country. Look, I'm running for governor in Florida. It's going quite well, by the way. But I'm running for governor. But look at what's happened in California, in New York, in Illinois, Washington State. These Democrat politicians and their crazy ideas, their crazy policies are causing serious issues in many of these states in the United States of America. And their people are leaving their states. Those states are depopulating. So it's not just the Democrats on Capitol Hill. It's Democrat ideology top to bottom in the United States of America. I don't know what's wrong with that party. I think the Trump derangement syndrome has really gotten to them because something as simple as paying our agents to secure this nation and to do immigration enforcement, that should not be bipartisan. That should not be partisan. It should be nonpartisan because that's securing the homeland. And let's be very clear about something else as well. These same Democrats, they still support sanctuary city and sanctuary state policies, which, by the way, is, in my view, a nullification of the United States Constitution, because Article 1, Section 8 powers of the United States Constitution gives full authority to immigration and naturalization to the United States government from the several states. And you have these governors in blue states and these Democrat officials on Capitol Hill who want nullification of the Constitution. They want wide open borders. They do not want checks. They do not want controls. They just want it to be wide open so they can have power on Capitol Hill.
Congressman, it's Nicole Sapphire. You know, about 70% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. And so anytime there's a government shutdown, you have up to 1.4 million Americans who are being asked to work without a paycheck. What structural reform would you support going forward so that federal workers are no longer collateral of political warfare? And in a similar vein, do you think at any point members of Congress should be succumb to the same financial consequences that they are imposing on these federal workers?
Number one, I think this legislation, a couple of my colleagues supported, I do as well, that if you have these shutdowns, then members of Congress don't get paid. I fully support that, because if we can't get this stuff through the appropriations process, how come we're getting a check and we have some of these workers on the front lines who are not? I think if you're going to talk about what a real solution is in this compromise, in this negotiation of what ICE can and can't do, the administration has already greenlit that they will support body cameras, that they will support IDs for these officers. But what they're not going to negotiate with crazy. And the Democrat position when it comes to ICE and interior enforcement of immigration is flat out crazy and insane, because the policies that the Democrats want in exchange for paying these workers and paying these employees is essentially to turn ICE back to the way it was under Joe Biden. That's not going to happen. And so when that's what they come to the table with, and there have been good faith negotiations from Republicans on Capitol Hill and from the Trump administration that have fallen on deaf ears, you got to know when to get up from the table and not negotiate with crazy. And Chuck Schumer's position is absolutely crazy. And to the people who are missing paychecks, I am so sorry. You are the pawns of this entire political circus. But here's the truth. If Republicans allow for our borders to be wide open and for there to be no internal controls on immigration, the country will be less safe. We'll see more people like the young woman in Chicago a couple days ago, gunned down in the street by an illegal alien. That is outrageous, and it's not going to be tolerated, and we're not going to negotiate with crazy.
Real quick, if the 60-day extension passes, continuing resolution, I'm not sure exactly what it is classified as, but if you fund the government at current levels, that part of it, DHS, for 60 days, what's going to change in 60 days to get a budget passed after that?
I mean, look, that you got to ask the Democrats. Because we can go back to the table and negotiate about some procedure issues at the Department of Homeland Security. Look, Kristi Noem is now out. Mark Wayne Mullen is in. Tom Homan is actually doing more work around these issues with internal enforcement of ICE. And by the way, it's the same Tom Homan that worked for Barack Obama. It's the same Tom Homan, same man who worked for Barack Obama and did this under the Obama administration. Yeah. So I don't know what the hell the Democrats are looking for. Look, we'll go back and talk to them again. But if all you're going to do is run to the floor and yell and complain and kvetch and whine and cry because you want no enforcement, you want us to go back to the Biden years of border security and immigration controls, you're out of your mind. It's never going to happen. Not with my vote and not with the vote of the members of the House of Representatives who have the majority under Speaker Mike Johnson.
Yeah, not with my vote either. Man, that's crazy. So, you know what I find very, I don't know what the word is, kind of moronic. It's that Democrats, they celebrate shit that is not good for us Americans. Like, how brainwashed are you that you think that national security is no big deal? I don't know what this brain of yours is. I don't understand why you guys think, because what, it makes Trump look bad? Is that why? Why would you celebrate something that is bad for Americans? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, absolutely, Kraftman. Democrat cities are way in debt and doubling down on social programs that they can't pay. But then we have all these people. Like, I really want to understand why. Thank you, Cutting Edge. If the senators don't make a decision in 60 days, the executive in the R2 take the power over the House and the Senate. I wish we would have put that on the second one. I think if the Democrats win the midterms, which I highly doubt, by November, All of this murky water that you see on the river is going to be nice and crystal clear. Because the waters in the ocean and on the rivers are never clear when there's a big storm happening. But after the storm comes and the waters get cleansed, you can see crystal clear right through the bottom. And I think that that's what's going to happen for us this year. So I expected this attack on Iran to happen a lot sooner. But when we went and started with Venezuela, we already knew Iran was next. Or Iran, however you want to pronounce it. So we were ready for it. Did we expect it to be as easy as just getting Nicolas Maduro? No. Because this is different. This is not just It's extracting one guy that has a reward for his head. This is actually an attack on terrorists, on the whole bad regime who is actually hurting their people, and they keep threatening us. We're not going to go into the whole missile things and all this other stuff. You guys should already know about it. You've seen them deploying it. We've seen the range and the capability that they had before. We had to go in there and take them out. We couldn't afford for their Air Force to be able to take some sort of missiles up in the air and destroy some innocent city. That's not what we want. So I think that we have prevented a lot of harm. Are we out of it yet? Absolutely not. And Robert says, Cutting Edge is always the boss of the chat, just so that you know. Always the boss of the chat. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and leave all my stuff in here. Let me go ahead and take a quick minute break and celebrate the boss of the chat. I'll be right back. All right, enough punishment. Enough punishment for the left. That's all for all my patriots to enjoy. The big boss, el jefe, el patrón, the Cutting Edge, always representing in the house. All right, here we go. Why don't we go ahead and jump into this whole, you know what, I hate reading to the left, but you guys know that I'm reading the actual article. Here we go. Let's go. All right, so here we go. 500 groups with $3 billion in revenue are behind the No Kings protests and communists call for revolution. Now you tell me why still support the Socialist Democrats. No Kings paid protest which, by the way, I'm a little bit excited because I think that Ilhan Omar is being called back to Africa, to Somaliland. They want their princess back. I say give it to them. We believe in human rights and we help other countries. They need their princess back and her $30 million. They need those taxes. All right, here we go. So there's a video of this couple grabbing some signs that were paid off. This is not people being creative with their signs, individual protesters, they're going out there. This is what you do when you're running a campaign. They pay for it so that you can run a campaign and do your propaganda. For all of you guys that are on my chat here on the left side of the aisle, as they say, you guys always say that we have this propaganda. Well, here is your propaganda that you are supporting all the time. I think it's time that we call it out. Look, let's see where we start. St. Paul, Minnesota. Of course. Why not start there? Hey, Sergeant, how are you? Hope you're feeling better. Getting better every day, I hope. Dennis, after what we saw happen in Minnesota, where the Democrats stood up against the police department and the FBI, they don't have a chance at midterms. I hope you're right, but, you know, these are very low IQ people in Minnesota, and you know who I'm talking about. And, well, they are the majority so far, so there goes that. Here we go. Oh, no, we had, sure, that's a fair statement. Both sides have a propaganda, but the kind of propaganda that we're doing, it's not just some emotional advertising thing. We actually use common sense. We actually put America first. We actually are law-abiding. We believe in the First, Second Amendment rights. Of course we do. We just know how to enforce it and how to use it responsibly. The left side doesn't, and we hope that they learn. If you haven't leered, you will leer today. Here we go. Jake Jacobs, please refrain from using foul language. Man, even my own people is getting caught with Streamlabs. A network of about 500 groups with an estimate $3 billion in combined annual revenue. It's behind the coordinated nationwide No Kings protest that happened on Saturday. That's a lot of taxes that we can collect right there. That's a lot of taxes. 58% of $3 billion. That's over $1.5 billion in taxes that we can collect. Can you believe that? That's crazy, isn't it? That's crazy. That is crazy. This is including communist groups who are using the day to call for a revolution, according to a Fox Digital News investigation. According to a copy of the permit for the flagship march in St. Paul, Minnesota, Indivisible, a national well-heeled democratic political advocacy organization funded by, guess who? Guess who? By a billionaire. I thought you Democrats don't like billionaires. You like this billionaire. And he's getting a big tax cut on all these billions of dollars that he has. Where you at now? The truth hurts, but the truth shall set you free as well. You will get over it, and you will leer today. Funded by billionaire George Soros. Well, he is the lead coordinator for the protest. But Fox News Digital has also identified key participation by a network of radical socialists and communists organizations funded by the Neville Roy Singham, an American tech tycoon and avowed communist living in China. China. They're always there. Do you know what Congress would have done if President Trump went and told them that we have to go attack Iran, they would have said, hell no, because that will affect the money that we're getting from China. That's right. Have you not asked yourself, why is China able to get their oil from Iran but nobody else? Huh. I bet you that never crossed the Democrats' minds. Right? Okay, sure. I'm the one that's crazy. Sean Kong says he lives in China. Tell me, how great is your economy and how many Chinese people are happy with this government? They are, it says, over nearly a decade, Singham has financed a constellation of activist institutions that promote revolutionary socialist politics and frequently collaborate in protest campaigns, including the People's Forum in New York, the Party of Socialism and Liberation. The Answer Coalition, and Code Pink, whose co-founder Jody Evans is married to Singham. Of course, why not? These groups work closely with the Freedom Road Socialist Organization. Are you catching what's going on? Are you catching? What's worse? What do you think, Corey? What do you think? It's a trick question, isn't it? Because fascism, we believe on some of the things that describes fascism. But everybody fits a fascist title. But communism and socialism are horrible. They are not good for you. I like how you didn't put capitalism as an option. Isn't that wonderful? You see how Democrats lie? This is what they do to your little weak, gullible minds. They give you a little bit of truth, and then they dilute it with a big lie. What is worse, communism, socialism, or fascism? Oh, what a gullible little tiny mind you have. Very naive. They are all sending members to the protest, and one group said they plan to bring a message of revolution to the protests. Let me see. Nancy Pelosi believed at one point in her career that populism was really bad for our country. Of course, she was speaking about Trump back then. But now they want to be the populists. Isn't that crazy? You see how that works? You see how that comes around? If you learn a little bit of history, you pay attention what your opponents have in store, you will understand. You will understand. Capitalism is fantastic. It doesn't put a limit on how much money you can accumulate or make for yourself. It is fantastic. Socialist programs will not work without capitalism. According to socialism, everybody will go broke. Because who the hell wants to work when things are free? But things are only free because of the money that capitalists have made. Isn't that crazy? He asked a question and then avoided my... You know what? Do me a favor. Don't force me to cuss you out. I will curse the shit out of you if you put stupid-ass comments on there. Do you not see me reading? What makes you think that I can read every single answer somebody puts on the chat? Are you stupid in China? Maybe Sean Kuhn is one of the stupid retards that lives in China. On Friday evening, at the corner of North Freeman Avenue and North 37th Avenue in Minneapolis, members of the Twin Cities chapter of the Party for Socialism and Liberation packed a car with stacks of bright red protest signs they had prepared at the Dream Shop for Saturday's demonstrations. They are part of the Singham Network and co-sponsors of the St. Paul protest. Do you understand what that means? These are communists. Communist China is horrible for the world. Not just for China, for the world. Do you understand? The world. The posters read, "No Kings, No War," with "Party for Socialism and Liberation" printed at the bottom. activists stack the signs upside down with their wooden picking handles attached as they loaded them into the vehicle, preparing to distribute them at the next day's main protest. Here is your proof. Across the country, similar preparations have been underway among socialists, communists, Marxists. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Do you know why? If you have been watching my channel long enough, what did I tell you has happened to the Democrat Party? They are not. They're no longer the Democrat Party. I have to say this over and over. You know, when I listen to Professor Wolf having a debate, which happened years ago, having a debate with a socialist professor, the socialist professor says that the new socialist category, it's made of Marxism, communism, and socialist ideologies. So the new social democrats, that's not a Democratic Party. They're gone. The Democratic Party does not exist. I wish YouTube was not suppressing my show right now. Let me see. What time is it? I'm going to clip this. It makes perfect sense. Everything that is going on right now. Who funds legacy media outlets today? See, all the libtards are leaving because facts are facts. Who funds leftist legacy media? Communist, socialist, Democrats of today. If you don't know what's wrong with socialism, then you don't know what it's like to make money. Socialism will take your money away. And when you don't have any money left to pay your bills, your mortgage, or your business, communism, which is the government, will take that away from you whether you like it or not. That's what's wrong. The new socialism does not compare to the old socialism. Socialism is the name that has been adopted to hide Marxism and communism. You have to understand that. You have to understand that. And who here in Washington State, as the government mutes the journalists who, by the way, are using their constitutional rights by the socialist Democrat governor and the socialist Democrats in power of the House here in Washington State, they silence the American voters and they take away their press passes. And yet, Seattle Times and some of the legacy news outlets out here are asking the government to give them money to continue to be on the air. And I say, if your channel sucks, it sucks. Where's my money to grow my channel? There is no money. We got to do what we got to do. And it's very shame. It's a very shame. Now, let me tell you what happens. It's just you, bro. It's just you and a couple of trolls. Let me tell you what they do. And for one, I think that I'm going to start clearing some of the members that I know that don't support me, because I believe that they come in here so that they can report my channel as misinformation, and also so that they can vote not to promote my channel. That's the only reason why they're here. That is the only reason. They are here to tell you lies. And whenever I give you things from different areas so that you can see what's going on, they give us a lie that they have believed from the leftist politicians. Who in their right mind will support a socialist, communist, Marxist party. That is the Democrats today. Man, I wish I had more. I wish I had more patriots with me. See, I don't understand why did it drop to 19 people all of a sudden? That's not normal. You think I have fake subscribers? This is 18,498 subscribers. You're going to tell me that out of 18,498 subscribers, only 10 people got notifications? Or that only 10 people want to watch my channel? And the truth that I'm telling right now? Thank you, Brian. Corey, are you talking to me? I want to know if you're talking to me, because I will do you a big solid right now. Oh, he needs a now. Okay, so he is talking to me. Now, listen to the bullshit lie that he's trying to feed me. I'm a Republican conservative. Bullshit. Get out of my chat. Get these trolls out of my chat. Get out of here. Don't need you. This motherfucker comes in here like he knows me, like he's been on my channel all this time and understands what I'm talking about and who I am. Let's see if we can get these numbers up. If you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. And let's get some interactions. Throw some hearts out there. Throw some 100% if you agree with me. I love Israel. They're our friends. They're our partners. We support them 100%. And they support us back. Not only that, but the Saudi Arabs, all the Arabs support us and Israel. They don't support Iran. Only terrorists like the Houthis, the lowlifes, are the ones that support Iran's regime. Yep. Very simple. Hit the hate button. All right, I'll hit the hate button. Get the hell out of here. We can skip. Let me get rid of this garbage first. Let me get rid of this garbage, and then we can get into it. If you don't want to learn, just get the hell out. It's very simple. Asav, I don't know if you're trying to leave or what. Let's see. For the people that don't know, please tell your background so the crows know who they're dealing with. I don't know what that means. So for now, you're safe. Let's see. Jacob, facts. Billy Bobs, your viewers drop from your mods, Dennis. All right. We're going to remove the mods. We're going to test that theory. So they're saying that the mods are the ones that are doing this. All right. Let's get rid of the mods. And let's see. We'll see what happens. Even Streamlabs is gone. God damn! Why is there like 50 people hidden from here? Okay, so I know Allahu Akbar. I can get that. I gotcha. Wait a minute. What is this? Somebody remove. I don't know if somebody actually made a fake profile, but I don't appreciate this one. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Give me a second, guys. Let these guys leave anyway. There's something serious here. Hell no. Oh, that's crazy. That is crazy. No way. No way. All right, this person deserves to be blocked. Whew. I got a little worried here that somebody's trying to imitate something here, but anyways, let's go ahead and finish the story. So how about this? We're going to do this because I hate looking back sideways too much. Let me read it over here in front. In Washington, D.C., Party for Socialism and Liberation called on supporters to assemble as part of a socialist contingent. Now, just so you know, if you're supporting socialism because you think socialism is a good thing, they are not socialist. They call themselves that, but they're not socialist. Just so you know, okay? In Grand Rapids, let me make sure that I still have the chat available because I will block people myself, okay? Hey, Robert, you know Dennis can see all the comments, so stop with your nonsense. Billy Bob has been talking shit about us. Let me take a look. Billy Bob, don't tell me. Let me see if he has. You lost your powers. I don't know who that is. Be mad at me. I just learned that with you. Nobody wants to pause it. Just a little annoying. Just a little annoying. Stop being annoying. Don't be a libtard, Billy. Be good. Be good. Yeah, you know what? You're right. Let me change my cap because I do got some. I got a different cap. I want to show you guys. Where'd it go? Woo! Let's go. All right, here we go. This is the new cap right here. Bam. There we go. There we go. I know some of you know why I bought it, so I hope you guys appreciate it. All right, anyway, so let me go ahead and if I catch you if I catch you saying something stupid, I will take you out. Richard is okay with the white cap you wore. It doesn't matter as long as it's red and white and blue. Let's go, baby. Absolutely. Billy Bob says he's a Republican. I don't know. I don't want people that represent a party here. I want you to represent American rights first. Okay. All right. In Grand Rapids, Michigan, I think is what it is. The Freedom Road Socialist organizations instructed supporters to gather at the Rosa Parks Circle stage at noon as part of what is described as the anti-Trump contingent. So it's all about, now this is what I want you to understand. The reason why I'm against these people. It's they bitch and complain and they protest about all of these things, right? But as I mentioned to James, I believe, right, was a veteran that called in. As I mentioned to James is this. What have they done? to help us. All right, TG. Let's open up the lines. Now, if you called in and was an Azel before, you're probably blocked, so you will probably not come through. Let me go ahead and open the lines, TG. I'm feeling a little bit patient right now, even though I'm hungry, and I do get very cranky when I'm hungry. I will try to control myself. Go ahead, TJ. Give me a call. TG, nobody else, only TG. Go ahead and call. Let's take a listen and see what I'm missing. Here we go. Phone number is on your screen. You can't miss it, right above me. You can see that phone number better than my ugly ass face. Let's get it on. Oh, babe, let's get it on. Sugar, let's get it on. Here we go. TG. Tough guy, huh? Tough guy, doctor. Tough guy, doctor 6. Sucks. Let's go. You want to threaten me? I want to see what facts you got. Come on with it. Come on. Don't go away now. Let's go. All right, I'll continue reading while he gets the guts to call me. Here we go. Freedom Road Socialist Organization activists have previously led aggressive demonstrations targeting immigration and custom enforcement operations. That means ICE. Not you, Mike. Okay, let's see. Hey, what's going on, boss?
Hey, this is Mike.
What's going on, big bro?
Oh, not a lot. Robert put the number up on the screen. I thought I'd call in, but then again, I just realized I'm not taking up your airtime.
Well, you proved that the number works.
The number does work.
Yeah, you know what doesn't work? The liptard's brain. They don't know how to read no block numbers.
No block numbers.
I know. I misspelled it should be blocked ED, but I figured they leered enough to know the difference. Thanks for calling, Mike. Appreciate you.
All right, brother.
Bye. Don't block your number. You know, you are a keyboard warrior behind. Nobody knows you. Nobody sees your face. I don't give a shit about your phone number. I never want to call you. So don't be shy. Unblock your number and call me. That way, I know if I can take your call again at a different time or if I have to block your ass so I don't have to talk to your ignorant self. Okay? That's the reason why you shouldn't block your number. I don't want you to be a jerk troll every single time I open my line. With that being said, the group has an image on Instagram using an upside-down triangle symbol that Hamas used to mark targets during attacks in Israel. Let me read that again. Freedom Road Socialist Organization activists have previously led aggressive demonstrations. Notice this. Not peaceful protesting. Aggressive demonstrations targeting ICE operations in Minneapolis. It's an organization. They're organized. These are not just people that say, hey, guys, let's go protest. They are organized. Go ahead, TG. TG, I'm still waiting for you to call. Don't be a pussycat. Don't be a pussycat. If you don't understand what that means, it should open up your eyes. If you have been supporting Democrats right now, they are not your Democrats. They are no longer Democrats. This socialist Democrats is not what you think. It has nothing to do with socialism versus capitalism anymore. These are communists, Marxists, who now identify as socialist. They want the same end result. Power and greed is what drives them to stay in power, to stay in control. They fear-monger you to use your fears and insecurities against the people that are actually fighting to protect you. These guys are aligned with Hamas. That's crazy. You don't have to believe me. You can go to New York. Watch them. I know you don't read Arab, but they are supporting Hamas. When they say free Palestine, they support Hamas. That's crazy. I don't know what the hell that means. I don't know what that means. Swiss Michael, you have been so wrong on my channel so many times. I'm reading facts because this is what you've seen in the No Kings protest. If you want to be naive and you are gullible to the lies of the Marxist communists, that's you. Yeah, I don't know what that means, so that doesn't bother me. One message said, we're reading the messages from you protesters of No Kings. People everywhere are becoming increasingly hostile to the Trump agenda and more sympathetic to the revolution. Oh, my bad. I don't know what that is. I still don't know what that is. All right. Sorry about that, Swiss. All right. Now is not the time to sit on the sidelines. It's time to go out and join the people. Get a revolutionary message in front of them and turn a day of protest into long-term gains for the people's movements. Communist leaders talk about people movements. All I can do is give you the information. I cannot force you or convince you. Posts circulating among socialist activist networks also explain why socialists should mobilize to the No Kings protest this weekend. It's the time to go out and join the people. Get out a revolutionary message in front of them and turn a day to protest into long-term gain for the people's movement. That was the main message. In Detroit, activists from Anak Bayan, an organization aligned with communist movements in the Philippines. Of course, why not? And this is where Muslims are also very famous, in the Philippines. Join other groups within the Singham activist ecosystem. Jobs 0% growth in 2025. Porsche. You know why? Guess how many people Democrats have lost here in Washington state alone last year and just the beginning of this year so far? Over 100,000 jobs. Democrats did that. Nothing to do with Trump. So shut the hell up if you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Stop spewing out the rhetoric that the libtard socialists give you. Do your own research. Find out how many jobs are leaving your city, your state. How many people are being laid off. Why? Is it taxes? Is it all this government, local government doing? Or is it Trump? Find out. Go do your own research. I'm telling you, listen, I don't know if you're a retard or not. If you're a common sense guy or not, I don't know. But go do your research and hopefully you will find some truth. But you're reading headlines and you don't look into the truth. Do you see what I'm doing? There was a headline. I'm reading the story. I'm comparing it to what I saw on the streets. I'm comparing it to what the No King protesters was all about. And it fits. So I know it's the truth. They are not lying about the signs that we saw. Porsche, give me a call. Phone number on the line, 425-583-1155. There's the number. Give me a call. Where's TG? TG said that. He said something. Come on, he's supposed to call me. All right, Streamlabs, you are no longer a moderator. You're shooting my own people. Don't need you to be moderating my people. Come on, TG and Porsche, both of you can call me. 425-583. I love it when people challenge me. People that just talk dumb shit. I love it. I love it. But I tell you what, though, I do need one more cup of coffee. Live stream. Yeah, Streamlabs is messing up too much. You can't spam them. It's looking at the spamming of the emojis. Porsche says Trump is the first president to tank the dollar, bonds, and stocks in one day. Is that right? SoCal, you're blocked because you were an asshole last time. I'm sorry. Once you get blocked, you don't get the privilege to call anymore. Sorry, bro. I told you. You behave. Never call again. Let me get my other cup of coffee ready. In the meantime, while I get my next cup of coffee ready, I want to say thank you. Oh, wait. I had to remove this. Let's see. Don't want that one. Let me remove the phone number. And where is it? You know, I got a special thank you with my AI dance. I promise, guys, the new members that I got this last weekend and even today, if I get new members, I will update this list of thank yous for the second half of my live today. Thank you all for joining and becoming members. Appreciate you. All right, phone line still open. Where's TG? TG! Where did the troll go? Who was it? TG and who else? Porsche. Yeah, Porsche. Give me a call. Give me a call, genius. every time I ask a Democrat. Let's see. Thank you, brother. Appreciate your love and support. They hate communism, Russia, and think socialism can work with the money we have here, but don't want to work, and without work, the economy collapses and everyone is doomed. Socialism or communism doesn't work. I don't think they will ever learn, bro. They don't know. They don't know where we come from and what we've seen, bro. Streamlabs is asking me to add as a moderator to remove messages. No, you failed me. Don't block my sister from throwing all those positive emojis. Unbelievable. Porsche, come on, man. Give me a call. Let's talk economics. Let's figure out. Listen, if you're an expert in economics, fantastic. I'm not. I'm just going to use common sense and let's see who has a better plan to bring the economy back. Let's do it. I'm ready. SoCal, you effed up. You don't get to call anymore. You must have really pissed me off that one day. Because for me to block you, bro, it takes a lot for me to block somebody. It takes a lot. That or you can just call in, just cursing at me for no reason, and then we end it there. It wants you to be grounded. Oh, can't do that. Can't do that. You are too special to me. Too special. There you go. Come on, man. I'm not either. I'm bad at math. Richard, I'm not a genius in math either, man. I don't know old math. Listen, I will say this. Even though I do have ADHD, it causes me to have a lot of anxiety and depression, right? But that's only because I always want to be productive. And if there's nothing of interest, then what can I do? So I will tell you this. I was an A student in trigonometry. That's not a big deal. It's just trigonometry. It's just, you're doing your algebra with angles and stuff. That's it. I took calculus, and because I had to translate everything I say, when I read, things sometimes will not be that clear to me. So I do need a second opinion on what I'm reading. But my tests themselves always aced. I just couldn't finish my homework because I was working full-time and going to school full-time, so I didn't have time to finish my homework on 6 periods, because one period I was just an assistant. Teacher's assistant, a pet. I can remember, SoCal, but I don't know your number, so I can't unblock it. Man, I'm so addicted to coffee, man. I don't know, man. Use my little Splenda for a sweetener. Probably not good either, but it is what it is. I don't like my life to be too bitter. This is about as sweet as it gets. I don't know, SoCal, try to text me, see if it comes through. If it comes through, I don't know, it probably won't even come through either. Let's see, Thomas, what's going on, Thomas? Let's see, I asked twice, have you heard any of this crap about the Arab countries threatening to get out of the American economy because they're upset about this war? No, that's not true. As a matter of fact, the Arabs are the ones that keep pushing President Trump to continue doing what he's doing. And this is, of course, the Saudi prince. You have to understand this. When Obama was president, the Saudi prince's father was still alive. I don't know if you guys know this. But the Saudi prince's father was alive. Now, there was some terrorism things here and there, right? I get it. Favorite burrito. Hold on. And they asked the United States of America for help. I can't remember what the subject was. But Barack Obama went straight to their face and said, no. I can tell by the video, and I don't know if I can find that, but I can tell by the video that the king was pissed. He was pissed. Saudi prince was disappointed. And well, let's gather to today. President Trump went around the whole Middle East. Abraham Accords, blah, blah, blah. He's the one that touches the Saudi prince, calls him Johnny, personal name, and makes a deal, which I believe it was $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion deal. Of course, within 4 to 10 years. I got you. Nonetheless, it was money that's going to be coming in here as long as we keep our end of the bargain. So I believe that the Saudi prince, it still continues to be against Iran because they want to expand. That means Who text? Who text? That means that that they're not against President Trump. Let's say who this? Who this? Who's Jared got 2.5 bill? Who's that? Gotcha. All right. You want me to save your number, Jason? All right, brother. Let me save it. So this is the only time that I pay attention to phone numbers. And just so you know, I put YouTube next to your name so that I know who it is. Holla. Yo, where you at? TG. Where's TG? Did he left? Did he leave? Did he left? Talking like a southern guy here. Where's the other guy? TG and Porsche. Where's Porsche? Aw. I give you my phone number, and all of a sudden you're not talking shit in there no more. What's going on? Come on, guys. What time is it? Game time. Woo. TG bailed. It looks like it. He's like, shit, abandoned ship. Oh man. Let's see. Who text? You gotta say your name. Are you sure this is SoCal? All right, man. I'm gonna give you a call. Remember, we're gonna talk about the economy. If you said to raise taxes, that's probably why I blocked you. Before I answer this, put this on the chat. Did you say the best way to help the economy is to raise taxes? Put it in the chat. If you said yes, that's why you're blocked, and I don't need to talk to you about economics. All right, I'll give you one more chance. Don't blow it.
Dennis.
Yeah, it's you. Okay, I remember your accent. So it was, hold on. I think it was you, or what's the other guy that lives in Cali with you?
Is it Brian?
No, it's not. No, it's not Brian. There's another guy that lives in Cali. Anyways, forget about the guy. All right, so it wasn't you. So go ahead and give me some economics. Teach me some economics. I need to learn the error of my ways.
All right, let me ask you a question. When you look at all these things, right?
You're cutting off.
Just be honest.
Say that again.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
When you look at all these states, and you're saying, I mean, I get it. You bash Democratic states. You know, that's your thing.
Yeah. Well, that's my state. This guy's here suck.
Well, that's your state.
Yeah.
But would you rather be in Louisiana, Alabama, West Virginia? Because those are your Republican states, run by Republicans throughout their government.
I don't know those states.
Right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, Alabama, Florida, whatever it is, they run by Republicans in the House. They control everything in those states. Those states are some of the poorest states in the country.
Okay. But wait, when you say poorest,
what policies?
Go ahead. Sorry about that.
What policies are you advocating for? Is the part I always miss when I talk to my fellow Republicans or my MAGA people. What Republican policies are you advocating for? Because if you look at the states, which are the labs, economic labs, right, where we can compare Democratic states, Republican states, and see which ones have the better outcome, right?
Yeah.
What are you advocating for? Because you have states. You have Louisiana, you have Alabama, you have West Virginia, you have even South Carolina can fall in there.
Yeah.
North Carolina is your outlier because North Carolina has like this really big blue area in there that they have the economic hub. But you have these things going on, and you will look at that and say, I look at West Virginia, I look at these guys, these are the poorest states. You look at Montana, you look at North Dakotas, the Dakotas, all poor states.
Yeah.
What are you at? And these are all controlled by Republicans. What policies are you exactly advocating for? Because I don't get it. I don't understand it.
Now, what do
You
you?
can bash California all you want.
Yeah. But when you say poorest, what do you mean? Like they have what? No houses?
If they want part of the United States, they'll be a third world country.
Uh-huh.
They'll literally be a third world country. They'll be a country in Africa somewhere. Essentially, because they live on the government.
Yeah.
West Virginia lives in the government. Alabama lives in the government. Louisiana lives in the government. But they all have Republican leadership. They live on the federal government. On the federal dime that goes into the federal budget, that's what those states live on. They're poor. You go to the unemployment rates are high. What are you advocating for?
Okay, well, here we go. So this is one of the things that I've always said on my channel. It's that socialism only works as long as we have capitalism. And I'm going to prove it to you right now. I'm just going to look at Louisiana. But before, and you can Google it. You can go ahead and Google the Louisiana economic growth before I even say it, so you can read that I'm about to bash you California real quick. But I want you to listen to this statement. Well, it's not a statement. It's a big statement. I'm going to put this because I went and visited American Samoa. I don't know if you have listened to my stories about American Samoa yet.
I might have missed those episodes.
Okay.
But I listen when I see you on.
Okay, all right. In American Samoa, right? One of the issues that they have is that a lot of people, and I agree with them, they do not want to be American citizens. They want to be nationals. Do you know what the difference is between a citizen and a national?
Yeah, I understand that argument. Puerto Rico had that same argument for a while that they didn't want to be part of the U.S.
So,
but I hear you.
but they became Americans, right? So what do Puerto Ricans have that nationals don't have? It's just one thing. It's a privilege, voting rights, right?
To vote? Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
correct.
You can't vote in Puerto Ricans can't really vote unless they on mainland USA. They can't vote in Puerto
Right, but they're considered citizens, right?
Correct.
Okay,
They can't
so-
vote, like in Puerto Rico, the Puerto Ricans that are still in Puerto Rico, they can't vote in U.S. elections.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
have to come onto the mainland to vote for U.S. elections.
Okay, so the reason why American Samoans don't want to become citizens, some of them do because they see a benefit on it, but the ones that don't want to become American citizens is because they are, as a national, they are allowed to have their own way of government. And the way that they do that is by socialism. Now, socialism only works in small areas like this. Because socialism, the culture in Samoa is everybody goes to work. And to work is back in the days before money, right? This is when socialism works. Everybody goes fishing. Some people go fishing. Some people go farming. And some people, they weed mats and all these other things, right? Everybody does their part. And wealth or food, right, and resources are spread, not spread. What's the word I'm looking for? I guess it's spread, right? Distributed. Thank you. That's the word. Distributed. It gets distributed according to the size of the family. If somebody got married, everybody will go and gather the wood and make them a house to get the start off, off the floor. And so socialism is fantastic. Everybody has food. Nobody goes hungry. Everybody works. And that's the difference. Everybody works. And it works. Fantastic. So the nationals, they have this governmental system that is called the system of the chiefs, the Matai system. The chiefs, they have titles as in, you got a high chief, which is the head of the whole village. The whole village is blood and marriage related families. Okay, just stay with me on this. And so if you are born part of the family, right, from that village, you automatically get land allotted to you. You cannot sell this land. You can only pass it down to the next generation. You cannot sell it. So this is socialism, all right, in Samoa. And they also get the other benefit that comes from capitalism, which is the government, federal government. They get some help with income, right? Like, welfare system. They get some help with health care, etc. And so poverty levels in American Samoa are very high, meaning that most of the American Samoa is considered very poor. But here's the thing. They have no taxes. A person that makes $15,000, which, by the way, that's actually more than lower or minimum wage. If they make $15,000 in Samoa, in American Samoa, by the time that they get done paying all their bills, they still have thousands of dollars to be able to use for their, whatever they need to use their money for in Samoa. Now, this is socialism that works only because capitalism is giving them money. If they didn't depend on money and it was just on resources, man, the land has a lot of food for farming, fish in the ocean, etc., right? So now we come to the United States of America, and you have an average income here in Seattle of $75,000 a year. By the time that person that has $75,000 a year, you're going to compare poverty level in Samoa, compare it to the $75,000 here in Seattle. Who's rich?
Oh, the person in Seattle.
That's where you're wrong. Watch this. Watch. This is what I'm talking about. Yeah. But see, that's
$75,000 in Samoa. You mean?
Yeah. $15,000 in Samoa, and $75,000 here in Seattle. You said $75,000 because that's a lot of money, right? So that's created wealth. I got you. But the cost of living is where we go. They don't pay taxes. The property is theirs. There's no property tax. Unless they get a loan on the house, right, to build a house, they will pay on that. Okay, that's different.
Okay.
But if you have your house, you work 30 years, you pay the loan, it's your house, you don't pay property tax, no sales tax. You do pay income tax, very small. But then you have thousands of dollars left over on a $15,000 a year budget, right, or pay. A $75,000 average income here in Seattle, you have to pay over $3,000 monthly for living, electricity. By the time they get done paying their bills, there is no money left. So I'm going to ask you again, who is rich? And that's how I look at wealth, just so you know.
The person in Seattle is richer.
Right, right. Yeah.
The reason why, but then and I'll give you the explanation why. And the same reason why I gave you the example of, if you look at the folks in Louisiana, Alabama, and those folks, right?
Yeah.
The person living in Seattle has a higher life expectancy.
Not according to Samoans. Samoa's got a larger life expectancy over there.
The person living in Seattle has they get there's a high education rate, right? There's the benefits of living in Seattle outweigh the benefits of living in Samoa. That's why people are not like flocking to go live in Samoa. Like you said, it's a poor country when you went there, right? Or a poor region, correct?
Yeah.
So unless you're part of the tribal system where you are being given the money or the house and so forth, most of the people there are you say live under the poverty line.
Yeah.
Would we not agree?
Correct. Now, what happens
So
here?
I think if you're living in Seattle,
Yeah.
you're like, I live better. 'Cause
Okay.
I can go to
So
a
let's
hospital
say-
tomorrow if I want to.
Yeah, so let's say, because I always think about our elders. Let's say that a person can afford, out of $75,000 to $150,000, you can afford to go buy a house. You go buy this house, you pay it off, and then now you're paying thousands of dollars in property taxes because the property value goes up, so your tax amount that you have to pay is more. But you have all this wealth, and you're like, oh my God, I'm rich. Woo! Right? Because you're making a lot of money. What happens when you can't work anymore?
Oh, you mean like people at risk of losing their house because they can't pay the property taxes?
Yeah, you just give me all the outcomes. What happens when somebody just loses their job and they can't work anymore? Maybe they'll go, they don't have savings or anything. They're not well off. They're just living paycheck to paycheck, but they make a good money. And yeah, they're okay paying the bills. But once they stop working, what happens to their lives?
Well, I mean, that means people's lives get. I mean, like if you're quote unquote, like, let's say, able-bodied, as you guys like to call people, right?
Yeah.
Able-bodied, and you lose your job. Yeah, obviously there's negative consequences.
Hold
You
on.
need to get up and go
Ron.
find a different job, right?
Stay
Right? Go
focused.
find a job.
Stay focused, Ron. Pay attention.
And then, oh, you mean like unemployment and stuff kicks in?
No.
People paying for that.
Okay, so my example is this, because I'm about to hit Louisiana with you, okay? So, Rick, yeah, unemployment insurance kicks in, absolutely. I agree, blah, blah, blah. But here's the thing. If you stop working here, the way the government is taxing us here, listen, if you own a boat, you'll never stop paying taxes on it. If you own a house, you never stop paying taxes on it. So you never really own it. And if you're late on your mortgage payments, the government will take the house away from you. It will take that luxury yacht from you.
If you're late on your property taxes, yes, the government will take you out.
And they shouldn't, because you already paid taxes when you bought the house, and once you pay off the property, you already paid the taxes on it. You know what I'm saying? So here's my case. We'll get to Louisiana. Trust me, this makes a lot of sense to me, and I want you to hopefully see my point. If in Samoa that person loses their job, they never go hungry. They never lose their house. They can live off the ocean. They can farm. They will never be homeless. Period. But here, the moment that you stop sacrificing your life for work, or that you can't work for whatever reason, you're asked out. You lose your house. You're going to be on fixed income with Social Security. So it doesn't matter if you work your ass off to buy a house. On Social Security, there is no way that you will afford to pay all the bills on a very limited income. Even if you're getting free health care, even if you're getting free food, there is no way. And sometimes because this is why I want to raise the bar, because the bar is so low to qualify for some other assistance programs, they go homeless. They lose their house, everything. And so that's what I mean to you. You know, we see wealth in a different manner. So somebody that has their house, they can always fight and fend for themselves. Even if they have no money, they can be negative $50,000 when it comes to monetary. If they own their house and they're able to gather food and farm in their land, they are richer than you and I are. Here's Louisiana. You ready? Here we go. Let's go ahead. This is just a quick, Google search, because I don't know about Louisiana and them. I don't know those states. I do know the hardship here in Washington. All right. Louisiana is experiencing a major economic surge. Imagine that. In 2025 and 2026, they have been driven by over $61 billion in capital investments and record job creation. Key growth sectors includes LNG, right? Exports, technology like data centers, manufacturing, with new jobs paying an average of, I need to move to Louisiana, $91,000. Now, of course, despite this, it says, the state faces challenges with population, out-migration, and trailing national growth trends alongside a transition toward a more diversified economy. Here's the thing. We are in a transitional economic phase. And everything that I have learned, my friend, has been life experience. And I am so glad. You know what, SoCal? I sit here and my wife, bro, she's like, let's watch a movie. Now, I don't know if your girl or whoever your person is, right? Okay, so your wife, if she does the same thing, but mine, as soon as we start watching the movie, bro, she's on her phone playing a game. I'm watching a damn show that I don't want to watch, and then she goes and says, "What happened?" Are you kidding me? You think that we're watching this long, mystery movie? You think I'm going to explain how this movie jumped back and forth to try to give you clues on where we at? And you think No, I don't got patience for that shit. So what we do when we sit down and she says, let's watch a movie. Now, I will be honest. The only movie that she sat with me and watched the whole thing was Melania. Can you believe that? Okay. I love Melania, but you
I'm
know,
not going to get myself or you in any more trouble. I think you should stop
just
right there.
I'm like, hey, I just gotta throw it out there. She's not watching or listening. Don't worry about it. My lives are too long for her to find this segment. But so what I do is like my brain, bro. It's so curious. I get bored so easily. I will fall asleep on Trump talking. Okay, but the only reason why I don't is because I'm enjoying the interaction with you guys. You know, and I would just be passing out on these meetings, man. I'm like, what the hell, man? This sucks. You guys are boring, but I will have to push through, right? And so when I watch shows, I'm looking at shows that about space, how a Death Star happens, how the black holes work, you know, how the economy in China is doing this and the robotics, and I'm just curious. I'm very, very curious. So I'm always learning things that are probably meaningless in anybody's mind and life. Like, what the hell are you watching that for? That's so boring. But I find it interesting, so I got to listen to it. And then I have this thing where I can have my computer playing a video, but that's not enough. I got to have another thing going on my phone, but that's not enough. I got to have my laptop. I got to have a second screen. I got to have 3 screens with different things playing at the same time in order for me to find it attractive. Okay, but that's just me. That's the only reason why I know a little bit about a lot of things. But going to the example of Louisiana, a poor state, and then California, because you said it's the 4th largest, right? Economy force. Sure. Fantastic. So you're talking about money. And what I'm saying is there is a transition phase right now going on to where Democrat states, we've had it good. I mean, like, I can't speak for California, even though I know some things that happen over there. I'm going to give you my blue state, okay? Here in Washington State, the reason why we were better than California, with maybe California is bigger economically, but we were better off here. We were able to own our houses, etc. We had no state income tax. So a lot of businesses will come here, like Microsoft, for example. A lot of AI companies with the call centers, etc. And of course, we got Boeing. You guys got Boeing too, right? Or no?
Yeah, no. But I hear there was talk that they were trying to move the headquarters.
Okay. So Washington State. Yeah. So Washington State, like, hold on, Nico. So Washington State, they want me to hang up on you. See that? See how nice I am to you? See how nice I am to you? Don't forget this moment. They want me to hang up on you. They want to call. They want to take me. I don't know. They want to take me down or something. I don't know. It's whatever the reason is. I don't know. but anyway, so we have these great companies, and it's fantastic. Again, you have to remember that I was truly a Democrat. Just people don't believe this, but I still am. It's just Republicans have the same policies that I always supported with Democrats. That's the only difference. But anyway, so we have these things, and it's just like, man, you know, business is booming, baby. Hundreds of thousands of jobs. Boom. You know, it's good to have a small business here in Everett, Seattle, Linwood, Edmonds. You know, Five has always been ghetto. South Seattle's always been ghetto. A lot of drugs and, you know, things like that. And every city has their shitty hole, right? But, you know, it was good. And so we started seeing here in the last decade or so, it's just like taxes keep going up. Business taxes, they changing wording of taxes so that they can make it constitutional. You know, they're starting to bro, they raised up to 9%, bro, property tax. That's crazy. It is a progressive tax, but it's going up to 9%. Imagine you have $1 million house, retired, income $24,000 to $3,000 a month. Tell me that you're going to pay a 10% on $1 million house. That's $100,000 a year, my friend. And let me tell you, to make $100,000 a year, how much is your income? You got to be around 38 to 40. No, 100,000. You got to be around $43 to $45 an hour, and that is not what you get from Social Security. You know this, and so they're just messing up. That's all. It doesn't mean that it's the end. It's getting very damn close because many damn manufacturers are leaving. You know, I mean, Boeing is contemplating it. You know, but Microsoft is already making plans. We lost Amazon here. You know, we're losing Starbucks, which you would think is not a big deal, but Starbucks is huge. You know, the Starbucks is, even though the coffee is expensive, they still make their billions, bro. And a lot of espresso, of course, a lot of espresso stands are coming up because people are addicted to coffee. Not that I will ever let you know that I'm addicted to coffee, because you never see me drinking coffee, do you?
Well, too much. I don't know how you do it so late at night, but
At night, I need to cut it off. You know what I'm going to do? Maybe I hate drinking fake shit. If I'm going to drink beer, it better be beer, not the non-course, whatever that thing is called, the outdoors. If I'm going to drink coffee, it just can't be just for the bitter flavor. Hell no. I got to have some caffeine in there. I don't know, but you're right, man. I got to change some of that stuff, but that's kind of how I look at the economy. Like right now, California, Oregon. Well, I don't know about Oregon. It's a piece of shit. Sorry, Oregonians. I apologize. But Washington, and California are probably like the biggest forces here on the West Coast. And the reason why I talk shit about Oregon is because they depend on our energy. They depend on our power. Not California's, Washington states. They're screwed if we can't give them power. So I don't I don't appreciate that. I think Oregonians can do their own power. But we're doing this transition to where the Democrats, they just don't want to be Democrats no more. They want to evolve with their new socialist ideologies, and I really mean it. Like I don't have nothing against socialism as long as capitalism exists. But these new socialist Democrats, bro, they're just going to destroy everything that we have worked for, and our parents and our grandparents. Well, not me, just my mom. But for those who are, have generations in this country, they're just going to lose what they have built, for every state. And I just can't support that. I can't wait to have a Democratic Party that will fight against Republicans, not because they hate one guy, but I want them to compete and fight who can give me the better service. Listen, you're a coconut guy. I'm a coconut guy. We're talking about business. Don't think I'm being racist. You're a coconut guy. I'm a coconut guy. We have the same business, and we are a block apart. How do we fight for our customers? Well, I can't lower my coconut price because I'll go broke and bankrupt. You can't either. So what are you going to do? Well, me, I want to focus on better customer service, better warranty for if you don't like it, I'll get you another one. Satisfaction guarantee. I got to compete and be like, well, yeah. And then you can be like, well, I am going to be the best customer service. And I'm going to do the best for the customer. And I'm going to make my store look better than yours. More attractive, better advertising. You're going to invest and lose money. But then at the end of the day, you're probably going to come up more or less. The fact is that I want you to compete with me and to bring something better for our customers. And I think that Republicans and Democrats are both shitholes that don't know that they both work for the people. What I want to hear is policies that work better for people. I want you to know this difference between me and the Democratic Party that is today. I believe...
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, let me ask you a question.
Before I lose my thought, too.
Okay, let's just, speaking of, like, we're talking about differences in states and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Remember what was there? I know you've ranted on this before. I'm not trying to get you to go off on this and think about it. This one was just, like, plain conversation. Prior to the ACA or Obamacare, do you remember what was there?
No, not anymore. All I remember is the affordable Obamacare I could never afford. I don't think I've ever been able to afford the health care the government offers us if we don't have a company that offers health care, to be honest. Yeah, I can only afford it if it's free.
Yeah, so go with that. Recall, I don't know if people in the chat are seeing, but if you recall,
let me look it up.
What was there before Obamacare was there? People used to have to get what we call COBRA insurance.
Oh, Cobra. Right? Shit, it's there. That's horrible. Hell yeah, they're still around, bro. That's what they offer you every time you leave the company.
They're still around, but it's not as prevalent anymore because the ACH took place of it, where the people get the subsidies to be able to buy health care. So that's what when I hear you guys like rant about the ACH or Obamacare, if you want to call it that, I'm like, you guys have forgotten what was there before when there was literally nothing. All you had was COBRA.
Yeah.
That's all you had. It was COBRA or nothing.
Yeah. Well, but the problem...
Nothing,
okay.
Where do you get your health care?
Yeah, so the problem with... the problem with Obamacare is not just that, oh, I can afford it. It's that it was no better than Cobra. And the problem, the biggest problem, it's, people are always saying tax the rich. Because of the Obamacare, billionaires got benefited from it. And the American people had to pay for it. So it was not a good deal. And I don't know. I think there was a chart for that. Let me look it up while you talk. Go ahead.
Well, I'll ask you this. With Obamacare, a lot of people even can admit, I mean, I have young kids who are, I have a freshman in high school, but children cannot stay on people's health care until they're 26.
Yeah.
That's across the board.
Yeah.
You no longer get denied for health care because of pre-existing conditions. That's across the board. I mean, like, if everyone is saying, like, it's so bad, then what do you guys want in this place? You want to be charged for pre-existing conditions? You want your kids to be kicked off your health care when they're 18, and then they have to struggle to find health care? They have to struggle to do all this other stuff?
The problem,
I don't get it.
Yeah, the problem with the Obamacare is not just that. The problem with the Obamacare is that the people had to pay more. If you're on free health care, then you don't worry about it. The government is going to pay for it. Everybody else's taxes is going to cover that. But the Obamacare...
That's what they're trying to avoid, though, right? They're trying
but
to avoid people going into
but they're not lowering it.
It's expensive.
But they're not lowering it for the people. They're just allowing, like, insurance companies to take advantage. That is a government program. And now I think you probably know this.
Healthcare was lower because of the subsidies. That's why the people were talking about the subsidies. The
You're here.
subsidies were there to make sure that the premiums are affordable.
Let me just read a couple of things here, okay? This says, while the Affordable Care Act was designed to increase insurance coverage, certain elements have been argued to benefit the wealthy and corporations. This is what I just said. Key arguments include increased profits for insurance companies, tax benefits from the law's structure, a rare cases of wealthy individuals utilizing income restructuring to qualify for subsidies. Okay? This is something that supposedly Democrats were against. And yet, that is the Democrats' bill. This is Obamacare is a Democratic bill. Insurance company profits. The health insurance companies such as Molina and Centene experienced significant stock price increases. You ready? 1,000% and 425% respectively between the whole 2013 and 2024, which this is how long this bills are. Okay, so this does not benefit the people. And I'm going to say, I don't know about health insurance, and I do know that the companies always, put a loss or whatever, or charge more to get this. But I can tell you, on personal experience, I used to work for this company, small company, by the way. And, we had a service, okay? The service, which was legit, was fair, this was market value. We were charging $150 for this one service, okay? When the customer used insurance, that same service became $500. Why? The service is $150, and the insurance paying you should be paying $150. But that's not what they do. And so, because they have to make the money that they're going to lose by approving, health care, right, to customers, they have to keep increasing their benefit. And that makes it unaffordable for people that are working. I can tell you, if I was to get Obamacare for my wife and my two kids, it's over $700 a month. I can't afford $700 for health care. Even if it's Obama, it's the same as Cobra. It didn't work for me, at least for me. It was horrible. I have never been able to afford it. And yet, the premiums keep going higher. The insurance companies and other billionaires, the big pharma, they're making hella money. They're making their billions. And we, the people, are not getting shit. So President Trump comes in, and people say, well, what does President Trump want? What is he going to do for us? And he says, well, let the people get the money. Let them choose where to go for care.
Okay, then let's dig in on that a little bit because I've heard him say it, I've heard you say it as well, right? And here's my question. And
by the way, I don't agree with that, but go ahead.
I have a gripe with how the insurance system here works, anyways, because it's definitely not in the advantage of consumers or of Americans. If you
Right.
Call it that, right.
Right.
So even with this proposal, it says give the money to the people. Who are those people going to buy insurance from?
Private companies.
The same health insurance companies that you're bashing, right?
Well, they will go to clinics. Like, for example, if you go to a universal healthcare clinic, you're going to be waiting a long-ass time to get there, and that is if you get a chance to get a primary doctor. But if you can choose between private, clinic, doctors, etc., you'll have better healthcare, preventive healthcare specifically, and you don't have to wait.
Individuals can't negotiate for themselves with private clinics. Private clinics charge more. They always do. That's the problem. The system here is that unless you have a big pool, a big group that's negotiating rates with insurance companies, capitalism, by the way, with insurance companies, you don't get the lower rates.
Yeah.
If an individual goes there, like if me or you walks into any hospital, any clinic, any place and say, I want to buy this by myself,
yeah.
you get charged more than if you came through with an insurance company, because the insurance company say, no, yeah, we'll pay only charge them this and we'll give you this money. Because that's how the system is set up.
Yeah.
So the idea that individuals can go out there and buy health insurance for themselves is literally, it's impossible. There's no way that works. The only person who gets rich there are the very insurance companies that Trump says at the same time says, yeah, well, the insurance companies got rich. The insurance companies are going to get rich one way or another.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what system you're using.
So
it's all about trying to negotiate with them to tell them that they need to give lower prices to
Sure.
Americans.
Yeah, but you have to. Yeah. Besides just giving the money to the people, we got to fix this insurance shit. So do you think that the government healthcare is better than the private healthcare? Which will you choose? Which do you have, by the way? Which cover health do you have?
I have my own coverage.
Yeah.
I don't go through.
I know you got money, but if you qualify for universal healthcare, would you?
What's that?
If you qualify for government healthcare, would you? Honestly.
If that was my only option.
No. Besides, no. Right now, you have an option with your company, the person you work with.
No,
or for.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Why? My own private coverage.
Yeah. Why? It's cheaper. Why wouldn't you?
Well, it's not cheaper. It's just that you pay for what you get, right? You pay for what you get.
Exactly. That's exactly where I'm at. Okay, so you do know. Okay. Yeah, I know.
You pay for what you want. I mean, like I have young kids, so I need a lot of insurance, because everybody needs. Everybody has, they have a lot of needs.
Cutting Edge says. Yeah, Cutting Edge says, because he put in super. Cutting Edge says the thing is Congress has to pass a bill to make that happen, right? 2000. But as Dennis says, is better to give like a coupon for the insurance. I think it is, but there's also other things that need to happen, right? Like you said, I think that this is what the stupid ass politicians just can't do their job. I wish there was no Congress. These guys are idiots. But just like you said, okay, Dennis, all right, you want to give them the money. Well, how are we going to regulate this? Well, shit, we got to regulate it. Then we're going to say, hey, you cannot charge more than what you're supposed to charge, because we're not going to let you rip people off, and we don't want to lose our money. We have to be almost like cheap, as in, I'm not going to just give you money just for the hell of it. I'm going to give you the money that is fair to give you. And it sounds a little scary, almost communist-like thinking, but it's a way of controlling, like, first of all, with the whole pharma, right? Big pharma, the expensive what recetas? What the hell? Somebody speaking Spanish here. Prescription drugs, right? We need to control the pricing. I know people make fun of us when we say we're saving 800% on this drug and that, whatever, but that just means 800 times, 8 times of what it actually costs that we were paying above. You got to be able to bring these big pharma prices for prescription drugs to come to a legit number It is. You know what pisses me off when I go to the doctor? It's when I go to the hospital. There is $1.97. Well, this was back then. I don't know. It's probably more now. But there was $1.97 to make an IV, 1 liter of IV. Yes. The hospital charges me $800 for that. There's a problem. I have a problem with that.
I agree. I agree with that. Because here's I'll even go to Cutting Edge's comment, right? He says give a coupon. That's a subsidy.
Yeah. Now let's make sure
that people are saying they're against right now.
Yeah.
That's a subsidy.
And let's make sure that this coupon only goes to American citizens, and of course permanent domicile residents.
It's always been that way. It's never changed.
Well, that's the way it's supposed to be. But blue city states don't do that. They have so the way that they do with the budget, it's this, okay? And this is fraud. This is it's illegal. It's you give me a budget, okay? This is the taxes that I collect. Here you go, SoCal. This is the taxes that I collect, okay? Now I need my federal money from you because this is the population that I have. And then you said, hey, make sure that this only goes to the citizens, nobody else. Yes, sir. No, it's going to the citizens. And then you have people like in California, right? They gave, I think it was $2 billion to allow illegal immigrants to get health care to the state.
Healthcare.
Right? Mm-hmm. And then they were overwhelmed within a few days, from what I remember, and they raised it to like 4.
And then they cut it off.
No, they raised it to what, 6 to 8 billion, I think it was. And then they stopped it, but the money's gone, right? And these people will continue to get those subsidies. The problem is this: the state does not have a budget made from the taxes of the taxpayers of California, meaning your sales tax, your city tax, right? Oh, I hate that shit. You pay city tax, state tax, and federal taxes over in Cali. Is that right?
Right.
Oh, son of a bitch.
All of the above.
That pisses me off.
It depends what city you live in. If you live in Los Angeles, you pay a city tax.
That's crazy.
I live in LA, so
yeah, I used to live in Hollywood. All I know is I pay a lot of fucking taxes. That's all I remember. But, but the thing is, okay, so you overspent this local budget that belongs to your state, and you collected this billions of dollars in taxes. That's probably why the rail doesn't get built. Well, I think it started to now. But that's why it hasn't been built at all. Because what the Democrat government does is they make these taxes saying, okay, this is going to give us this, that. But the problem is that they overspend. They don't keep that budget tight. They just take on all these programs that they didn't put a budget for on the taxes, and they lose all this money. And of course, the latest news for you guys, and this is why I get mad at you with supporting Gavin, it's that you have a person like Nick Shirley to go out there, whether you think is Republican, it doesn't matter. He goes out there and says, hey, there is some fraud going on here, right? And the governor should be like, wait a minute, what the hell is he talking about? Hey, do you know that there's some fraud going on here? And if somebody says, I don't know, well, let's go investigate, because we can't have this guy going around spreading misinformation. He doesn't do that. He goes and attacks him instead of trying to figure out where this money go. And the whistleblowers, they come up and say they know. The governors know. Like Tim, that's why he's not running again. He knows he's in trouble. But that's the problem, that if we don't question these things happening, right? And the reason why I get all these people from the left just blaming Trump for everything, look into thy own eye, so to speak.
Well, I mean, like it's like, I mean, I get there's a dicey game between when you get federal dollars and state dollars are being used and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And there's that separation. Sure, I can give you guys some leeway there and say, you know what? Have they used some federal dollars in the past? I don't know. I can't say because I don't really look at the state budget like that.
Mm-hmm.
But if the state says to me that they're using state dollars to give these folks health care, then you know what? That's on the state. That's on the voters of that state. They have to figure it out, right?
Right.
California, we have to figure that out on our end. If this is what's happening, if that's what we want or do not want.
Yeah.
Right. The thing that I always go back to, especially on this healthcare thing, is that I always think that when you look back and say, what is the alternative? What is the difference that you guys are proposing? That's where I think you guys lose me, because
Tax
I'm not hearing
cuts.
anything.
Tax cuts, the regulation. We're going to have to get rid. It's going to be a battle, but we have to get rid of illegal taxes.
With tax cuts, even with tax cuts, let's take tax cuts, right? Who do they benefit the most? They don't benefit
The government.
Person. The person benefits the most the people who you've been talking about, like the millionaires. And
No, the government. It's not even millionaires. It's the government.
No, but who benefits from the tax cut, right? We can
The government. Only the government. You know why I say that?
Why is that?
Guess what doesn't get touched, adjusted, or cut at all in my government here?
What's that? Revenue?
Take a wild guess. What doesn't get touched? What doesn't lose money ever? I know it's a stupid question for you because there's no way you're in my brain.
No, go ahead.
They don't touch their salaries nor their pensions, and they just gave themselves a raise. For example, the governor is going from making $208,000 to, I believe, the new salary is going to be $234,200. That's just the governor position. Everybody else's position is going $20,000, $30,000 up to what it used to be before. And yet, instead of saying, hey, let's have a freeze, we cannot raise salaries right now. It is what it is. We can't raise salaries right now. Instead of doing that, they tax the people, and now they keep saying tax the rich and the billionaire. But the ones who benefit from it, it's just the government. Do you know why I say that, besides the pension and their salaries? What else happens when they get taxes raised on the rich? If you've been with me all day today, you know what. Who pays for that?
Like, who pays for those taxes?
Yeah. Who pays the price for those taxes?
Well, the rich person pays the price.
Yeah, of course. They pay it. And who else pays the price when they tax corporations and the rich? Consumers. Employees.
Yeah. I hear you.
Okay. Okay. So yeah. So just so you know, and I've said this before, you probably heard, it's just in last year alone that this government has been in office, and the new people that have been in office, and the beginning of this year, we've lost over 100,000 jobs here in Washington State, and it's not because of tariffs. It's not because of the war in Iran. It's not because of that. It's because of the local taxes and the abuse that the government has been given to this whole so-called tax the rich, while allowing lazy-ass Americans that are able to work to become junkies, spend all day smoking weed and drinking 40s. This is what they do. They spend billions of dollars in housing for lazy people. And that's a fact. I wish you'd come and visit. We'll take a drive. We'll take a drive and go visit some of these communities.
No,
it's crazy, brother.
It happens here.
Yeah, well, shit. Absolutely. Okay, so circling back to close, because I gave you 45 minutes. You lucky bastard. All right. We go to the largest economy right now, which your state is about to flunk, by the way. What do they call it? Flop. It's going to flip-flop. Yeah, flop. It's going to flop. It's that while the government is making all this revenue, they're not making revenue of new investments coming in. Their revenue, the full revenue, is out of taxing the people. And that, my friends, I wouldn't brag about being the largest economy. Because if they were bragging about, billionaire companies coming in, investing and doing this, fantastic. But they are losing just this year alone, what was it, $61 billion, I think it was? So no longer were they paying.
We're talking about a $4 trillion economy. $61 billion is almost like saying if you're a millionaire and you're talking about dollars.
Yeah. So do you think that you can cut some socialist services that shouldn't be covered, and then cut taxes for your citizens? Shouldn't you get rid of the state tax?
I don't know about getting rid of the state tax. I don't think they'll ever do that because of the services that California does try to provide to the citizens. Which is what I'm a proponent for. I am a proponent, like I said, I have no issue paying a higher taxes because I do believe as long as the money is going towards.
Well, you're middle class, but if you were lower class, you wouldn't say that. I guarantee it.
No, obviously not. Right?
Yeah, So you have to think. Okay, so let's take a look at this number real quick. What is how many?
Hold on, real quick.
Uh-huh.
Real quick. You've also said, and this is something I agree with you, is that most of the taxes in this country are paid by people in the higher tax brackets, right? Which you can all agree on. Correct?
Let's say that again.
Most of the taxes in this country are paid for by people in the higher brackets, right?
Yeah, yeah.
The larger percent of them. And I agree with that, yes, because we have a progressive tax system. The people who make more definitely tend to pay more in taxes. So my question's always being, if you're not in that bracket, how do you argue to say cut that person's taxes when you are not getting, and then say you want a tax cut when you're not really paying much in taxes to begin with? How do you argue for somebody else to get a tax cut which doesn't benefit you?
Because I've made $1 million a year in a business before, and I've been very broke and on welfare before, so I know.
Me too.
Yeah, so I know why.
I
so I would never advocate.
I understand the
Okay.
idea of
Okay.
not having,
Yeah.
you know.
So there you go. I have my experience on it. That's why. Here, approximately 7 million Californians, or 17.7% of the state's population, lived in poverty last year. Now they're going to lose billions of dollars in revenue with businesses leaving, giving California one of the highest poverty rates in the nation, considering high living costs. So you told me that California is the largest, is the richest country, because it's not a state.
Richest state in the country.
Yeah, it's a country according to Gavin. But tell me, how is the state the richest when you have the highest poverty rates in the nation?
Well, because per capita we're not. If you, like that's why I talked to you about Louisiana.
Yeah, but it's worse than Louisiana.
And those states.
Yeah, it's worse than Louisiana.
And those states based.
That's crazy. It says it's the highest in the country. You know why? Because the cost of living, my friend. So you can go and compare $25,000 in Louisiana, but their rent is like $800 compared to $3,000 in California. That's why I started giving you the very example from Samoa, and comparing the amount of dollars and the cost of living and what the benefit is between the both. So yeah, California probably has more money, but at the end of the day, you guys are negative. That's why I gave you the little example from Samoa, a territory considered to be very poor, but they have resources that it's free to them. Like fishing, like literally, like fishing and farming. They have free land, and all I have to say to the high chief is like, hey, listen, I got a couple of teenagers. I need another piece of land so that I can plant some taros, some mangoes, or whatever the hell you want to plant, right? And you get it free. So here, you got to pay $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 for the property, just for the property, not even the house. Just that's shit. So that's why I have knowledge on the economy when it comes to comparing that. And though here in Washington, I'm sure we make a lot of money, revenue, but it's all in taxes, and that just affects the people that live in it. All right, man. SoCal, you did pretty good, man. I appreciate you. This time, don't force your luck. All right, man. Thanks for your call, brother. You have a good one, bud. Thank you for the economical stuff. I like it. Take care. All right, nobody can complain anymore. SoCal gave us some information. Facts. Everything he gave me is facts, so I appreciate that. We still got 20 lonesome people here hanging around. My facts and his facts come together. I just have a different outcome on opinion. That's all. Who do we have? Man, I am starving. What the hell time is it? No. Almost 3 p.m. my time. But the wife is staying late, a little bit later, so I'll stay here with you guys a little bit longer. Let's see, anybody else? Anybody else that wants to contradict me on immigration policy? How we can fix the economy? I say the economy is not all of Trump's fault. If you have been hearing me and SoCal and I talking, you guys know where I stand on the economy and what I think makes sense. Time for some Jersey Mike's, baby. Ah, man, I wish, bro. I wish. I had to wait. I had to wait till next week. Next week is the refill for the money. And, of course, I'm going to go ahead and start doing the donate next month, okay? I'm going to start it off, I don't know, maybe next week. I still have to get the website. I still have to, if I do a donate to myself here, it would be, I don't know, in a form of, I don't know, just PayPal, I guess, will be the best way. Yeah, I don't know how else to do it. But the one that we're going to do for once we start campaigning to actually start counting dollars for the government here, it's actually, it has to be separate. So it has to be an actual campaign bank account, etc., blah, blah, blah. And we got to make sure that everything gets reported. Jersey Mike's, why not Texas Mike? I don't know about sandwiches from Texas, but Jersey Mike's is here. And Mukilteo. Actually, pretty big portions. It's actually pretty good. You want me to buy you coffee, Tanya? I can buy you. I can buy you coffee. Let's see. But I don't know what your PayPal is, and I'll send you some money. I'll send you some money for the coffee. Oh, wait. Are you asking me to buy you coffee or to put a buy me coffee? I don't know. Yeah, it's called Jersey Mike's, bro. That's the name of the company. Docito, hey, how are you? Nice to see you like coffee. Try Turkish coffee. I don't know, man. I don't want to be trying coffee that is regurgitated by some sort of animal. I don't want that kind of coffee, bro. All right, let's take a look and let's see if we got any updates here. Uh-oh. Let's see what we got. Any updates here? I did hear that President Trump made an executive order to get TSA paid today. So TSA got some checks, I believe. What is this kid talking about? There's this kid, Dean, who listens to Dean Withers. He said Trump launches brazen assault on the Constitution. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Oh, no, it's another way to receive money from donations. It's called Buy Me Coffee. Well, my PayPal is on my profile. And so like people can always PayPal. If you got my personal phone number and you got Zelle, you can Zelle through there. I know some of you guys already do that, so I appreciate that. But yeah, just everything that goes through YouTube, they take 30%, and that's including taxes, I believe. So that better be right because it's always saying that there's going to pay this minus the taxes. So let's see, Governor's Town Hall for this guy. Somebody has a meltdown at the airport. Let me take a look at this.
There's a lot of serious stuff going on in the world. The mullahs are reenacting the downfall scene from bunker scene in Farsi, and Australia's political class is hoping we can all pull through this by walking to work and talking to each other about nothing more controversial than the footy. But big things are happening in the U.S. too, and dare I say that despite everything else, as we saw at the top of the show, even Donald Trump is still managing to have a laugh.
They have to open up the strait of Hormuz. Excuse me for this.
And of course, all the usual suspects blew a gasket, calling Trump everything from deranged to senile for that little joke. But Trump also had this to say about the Democrats who are holding up funding for the Department of Homeland Security, forcing Trump to deploy ICE agents to help with airport screening. Trump said they reminded him almost of the Iranian Shia clerics in their fanaticism.
The deranged Democrats.
I mean, he's got a point. The Iranian clerics are pretty humorless, and when it comes to the whole subject of border enforcement, the left is too.
No thoughts. You guys are the foot soldiers of a fascist regime, right? Is that not what it is? Is that funny? Is that funny?
Ah, yes, at least the ICE guys were able to have a laugh. And by the way, that was the most diverse group of so-called fascists I've ever seen. Shrinking at ICE agents has now become something of a hobby for a...
That is funny, but it's true. It is true. Fascist Nazis, the Gestapo. This guys. The Gestapo, they say. The Gestapo. Man, what a low turnout. We only got 17.8 thousand people. What's going on? What's going on with these numbers? I don't like it. I don't like it. Thank you, Jason, for the text message. I do know that there has been some problems with YouTube reporting and all this other stuff, but at the same time, who knows? You know what I'm saying? So it's, if there's something with the traffic, maybe that could be. But, you know, it seems that the numbers by now, I guess it's kind of close, I guess. But it took me a while to get in to my live, just so you guys know. A walloper. All right, man, if you disagree with me on ICE, or why we're in an economic problem, give me a call. There's a phone number on there. No block numbers, please. Do not block numbers. Gaming flabbergast. Yeah, more censoring. Maybe. They gotta get their act together though, because let me take a look. This guy that is on right now. Here's a guy on the left. I watch this. Let me go ahead and.
But when we go to
this is young kid. Let me show you this young kid right here. So just so you guys know, this genius kid right here. You see the chats? You see the super chats? The 50s, the 100s. And he's got 5,650 people watching his channel. That's just how it works. And what is the title of his live? Trump launches brazen assault on the Constitution. It says debating MAGA. Why? Oh, man. I'm telling you, it is what it is. It is what it is. You know, as President Trump said, you know, these leftist people stick together. Now, this is a kid that has a script, right? So what they do is they give these people a script, a rhetoric, a plan to talk about something, right? They're not critically thinking. They're not using common sense. They use these talking points that they pass amongst themselves. See, I don't do that. I don't have a script to follow. I just look at a subject. Let's see what happens. Let's see what this is. Yeah, that doesn't match with what I know or what I've seen with my own eyes. So I don't believe in it. I don't listen to it. But if I was to put in here, Trump has lost another Republican, I'll get inundated. All the libtards that are getting paid to protest, to troll, etc., they will all come into my life and say, good job, you finally woke up, blah, blah, blah. That's just the way it is. That's what it is. Nobody's paying me to tell you the truth. Nobody's paying me to be impartial. I have to defend Trump. Why? Because you always come in attacking them, right? If you didn't attack Trump and you actually attack the policies, I can guarantee you the conversation will be a lot different, right? It is what it is. You know what? Maybe I should I will say socialists debating MAGAs. Oh, man. You know what? That's probably what I should do. I should change the title. Let me change the title. I'll change the title, okay? You guys ready? I'm going to I'm going to change my title. Hold on. I'm going to change my title to Here we go. Guys, here we go. Real Democrat debating fake Republicans. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let's get that in there, and then let me choose another hashtag in here, and the hashtag we're gonna add here is gonna be what's the hashtag that you guys can think of that will be a good positive popular hashtag? Let's see. Let's see. That's right, Michael. That's Mr. Clown to you, sir. Hey, there's my phone number in there. Call me. Call me and debate me, you fake Republican. I think I might enjoy this one. Fake Republicans. All right, I'm not going to tell you what the hashtag is that I used, but I used it. Let's take a look. Free libtards. Oh, there you go. No kings. No kings. Absolutely. I do like that one. No kings. There we go. Now you're talking. Now you're talking. Let's see if I can fit this in here. Let's see. That's a good one. No kings, baby. I like that one. I think that one that's a good one. I'm going to have to remember that. I'm going to have to remember that. All right, 17.8 thousand views today. That's very pathetic. I'm not going to lie. That's very, very pathetic. Let's see. Lefticals losing it. Let's go. All right, to all you fake Republicans, come and debate this true Democrat. I like that. I think that's what I'm going to call myself from now on. Yeah. You know what? Maybe I should change my my thumbnail as well. Hold on. Let's chill. Here we go. I saw that. Leftica's losing it. I love her accent, by the way. I love her accent. What's crazy is I probably would have married her back in the day just by her accent alone. That's crazy. Let me make a new... Let's see how we can do this. No. Hold on. The screen is going to go black for a little bit, I think. But that's because I am going to make a new thumbnail. This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. Let's go. Let's go. See, guys, there's a lot of shit that I got to do on my own. Guys that have the skills to pay the bills will always beat me. All right, new folder. Yeah. Here we go. Because we had to get rid of the "Make America Great Again" hat. Otherwise, the trap is not going to work. All right, let me go ahead and edit here the size. Just a little bit smaller. Yeah. There it is. Uh-huh. All right. There we go. There we go. New thumbnail coming up. New thumbnail coming up. Replace, change. Here we go. Boom. There it is. Bada bing, bada boom. Done. Stop taking from the people. That's right, Positive. These Democrats never learn. The fake Democrats never learn. Don't steal from the people. All right, any fake Republicans that want to debate a true Democrat, come on down. Dun, 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 dun. You guys ready for one of the clips that I want to play for you today? Let me see. Where's my folder? So I got a couple of clips that I've been wanting to share with you guys. Where did I put them? Let's see, videos. Wait, I thought I put it on videos. What the hell happened? Okay, here we go. All right, Michael, you're a fake Republican? Call me, debate a real Democrat today. Let's see what you Republicans have in mind. Here we go. Let me give you a little bit of the some entertainment here. Trump steals from you, Dennis. I don't know if you know what the hell steals means, but that's not how you use it. I am a true Democrat. Call and debate me. And if you make fun of my accent, this is for you.
Once a stronghold of forces loyal to captured dictator Saddam Hussein, the city of Tikrit, here in northern Iraq, is now firmly under the control of American forces. Or is it? These members of the Iraqi resistance movement, still loyal to Saddam Hussein, think otherwise.
The Americans tell lies. Each day our forces grow stronger. Each day we move closer to our goal of driving the infidel... What are they?
Nothing, carry on.
Driving the infidels from our motherland. We are not afraid to... Are they subtitles? They are, aren't they?
No.
Well, what do I need subtitles for? Can't you understand what I'm saying? I studied English at the bloody American University in Cairo.
Well, obviously I can understand what you're saying.
Oh,
but
you see how they condescend to us with their subtitles.
Oh, maybe it's a teletext, you know, for the hearing impaired.
Teletext?
No, a lot of TVs come with teletext nowadays.
Wait, say something again.
My friend has an 80-something...
Hey, how come he doesn't need subtitles?
Well, obviously he's comprehensible.
No, I'm not.
Look, if you...
I speak perfect English. She sells seashells by the seashore. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Round the ragged rocks, Oh!
The situation remains as dangerous and volatile as ever here in northern Iraq. While the rebuilding continues...
What? I can't understand you speak English. Where is your subtitles now? Oh, you think you're so good. Look at me. I got the subtitles.
Kerry Downs, Iraq.
Shut up.
If you come into my channel to make fun of my accent, that is for you. Shut up. It's a true Democrat that I am. I want to shed some truth to you. Love you, Tanya. Here is one of my favorite Democrats of all time, back then and today.
Over where we go, people say, well, why can't you stop illegal immigrants or others from coming here? And the number one answer we give our constituents is when they come here, they can get jobs, get benefits against the law because of fraud.
Not a single federal dollar, not a single federal dollar goes to undocumented immigrants. Not for Medicare, not for Medicaid, not for ACA. Why are they making up this lie?
Who is they? What a traitor, Schumer. Why are you a traitor to us Democrats? You have failed this party. You see what I'm saying, guys? I love this Democrat right here, not this fake sellout of a Democrat. That is crazy. They sold us out. They sold us out for communism because they saw that the only way for them to make wealth is to be a socialist communist Democrat. That is crazy. I am the real Democrat. This is a fake Democrat. I don't know what this is, to be honest. I have another video, but I don't know what it is, and I don't know if I can share it. Here we go. And for stupidos, I don't know what the hell he's trying to say. Go learn some English first before you come at me. Make sure that your accent is nice and polished. Go sharpen that accent. Here we go. Richard says, I'm sorry, I didn't know. That is, I don't know this guy's. All right, let's see. Let's take a look and see what this is. What is this? Let me see. Hold on before I. Oh, I see. I think this is sold to Saudi Arabia prince per $400 million plane. That is super gay. That is super gay. Auden, great comment. Let's go ahead and share a little bit of information about the crazy fake religion trying to destroy the United States of America. But let's listen to it from one of them.
What will happen under Sharia law? What will happen if Islam rules Texas or rules Michigan? Under Sharia law, homosexuals must be executed. In 1991, the Constitution of Iran, they said that homosexuals should be thrown off a mountain or stoned to death. Happy Pride Month. Under Sharia law, your husband can beat you up, marry someone without telling you, marry 4 women without telling you. For all my feminists that love Islam and hate Christianity, unmarried fornicators should be whipped and adulterers be stoned to death. Under Sharia law, a thief must have a hand cut off and highway robbers must be crucified or mutilated. Drinkers and gamblers should be whipped. Under Sharia law, death for Muslim critics of Muhammad. If you speak about Muhammad, you should die. Apostates must be killed. What's an apostate? It's someone who leaves Islam. Islam is not a religion. Islam is a mafia. Islam is the Trojan horse of the West that masquerades itself as a religion of peace, a religion that's oppressed, a religion that's minority, the religion that's peaceful. But under all of that, what makes Islam? This is wisdom, not to see what's on the outside, but to see what's hiding underneath. What makes up Islam?
That's crazy, ain't it? That's crazy. None of us Democrats stand for that. That's garbage. Let's see, can I get some Democrat brothers to give me a call? Let's talk economy. Let's talk economy. Don't worry, guys. I'm not very good at economy. Never study economics. So if you're a master in economics and you can do a better job than any governor and even President Trump, by all means, call me. Here's the phone number back at you. Put it on there, my friend. There you go. Wait. Yeah, the line is open. I thought maybe I blocked it, but come on, Democrat or a Republican? You want to talk with me about economics? Let's talk economics. How can we fix it? How can we fix the problem? Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm a real Democrat. Prove me wrong. What is this garbage I see here? Look at this guy. What is this garbage?
Why couldn't we go?
Look at Trump Trump thinking that he's relevant. Who does he think he is? Here you go.
I'm running for the presidency. I'm here because I'm personally tired of seeing this great country of ours being ripped off.
But as far as Trump is concerned, our allies are only part of the problem. The real culprit is Iran.
Why couldn't we go in and take over some of their oil, which is along the sea?
How would you do that? Would you send in the Marines? Would you take a chance in a war?
Let them have Iran. You take their oil. That's what
How?
How?
I mean, do we want a war? What do you mean
go
we
in,
take their oil?
You go in. You're
How
gonna have
do
a
we
war,
go
Barbara.
in?
You're going to have a war by being weak.
Okay, how do we go in? What do we do?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
You're going to have a war, and it's going to start in the Middle East.
What if the Soviet Union said, you do this to Iran, we're going to come in?
I don't believe they'd do it. The next time Iran attacks this country, go in and grab one of their big oil installations, and I mean grab it and keep it, and get back your losses, because this country has lost plenty because of Iran.
He sounds like a Democrat. I don't think that's the real President Trump. All right, Robert, thank you for calling, brother. What you got? What you got for me?
You want to be able to fix the economics of our country?
Yeah, how do we do that?
Get rid of all the libtards in Congress that are frauds.
Yeah, they're fake Democrats. They're not a real Democrat like I am. F them up. Get them all fired. That's something that at least Trump has said, right?
It boggles my mind, Dennis.
Yep.
Somebody can come into Congress being 65 grand in debt, and 3 years later they have $30 million in the bank.
Absolutely. This is the land of the free and where the American dream thrives.
And I can't mention her name because it's against my religion.
Oh, yeah? Ilhan Omar. I got you.
Oh, you said it.
Yeah, she's.
Now my ears are going to melt off.
I'm sorry. I'm a Democrat that tells the truth all the time, my friend. This, you know what? I think I'll probably be Democrat for the rest of my life, but I'm going to fight to get my Democratic Party back. I don't like communists. I don't like Marxists. And socialism does not work.
Yeah,
I want to fight Republicans for what's best for the people.
These people, too, that are, not to change the subject, but one quick thing. These people that are crying, why can't we have socialized medicine? Why don't you ask the people in England and Canada why it takes them 2 years to get a hip replacement done, and in the U.S. it only takes 2 months?
Right. Yeah. So here's a question. If we automate all industry and we tax all the millionaires that don't need employees, use the money to invest on industrial automation. Okay, how does that create jobs? And what makes you think that we're going to use those taxes to give to the poor?
They won't.
They'll give him enough to come back begging for more like a crackhead.
Yep, exactly.
Damn, too much truth. My bad.
That's a very valid point.
And that's exactly what they do.
By them doing that, it'll just turn us all into slaves. You know?
Yeah.
Having to beg for food, having to beg for money. Yeah, no.
I'm gonna put a comment here. Let me see. Actually, I'm gonna post it.
And when you get done with your live, Dennis, read the text I sent you. I need you to do it.
Okay, I will. Thank you, brother.
But yeah, it doesn't make any sense how some of these people are thinking. Tax the millionaires, tax the millionaires, tax the millionaires. Why? So more people can become unemployed because they shut down?
Yeah.
Because they can't afford to pay the taxes? Makes absolutely no damn sense.
I agree.
I'm not saying they shouldn't be tax-free, Don't get me wrong, everybody needs to pay their taxes, but still, that's why Boeing's thinking about pulling out of Washington. That's why Valero's pulling out of California. That's why Chevron's seriously considering pulling out of California. Is because they're getting tired of getting taxed to death.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Valero's pulling out. If Chevron leaves California, that's only going to leave BP and Mobil Exxon. Then what? Then people going to think their gas prices are going to be?
Yeah.
Because there's not going to be any competition left. But they don't get it. And it's sad in a way. But that thing you played had me dying laughing.
Yeah, the accent.
Yeah. I was dying laughing watching it. I'm like, oh, damn.
That's hilarious.
Once a stronghold of forces loyal to captured dictator Saddam Hussein, the city of Tikrit, here in northern Iraq, is now firmly under the control of American forces. Or is it?
I'm playing your clip
These
right now.
members of
Thanks,
the
brother.
Iraqi
Talk to you
resistance
later.
movement, still loyal to Saddam Hussein, think otherwise.
The Americans tell lies. Each day our forces grow stronger. Each day we move closer to our goal of driving the infidel... What are they?
Nothing, carry on.
Driving the infidels from our motherland. We are not afraid to... Are they subtitles? They are, aren't they?
No.
Well, what do I need subtitles for? Can't you understand what I'm saying? I studied English at the bloody American University in Cairo.
Well, obviously I can understand what you're saying.
Oh,
but
you see how they condescend to us with their subtitles.
Oh, maybe it's teletext, for the hearing impaired.
Teletext?
No, a lot of TVs come with teletext nowadays.
Wait, say something again.
My friend has an 80
Hey,
centimeter...
how come he doesn't need subtitles?
Well, obviously he's comprehensible.
No, I'm not.
Look, if you...
I speak perfect English. She sells seashells by the seashore. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Round the ragged rocks, the Oh!
The situation remains as dangerous and volatile as ever here in northern Iraq. While the rebuilding continues...
What? I can't understand you speak English. Where are your subtitles now? Oh, you think you're so good. Look at me. I got the subtitles.
Kerry Downs, Iraq.
Shut up!
Oh my God, dude, that's so freaking funny. Never gets old. Oh my God, that is funny, dude. I'll tell you what's not funny.
All right, I'm just walking out of the Capitol building. You probably saw a lot of different reels. I tried to throw it live. I tried to get as much video footage out as I could so that you all could see what was taking place. There was 5 people that were there in opposition, and we were in the front of the line. They pushed us back, and then they blocked the opposition so they couldn't get into the room, and they were letting everybody in. Anybody who was for it, they were letting in. What you're seeing on the TV is absolute theater. I'm going to put together a video of all the footage that I have. They wouldn't let Brandy or anybody else in there. They just propaganda media. That's what's taking place. I've never seen authoritarianism and tyranny up that close. Nobody wants the income tax. Nobody. It's all actors. It's all theater that was taking place here in this building. I'm not sure how we defeat it. I've never seen such a despicable display of just absolute disregard for the taxpayer, disregard for the people. Tim Eyman stood strong. He held the line. A couple of our guys were able to sneak in. I can't sneak in so easy because I'm a big dude, but we need to pray for Washington. That's what's up. We need to pray for Washington. We are not a democracy. We are not a republic. This is an absolute socialist authoritarian regime that is ruling here in Washington state, and I saw it firsthand. I got to go to work now, but pray for Washington. And if we're going to see any kind of change here in Washington state, conservatives are going to have to start showing up, and conservatives are going to have to start getting a little bit of fight in them, because we're going to be communists real soon. That place is, it's not the people's house. That place is a palace. That place is a place of a regime. Don't.
Do you understand who is trying to be the king? And they blame President Trump and they say no kings. Wake up, people. You got to wake up the people, man. I'm telling you, we see this here in Washington State. So clear. So clear. I'm telling you. I am afraid that it's just going to get worse because people are fleeing. People are leaving Washington. They really are. Let me go ahead and see if we can play another clip.
All right, I'm outside this, I believe it's the governor's ballroom here, and we are getting ready to see Bob.
Just so you know, if I become governor, this man right here is going to go in there with me. 100%.
Governor Ferguson come in and sign outside the ballroom here. There are a lot of people holding signs that are for this. Don't believe the propaganda. This is political theater. These are all the union people. These are all the special interest groups that are holding these millionaires tax for kids signs. So don't believe the propaganda that you see on the media. Okay? Don't believe it. This is theater. They're going to let these people in first. We're going to try and get into the room where the governor's going to sign the bill, and then there's some other bills too. So there is far more opposition than there is for it.
The people, listen, that's a fake Democrat in office. I'll be a real Democrat in office. What he is saying is true. If you're not into politics and you haven't paid attention, I'm telling you, they gotten to you by making you hate Trump. That is the first thing they do. You know, they promote a lie as if it was true. And then they will go and set up a press conference and lie to the people. And when they don't believe you, by leaking information to the legacy media, you play what they say. You show them the paper clips. And then they prove that their lie is true. But if you know how that tactic works, you will not believe it. Because when I tell you that it's unconstitutional to shut the people up and pass a bill behind closed doors to raise taxes that the people are not agreeing with, it's very unconstitutional. And that's how they play. They play dirty. That's crazy.
Look at that theater.
So you want?
It's orchestrated.
So we just got a couple more.
Organized.
They have taken away the press passes of those who oppose their views. They've taken away the press passes to those who ask questions or are and oppose their lies. Communism. I am telling you right now, These are not Democrats. These are fake Democrats. They use the name Democrats because it's beneficial to them. I'm going to say that again. They are not real Democrats. I'm a Democrat. And they are using the Democrat name because it's popular on blue states and with the leftist mentality. But they're not Democrats. This is the ballroom, the governor's ballroom here in Olympia, Washington. Not the White House. This is our little White House, so to speak. And there's definitely plenty of room for him to be allowed inside, but they didn't allow him inside. I'm not lying, dumbass mofo. Look over here.
Right, I'm just walking out of the Capitol building. You probably saw a lot of different reels. I tried to throw it live. I tried to get as... I am here at the Washington State Palace, the Washington State Capitol building in respectful opposition to the signing of the income tax by Governor Bob Ferguson this morning at 10 a.m. The most unpopular bill in Washington State history. Over 100,000 people signed in against it in the legislative process. They stacked the testimonies. They produced so much political theater to make it look like it's a popular bill. They've been gaslighting people left and right to make them think that this is actually good for the state. Really what it is massive mismanagement of funds, and I'm here to respectfully be in opposition to that and to say quite a few prayers for our state. We will see what happens. I am here at the Washington State.
No, we're not liars. You're a liar. Paid protesters are not real patriots. They're just a bunch of Judas. Traitors. Anybody that takes money to go protest against the right of the people are traitors. You understand? Traitors. If you will stop being a fake Democrat, you will know the truth. I'm going to have to start telling them. You want to be a real Democrat? Well, be like me. Be like Trump. That's a real Democrat. We walked away from the name of the party. But the change that we have seen from the error of the ways of the original Democrats, we made a change, and we have gone with it. And now they want to go back to a communist, racist, Marxist, socialist, fake Democratic Party. Yeah, PJ, I know you do. Yeah, that's absolutely right. You love being lied to. That's why you're still a libtard. Become a real Democrat and stand up against this corrupted communist government. Go to the corner for being stupid. Unbelievable. Man, that's actually pretty sad, honestly. That's actually sad. Do you see what I'm up against, guys? You see what I'm up against? I have to deal with all these libtards, an immense wave of libtards. They don't know what a Democrat is. I don't recognize them. I don't recognize them. Trump's administration launches Generation Z hiring push as officials warn of federal youth gap. So just so you know, there is a problem with YouTube. It took me 20 minutes to get on to my live. But regardless, Trumpstein, did you just come in to do what? Here. Why don't you give me a call? Debate me. I'm good. Today I want to debate people. There you go, buddy. Debate me. Show me. Show me what you got. Go ahead, Trumpstein. There's the phone number right there. Call it. I want to learn. I want to learn today. I have a lot of work. I'm telling you, it's overwhelming enough to know all of the rules that you got to follow and this and that. I don't think the problem is running the campaign like as me personally. The hardest thing about a campaign is to find the right people that will make the campaign run smooth. The campaign is not me. I'm a natural speaker, but running a campaign, I need a manager, I need a treasurer, I need a secretary, I need all that stuff. So hopefully I can find some people that will volunteer to come and work with me here for Washington State. We still have a couple of years before we run an actual hardcore campaign for vote and election. We'd like to continue to share the truth with people, go out in the open sometimes, and as the time gets closer for us to really become a challenging group against these fake Democrats who are now the new communist, Marxist, socialist in office, we are not going to give up, and we're not going to just let them destroy Washington State. We're going to fight as much as we can, and we're going to fight them with the truth. We're going to fight them with the Constitution. So far, they keep breaking the Constitution, and this communists, they don't care. Hi, BJ. They don't care about the Constitution. They don't care about Americans. All they care is about their money. And those who are loyalist Democrats, they don't realize that the Democrat name today, that's not us. That's not our policies. Those are not democratic policies. Go ahead, Trumpstein. Have the balls to call me. You like to throw insults on the chat, but why don't you go ahead and call me? Let me see what kind of brains you have. Let's talk about it. Icarus, why don't you go look at it? Why don't you go learn what Marxist communism means? As if you never heard of these words ever. Why don't you go talk to the socialist professor that will teach you that the new socialist Democrat is a mix of Marxist, communist, socialist? That's who the fake Democrats are today. They're not real Democrats. Those are not real Democrats, period. Yeah, it's true. It's true. We do. Yeah, blue is lying, man. Absolutely. 100%. Go ahead, Trumpstein. Put your money where your mouth is. Call me, you garbage. You're probably the jerk that left me the bad voicemail, huh? Go ahead, Blue. Give me a call. Prove to me that I'm stupid. Get it. Come on. Nobody wants to you watch talk to a screen. You need to be more creative. No, go ahead. Don't be a pussy cat. Are you a pussy cat? Come on, Trumpstein. Prrr. Go ahead, coward. Call in. Let's talk facts. Show me what you got. Go ahead, Blue. You're a communist, socialist, Marxist. That's who that is. Your beliefs, your system, that is who you follow. That's who you are. Well, come on and challenge me. Here's a phone number right there. Right there. Phone number. Who's the coward? You got my face on the screen. You got my phone number. You got my chat. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Blue, give me a call. I'll explain it to you in person, right here on the phone. I will use my own voice. Call in. Hey, Antonisio, welcome. Go ahead, Icarus. Call me. I will tell you the difference. A bunch of retards. You guys, all you have is insults with no facts. Come on, keyboard warriors. Call in. Let me explain it to you. If you have the balls to call me, you deserve an answer. Otherwise, you know what? Go tell mommy that you have been kicked out of a real facts channel. Go see if mommy can go buy you another lollipop. Come on, kitty cat. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. Let's go. Talking all that shit behind the keyboard. Well, come on. It's hot. It's hot today. Get it. Get it while it's hot. Come on. Come on. Come on, Trumpstein. Come on. Get. Yeah, go ahead. Text it. I'll call you. I'll call you. What's your facts? Man, you guys just come into my chat. Don't do any research. You don't know what I say. You don't know what videos and facts I have showing you proofs. I just play a couple of videos, a couple of clips, and you say liars. Liars. You know, I don't even know why I try to talk with retards. You guys are the same stupid, moronic people that call yourselves Antifa. That's the garbage that you are. You Antifa losers. What's going on? Your EBT card doesn't work on YouTube? Put your money where your mouth is. Let's go. Challenge me. Who's the coward now? Who's the coward? Come on, Icarus. There's 4 of you guys talking crap about me. Hi, Precious. Most beautiful woman in the world. I want to see this. There's 4 cowards in here challenging me, and not one of them has the balls to call. I got your text, Precious. Thank you, Precious. Come on, cowards. Running out of time. 4 kitty cats in here. 5 with Marvin Burnell. Come on, call in. There's the phone number. I don't understand, man. You guys, welfare doesn't give you a free phone? Come on, man. These cowards over here talking shit to me. Talking about lies. Show me facts. I give them a chance to call. They don't know what Marxist communist is. They don't know the meaning. What is the point of telling you what it means if you are just a dumb mofo? What is it? You ain't challenging me shit, Blue. Call me. That's how you challenge me. Call me. Come on. Don't be a libtard. I believe in you. If you're a true Democrat like me, call me. We were talking the economy here in our state in Washington, and unconstitutional work by our government. But these cowards come over here and say that I'm lying, so I'm giving them the line to call me. You're godless, you are liars, you are hypocrites, and you are hateful, insecure little people. That's who you are. That's what a Marxist, communist, socialist is. Anything else? You want to contradict me? Call me. I can tell you're getting pissed off right now. Come on, kitty cats. Come on, buddy. Look at Eric. Oh, Eric says our economy is strong, guys. Good job, Trump. Way to go, Trump. Finally, somebody gives Trump some credit. Yeah, you know what, Trumpstein? You're just a kitty cat behind the keyboard. Blue? These guys. Pussycats. Let's go. You can do it. Trump is the best Democrat. He is better than all the fake-ass Democrats that we have today. Hey, look, guys, I'm going to show you a clip of Blue right here.
Oh, it's her. How you doing? Another anti-ISIS.
That's Blue right there. That's Blue.
Extremely disruptive.
Quiet, Blue. Get out of there.
They're trying to disrupt the governor's press conference here right now.
Don't touch me.
Who's that? Icarus? Icarus.
These people are well-known far-left activists. And
Icarus getting kicked out. Chinga la migra. I want them to go to Mexico and say that. Go tell Mexicans, chinga la migra. Go tell them. See what happens to you. Your ass will go to jail. Chinga la migra. Icarus and Blue right there just got kicked out.
They're here to disrupt.
Who's this one? Let me see. Who is that one? Who's that one? Hammer? No, that's not Hammer. Oh, Trumpstein. We got Trumpstein over here disrupting. This is what they do right here.
Governor Bob Ferguson's press conference right now. Again, a well-known group of anti.
It's so funny. They say, we're illegal, so what? Yeah, you better change that tune. In a few years, you are not going to be on the streets bragging about how illegal you are. I promise you that. I promise you that, for being stupid. If you support this country, I'm 100% for you. But if you think that this country is a piece of shit that you can just throw away and step all over, you are in for a big-ass surprise, because you are not going to be saying that shit in front of me. Your ass will be deported right there, because I am going to build a relationship with the federal government, and I'm going to support them 100%. And thank you guys for doing that, because you are my inspiration. You are the inspiration why I'm going to stand up against all of these people that are protesting illegally on the street. Oh, I'm going to come in with a vengeance. I'll tell you that right now. So good job. Good job on waking up the fire, the dragon. With that being said, guys, let me go ahead and play this video one more time for these libtards, because they don't understand how to speak English. We got to put some subtitles on them. Here we go for all the libtards. Hey, Hammer, remember when they recorded this video of you right here?
Once a stronghold of forces loyal to captured dictator Saddam Hussein, the city of Tikrit, here in northern Iraq, is now firmly under the control of American forces. Or is it? These members of the Iraqi resistance movement, still loyal to Saddam Hussein, think otherwise.
The Americans tell lies. Each day our forces grow stronger. Each day we move closer to our goal of driving the infidel... What are they?
Nothing, carry on.
Driving the infidels from our motherland. We are not afraid to... Are they subtitles? They are, aren't they?
No.
Well, what do I need subtitles for? Can't you understand what I'm saying? I studied English at the bloody American University in Cairo.
Well, obviously I can understand what you're saying.
Oh,
but
you see how they condescend to us with their subtitles.
Oh, maybe it's teletext, for the hearing impaired.
Teletext?
No, a lot of TVs come with teletext nowadays.
Wait, say something again.
My friend has an 80...
Hey, how come he doesn't need subtitles?
Well, obviously he's comprehensible.
No, and I'm not.
Look, if you...
I speak perfect English
She sells seashells by the seashore. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Round the ragged rocks, Oh!
The situation remains as dangerous and volatile as ever here in northern Iraq. While the rebuilding continues...
What? I can't understand you. Speak English. Where is your subtitles? Oh, you think you're so good. Look at me. I got the subtitles.
Kerry Downs, Iraq.
Shut up.
Oh, man. If I can get $1 for every libtard that comes in here, it just makes my day. I love it. Look at Mohammed. Hey, how are you, Mohammed? Assalamu alaikum. I hope that you change your mind about supporting the pedophile Mohammed. And I hope that you learn that the laws of the United States of America supersede the laws of the Sharia law. Islam will never conquer the United States of America for as long as we have American patriots defending this land. Your ideology and the evil Islamists will take the United States of America. By the way, we still believe in the Second Amendment rights. And people like me, when we get in office, we will make sure that we get our AR-15s back and more. With that being said, thank you guys for being here with me with the real Democrat fighting fake Republicans. Left is losing it. Hey guys, on the real, thank you so much for being with me. I appreciate you. Much love. We hit 19,000 views today. Very pathetic. It is very pathetic. But I will see you guys later today after I go pick up my wife and get something to eat because I am hungry. God bless you and your family. God bless the USA. And I will see you on the next one. Huh.